Uh, wait. What the fuck? Okay. What the okay? Apparently I got eaten by YouTube. What? Give me one sec. Sorry. Um, I don't know what happened there. I genuinely have no clue what the fuck happened there. Wait. Okay, wait, let me do that. Okay, let me retry that. Sorry, everyone. Hold on. I... Does YouTube just really not like Forces? Did they just really not like that song? I've never had that issue before. Is it because I just started doing it via, like, the stream starting, like, right off the rip? Okay, hold on. Damn it, and I like having my music at the start. Hold on, I want to make sure that that's, like, gone, so YouTube doesn't, like, beat the shit out of me. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Manage. Wait, no. Studio. Hold on. I genuinely do not know why it did that. I have no fucking clue. What policies did I break? I genuinely don't know. I'm just gonna delete that forever. Okay, there we go. Let me just fix this. Hold on, chat. I'm such a pro streamer, everyone. I hope all of you are doing well this morning or early evening. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, right? I kind of overslept. I was gonna stream. I was just like, oh, I'll probably stream after Beckett, you know? And then I was just like, so yeah. I actually get to do a stream early in the morning for me instead, which is kind of nice. Okay. Let me pull the chat back up. Da, 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 da. Was it the music? I think it was like heavily copyrighted. New Scuff World record? True. Very fucking true. Okay. So, what are we doing? We are doing the, we are doing Parlo's response video. Let me redo it. Everyone. Fixed. Maybe he just didn't like the fact it said, and the Jonker touched him in the title. Maybe. That could be it. That could be it. So yeah. I know this is probably going to be a low viewer stream, but not gonna lie, this topic is fucking grim. So I don't really care. I wanted to get a few good streams in me before, like, I might have to go away because of my, because I'm doing my move. So yeah. We're gonna have a fun time. Let me swap the stream. Wow. There we go. So, Parlo made his response. I've heard this is not a good one. Jesus Christ, it's 3 hours. I didn't realize it was 3 hours, chat. I did not realize it was 3 hours. Did my multi-chat break? Hold on. Oh, hold on. Let me try refreshing it. Dashboard. Hold on. Is that gonna work? Hold on, chat. We're getting some bugs. Stream suspended because it's too damn early. Okay, I'm getting messages from the previous stream. Totally deserved. Yen is British. Fuck you. Fuck you. Why is it not doing that? Hold on. Dockets. Where is it? Chat. No, that's not it. Dockets. Multi-chat. Huh. Weird. Hold on, chat. Let me try refreshing it. Do do do. Do do do. Do do do. I don't know why it's doing that. And why has it done that now? Fuck's sake. You guys don't see any of this. Okay. Fuck it. Chat might be broken this stream, but whatever. We'll get it. I'll look at it later when I have a second. But yeah. So anyway, getting into it for once. So Parlo made his response, like I just said. This is in relation to all of the stuff with like IA and all that crap. Apparently, he's got a bunch of other accusations brought against him. I've heard mixed things about this video so far, but we're gonna get into it, okay? We're gonna get into it. Right, let me full screen. God, that's loud. This video is created for informational, educational, and commentary purposes only. The content in this video is not intended to target, harass, or bully any individual mentioned. All opinions expressed are based on publicly available information and are solely for discussion and analysis. We strongly condemn harassment, bullying, raiding, and any forms of online misconduct. Viewers are reminded to engage respectfully and responsibly, both in the comments and outside this platform. Okay. Let's see. Oh my god, how many fucking advisements? Okay, that was a jump scare.
Alright, so I'm going to use this video to be as direct as possible to you, the viewer, and cover the entire situation that has transpired over the course of the past few weeks. While this situation was extremely personal and private to me, I feel it necessary to discuss—
Why is bullying censored? Apparently a lot of these words in this video are censored because, from my understanding, Parlo gets a lot of like people who try and strike him down for anything. So that might be why, but yeah.
What happened openly on this platform. I don't want to run or hide away from this situation. I just want to be clear and direct. And all I simply ask is that you watch this entire video all the way through before reaching any final conclusions.
Oh, chat fix, nice.
In this video, I want to provide the full context, take accountabilities for areas I absolutely made mistakes.
Yeah? I beg for this to remain private. Now my sexual assault is being mocked, and you're fucking harassing me for speaking out when I didn't even come out about this first, you fucking stupid retards. The argument isn't that you misused money from the GoFundMe. Anyone saying that is wrong. The problem is that you are asking for money, presenting yourself in a deceptive manner as someone in need of money for food and bills, while simultaneously having 100,000 to fly out some American you never met for sex 2 weeks later, and allegedly also bought a new gaming laptop. It seems like you're presenting yourself in a more desperate financial situation than you actually were in to obtain sympathy for donations. That's definitely how it comes across.
Debunk many of the lies and rumors being spread, prove my side of the story regarding Wolfgang with an
just try
overwhelming amount
speeding
of
this
evidence
up.
to prove that he is in fact guilty, and to be as open as possible about my situation so you can understand the full story. I'm going to be completely transparent by displaying receipts showing that everyone is actively being refunded, while also proving that the money from the GoFundMe was only used for food and rent as—
Food and rent. I didn't see these. Uber. W.H. Smith. W.H. Smith. Uber, 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 Nando's, Greg's, Nando's. Is there a single Morrison's or like, okay, a co-op? We have a co-op here. Again, the reason why I'm even bringing this up, right? If you're using money for foods and funds like that, why are you now spending it solely on Uber Eats? This is just exactly like Birdie. This is what Birdie did, right? They would just buy a bunch of food and stuff like that, and they wouldn't buy it from like a main retailer shop. Again, I don't really give a fuck if Parlo doesn't know how to cook. You can buy like you can buy microwavable pizzas from Morrison's, for fuck's sake. Learn to cook, bro. If you're in such a dire financial strait, you really need to get that looked at. Genuinely. Jesus Christ. Anyway.
advertised, not the ticket that many people have claimed. However, taking accountability regardless for being extremely negligent with my finances, and of course having broke the trust of my viewer base in the process by having been inherently deceptive in the way I presented my fundraiser.
Okay.
This is absolutely worthy of criticism, and I'm not going to shy away from that. And just for clarity as well, full payment receipts and financial history will be provided in order to give the—
Okay. Starbucks, Greg's, CapCut subscription, Microsoft, Greg's. More Curry's PC World Cup purchases I didn't see before. Okay. Bro hit up the local spoons. How do you spend 21 quid in a spoons? Fucking hell. Okay.
full context of the situation. I did absolutely mess up, and I don't want to avoid addressing this. Also, as a warning, this video covers very serious and personal topics pertaining to sexual assault, sexual coercion, and emotional manipulation, specifically in reference to what I experienced from Wolfgang. So, applicable resources will be linked in the description if you have found yourself in similar positions and wish to reach out for help to suitable people. Timestamps are provided on screen right now for each chapter, so it's easier for navigation to view the parts that you wish to watch. I also, of course, wish to use this video to go over the complete timeline to do with me and Wolfgang, also known as Internet Jason, and tackle the lies and misinformation stemming from his terrible response video. I'm also going to be focusing on highlighting his extremely manipulative behavior, while also covering his pattern of alleged past misconduct with other people in 2024, his inappropriate actions towards Avalon, who was 17 at the time, while he himself was 21, and him threatening to sue them for coming out about his behavior. I will also highlight his extremely negative behavior of openly posting in his Discord server, which contain numerous members, such as Avalon, who's high-rolled, being an admin, and Wolfgang openly admitting.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't see the point. Now I'm gonna explain that. I find it if you're making a response video to stuff. How do I explain this? Making a response video to something like this, right? And then pointing the arrow at the person that you're accusing for something like hypocrisy or something like them doing something wrong as well, which is unrelated to it, right? I think that you have to be extremely careful with that, because that just looks like you're dividing attention away from it. But again, we'll see how the video goes. That's just something I wouldn't do. I love how much Yen is giving us so much needed cultural rage. Yes.
To attempting to steal material from another. I will also highlight his attempts to omit crucial context, hide and delete evidence, deflect blame to avoid accountability, and most importantly, him lying about me giving consent and eventually conceding to acting on impulse without my permission, to which he admits to numerous times. And this is imperative to go over.
While we were doing stuff, I put my hand on his ass and he moved towards me. And
Let me just turn this off.
I took that as it's okay.
Okay, so when you told me that you got an enthusiastic yes, that was a lie, right?
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay.
He didn't get consent. He just didn't get consent. He didn't get consent. That's the end of it. So, again, doesn't absolve you of any of the things that you admitted to. The fact that you did not have explicit consent for a lot of the things you originally said that you had explicit consent for.
Yeah.
That's really fucking creepy, and you really need to get that settled before you even have sex with another person again. Let alone a relationship.
That's why I'm working on myself.
Yeah.
I will also be debunking numerous videos made by malicious users such as Save and Dr. Sonic, who have
No, don't do that. Sorry, I'm eating pizza. Don't do that. Why? We all know that they're lying. Why do you even need to do that? Fucking hell.
Against me with either maliciously corrupt or altered calls or completely forged and fabricated videos. I will provide screenshots, admissions, unaltered screen recordings, and full evidence to prove that they have completely and maliciously lied to tens of thousands of people, as well as highlighting their criminal behavior during the harassment campaign against me and numerous other people. Because Safe admitted himself that he completely lied in leaked admissions that I have. This video will also focus on pulling apart many more false claims levied by other bad actors against me, and highlight how fundamentally disgusting and criminal Mugen's actions were in his process to sabotage and maliciously destroy my channel under false pretenses to hinder my ability to make a response video.
What the fuck? Okay, I'm guessing he's gonna go into all of this. I'm just gonna wait till it gets to this part of the video.
Yeah, I will do my best to censor aspects of this situation, not only for viewer well-being, but also because it is extremely personal to me. However, just like with Quiet and how he responded to his separate situation, in certain parts of this video I will have to be open and fully transparent with what happened, because it serves as crucial context, so I do hope you understand that moving forward. Now, justifiably, many people are angry at me, and I don't fault them for that. However, some people are not treating this situation with the maturity and respect that it deserves. For the past few weeks, I've been receiving consistent...
What, chatters?
However, some people...
You're taking the opinion of that one Arab Adam? How much cum did you insert inside your... Okay. Why are you looking at chatters, bro? Oh my god, okay.
Are not treating the situation with the maturity and respect that it deserves. For the past few weeks, I've been receiving consistent threats, people wishing harm on me, disgusting images being made of me, dox threats, spitting threats, and many people have come away misrepresenting the situation and outright stating that I'm a predator, which is just not the case. Wolfgang was 21 years old and born on March the 31st, 2004. Before engaging with him, I made sure to ID verify and confirm that he was above the age of 18. He is 13 months older than me, while I'm 20 myself. This case is not whatsoever. It is, however, understandably embarrassing, as I will go on to highlight. As for my situation with Avalon, this as well will be entirely addressed and explained later on in the video, with full context being provided too. Between me and Avalon, there was a 2-year 4-month age gap. He was 18, I was 20. Once again, not predatory whatsoever. And unlike Wolfgang, I did not engage in sexual-based conversations with Avalon while he was still 17. Nor did I know Wolfgang even did this until I made my document on him. I only knew of Wolfgang's conduct with Avalon around October the 13th, when I confided with Avalon about the situation. And in late November on the 25th, I received screenshots from Avalon proving that Wolfgang engaged with him inappropriately while he was still 17. This situation is absolutely worthy of criticism. I do not deny it whatsoever. But this topic has nothing to do with predator allegations, and this is something that Guamgo himself has made clear numerous times, and this was never once even alleged in his original video on me.
Just to clarify, Nothing from this situation involves pedophilia. That accusation is not true, but that doesn't excuse Parlo's behavior, the way he handled this, the details he made public, and how he treated the people trying to help him out. It was completely irresponsible. He's not a pedophile, but what he did was still completely unacceptable.
So comparing this situation to the likes of actual ostracized predators like Kufi or Kaneko Kitten does a disservice to their victims in the process, and people are even going as far as to compare me to the Austrian painter, showing a complete lack of maturity
Lol?
when it comes to this situation. Now the first topic I wish to discuss is both the release of my document and the full context behind the GoFundMe situation, before I focus on picking apart Wolfgang's extremely manipulative response video and going into full detail on what actually happened between both me and him on the 11th of October to the 13th. So allow me to provide some quick context leading up to this. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, this all started due to a situation I had with another commentary YouTuber named Internet Jason, also known as Wolfgang, who was once again 21, older than me. This situation involved instances of me having felt pressured and pushed at times into engaging sexually with Wolfgang, despite me not reciprocating and my body language clearly showing how uncomfortable I was, which is also attested by Avalon,
Hold on. Sorry, I'm just trying to do something.
who was present in the Airbnb at the time. I also provided numerous screenshots corroborating this in personal messages, proving that I was disengaged, created excuses, or aired his requests to avoid these specific conversations. Wolfgang is also now on record admitting that he lied in certain instances where he claimed I gave consent, instead admitting that he acted on impulse without my explicit permission. That is definitively him admitting to sexual assault. There is no defense for that.
While we were doing stuff, I put my hand on his ass and he moved towards me, and that was I took that as that's okay.
Okay, so when you told me that you got an enthusiastic yes, that was a lie. Right?
Yeah.
Bro.
Right. IA has admitted to basically everything. He's admitted to Himpleton for not only lying to you, to all of us,
Yep.
which it is what it is. We all knew this, but also just lying about consent, was the whole crux of everything. Was the whole crux of everything. He kept.
I'm genuinely confused, right? Because we're already 8 minutes in. And we already have, the main thing, right? Which is that IA lied. So I'm genuinely confused on what the point of this video would be for, then. Aside from addressing everything else.
He sat here yelling at Parlo. At Parlo's lowest points, being like, you did consent. And then he's like, oh, yeah, guys, I really never got it.
Dude, for 3 fucking weeks as well.
I know,
Lying
man.
straight to Parlo's fucking face.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, after this situation transpired on the 13th of October, Wolfgang was seen consistently going around to numerous commentary YouTubers behind the scenes immediately after, and either directly or indirectly referencing the situation in detail. Now, due to Wolfgang sharing this information, the story started to gradually gain the attention of other commentary orbiters, guaranteeing that this was going to be leaked at some point, with people
Okay.
planning to gear up to cover this when given the green light for it. I, however, expressly wanted this situation not to become a public spectacle,
Wait, hold on.
with people planning to gear up to cover this when given the green light for it.
Yeah, this
however,
I
explicitly
talking about it in a server. Is that clown going public? Yes, tonight. It's fully leaked now too. How my document is not public. What? He has a document. I do not give my permission at all for this to come out. My document is restricted. You're adding onto that stress right now with the constant prodding. Yeah, because I want to never hear of this situation again. If it becomes public, fucking hell. If this becomes public, everyone's lives are going to get fucking needlessly shittier. The preemptive defense document won't make him look good. Yeah, that's when it happened. But yeah, that's when it's happening. I haven't even come out. What is he attempting to do here? You're not going to magically salvage the situation by getting preemptively ahead of the situation. People have a problem with you because of your disgusting conduct you exhibited outside, regardless to what you did to me. I also feel extremely uncomfortable even engaging in this, especially more so. I feel pressured to have this call because you're essentially threatening to make this a public matter for an extremely stressed and concerned mutual. Okay. If that's the case, then you should have no issue with having this call today. Okay, this is referring to the call that they didn't end up having. You think my discomfort of speaking out about the situation is somehow proof that I'm lying? You simply cannot comprehend that I don't want to talk about the situation, I don't want to be reminded of it, and you pushing the call doesn't make you look good optically. I think I distinctly remember what happened and my feelings and body language at the time. Okay.
to this situation not to become a public spectacle, because it covered extremely fragile topics in relation.
What the fuck is that? He's putting on an act. I know you're really stressed, but he can't hurt you. Be sure to take your time. I'm feeling so fucking sorry this happened. I'm very stressed. Okay. You're stressed, okay?
Wolfgang, however, behind the scenes, attempted to push a close friend and mutual of mine, Avalon, to tell me to speak with him, causing Avalon to get extremely stressed in the process. So that same day, on the 8th of October, I was seen directly telling Wolfgang...
What, the guy you fucked?
himself for both of us just to leave the situation alone and not escalate the problem, as it was extremely mentally draining and was putting a lot of pressure on me and my friends as well. However, despite us in private coming to an agreement to avoid having this become a public spectacle, Internet Adjacent, who wanted this all to basically come out, pushed his document to be released on Himpleton's stream on the 10th of November to preemptively get ahead of everything. He claims to have misunderstood a screenshot given to him of Avalon, thinking that me and Avalon were gearing up for all of this to come out. However, if he genuinely thought this, he could have easily contacted Avalon on his own volition to clear things.
Again, you could have still had the conversation. Now, I understand that Parlo isn't does not owe IA the conversation, but still, this could have all come, like, if this would have all, like, not came out if these two talked. Did you see the post-response Himpleton call? I have seen parts. Depending on how long I stream today, I might cover it as well. But yeah, because I actually have the energy, because I've slept. So, you know, that'll be good.
Up. And Wolfgang even attempted to throw all blame onto Himpleton, when responsibility also completely lies on him, as it was very evident that in private, he was completely pushing for this all to come out.
It was always going to become public because of Internet Adjacent spreading the rumors to 3 commentators. And it's important to keep note. Internet Adjacent and I had only spoken once, and the one time that we spoke was on my stream. And context of that stream was that I was doing negative coverage on Parlo. He comes to me after that with all this stuff about wanting to burn Parlo to the ground. And
Right.
He knew what he was.
Because again, right, it's really interesting how this already stemmed about, because you guys probably don't even remember this part, because people weren't even looking at it back then. A while ago, Himpleton ended up doing a stream talking about when Parlo was doing the stuff with the pyrocynical situation and the document he put out. Now, there was a whole thing with, like, an editor not being paid or some bullshit. That was the whole thing with, what's his name? Cormanax and all that crap, right? And I believe that's what led into Himpleton getting into contact with IA. IA has always just been around these spaces in the background, it would seem. Trying to get into, like, people's circles and streams and stuff like that. For example, he would apparently just sit inside of Fauji the Oblok's waiting room, wanting to get dragged in, but was never dragged in. Which is evil and fucking hilarious.
Was doing. He went to the guy who had been talking negative about Parlo, and then essentially wanted me to platform allegations, and was going to go to Aiden and, like, all of these other drama farmers. He wanted to come to us, and...
Yeah, I heard a lot of chatter about the Parlo Pyro doc. Yeah, I would recommend looking at... Excuse me. I'd recommend looking at Amos's video. Amos, for real, he did a really good video talking about the topic. So, I would suggest looking at that, if anything.
Do this. He knew what he was doing, right? This guy's a grown adult.
So when this all eventually did get released, it put me in an extremely stressful and compromising position.
Okay.
I had initially believed that we agreed to make this private only a few days ago. However, the position I found myself in now was that I felt obligated to respond and to be as transparent as possible about everything that happened, or I would run the risk of being ruthlessly attacked and seen as a liar if I didn't provide the full context in chat logs, or simply just ignored the situation. I knew that I'd be mocked, despite the situation being extremely stressful and personal, and I felt as if there was not much I could do, despite mutuals in private telling me just to simply disengage. When the situation was gearing up to become a public affair, I was
Okay. Yeah.
prodded to push my document out for people to understand my side, and due to poor judgment and a fear that if I didn't release my document I'd be labelled as a liar, I went through with it. I overshared in extensive details the context of the situation, and despite me displaying trigger warnings at the very start of the document to
Sexual predation, zoophilia, sexual coercion, unwanted sexual contact, suicide ideation, suicide baiting, emotional manipulation, image leaking, and privacy invasion. Okay.
on people about how serious the situation was, urging them to disengage if the topics were triggering, as it covered information to do with sexual assault that I experienced, that does not at all excuse the fact that I should have been a lot more restrictive in what I discussed due to my platform and the audience that I've cultivated. It was wholly irresponsible and extremely fucking embarrassing looking back at this all. I overshared when it came to recounting details that day that offered zero necessary value to be included, such as bringing up Wolfgang's Cinderella, which has been memed upon now. Me doing this all, however, does not now fundamentally change the extremely serious nature of the situation that I had to endure, and people making absolutely vile comments about the situation only serve to minimize and water down the severity of Wolfgang's actions in the process. But again, this could have also easily been avoided if I didn't release the document, as this was essentially reputational self-destruction. As close friends also stated to me as well, creating a document like this should have been completely out of the question. It was not done with malice, and what I did was absolutely not predatory like some people have attempted to maliciously frame it as, but by no means does that excuse how unprofessional this all was. Now, I'd like to make this abundantly clear that I never shared this document on my YouTube channel or my Discord server, but the damage was already done when I pushed it out on Twitter in response to what Wolfgang said without thinking. I should have sought legal counsel or advice privately, or had consulted more people I trusted with the creation of this document beforehand, and I fault only myself for that. It was no one else's responsibility other than mine at the age of 20. I have a habit of not thinking before I act and not understanding how my actions affect others and close friends.
Again, the whole thing with, like, the document being like, oh, is Parlo trying to expose it to his minor audience is so fucking horseshit to me. It's on Twitter, okay? Like, How old can you? How old do you even need to be? How young can you even be to get onto Twitter? Age to be allowed on Twitter. I'm actually curious. Really? 13? Okay. I did not know that. That's insane, right? Because X is rated 17 plus on the Google Play and Apple Store due to the mature content, even though the minimum age required to use the platform is 13. That's insane. Okay. That's insane. Okay.
in the process. When these people attempt to give me advice while I'm not in a good mental headspace, like what Guambo did, I lash out and take it the wrong way because I cannot properly distinguish between both criticism and hate. So
Elon Musk is also vehemently against social media bans for teens. Yeah, because he likes teens, doesn't he? He was unironically not invited to the island, even though he was begging. He was begging Mr. Epstein to be let onto that island. Fucking hell. What's the DLDR on this response? Also, what's up, Yan? So this is a response to the whole Parlo IA situation. It will take me so long to explain. It's 3 hours long. I don't know if I'm gonna... I think I might skip some parts, dependent on what it is talking about, because some parts I don't even know about, I think. But yeah, the main thing I really want to cover with this was the Himpleton stream. So yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
to Dio and Guamgo for how I conducted myself at the time, I do absolutely apologize. And I want to make it crystal clear as well that mental health is not and should not be an excuse for the way I mistreated friends, nor should my autism be used as a shield to reduce accountability. I absolutely messed up, and I'm not going to deny that. Now, from Wolfgang's initial document, the largest outstanding claim against me was the fact that when me and him met along with other close friends, I paid for his passport and plane ticket that amounted to collectively £1,400, as well as a gaming laptop that was £1,600 after I made my GoFundMe on the 27th of September, with me having purchased an iPhone that was about £800 a few weeks prior on the 13th of September. Now, this was rightfully criticized by people on Twitter, and understandably it seemed as if I had used the funds from the GoFundMe to pay for the ticket and laptop, and appeared as if I maliciously scammed people and misappropriated the money for luxuries rather than necessities. However,
please don't do
The payment
this.
for the phone was on the 13th of September. The payment for the plane ticket transpired on the 7th
Don't,
of October, and the
please.
laptop was purchased on the 13th of October.
Please,
all with my own
Parlo.
money from the GoFundMe. The funds from the GoFundMe were, however, transferred to my account.
I swear he admitted this was a scam at one point. I swear he did that. Because the issue with the GoFundMe money, right, is the fact that you're going ahead and presenting yourself in dire straits where you need to use the money for food, for housing, for stuff like that. Right? And it doesn't matter if he uses the GoFundMe money on that, right? He is still using his funds in which he is in a dire strait on luxuries during the time in which he's apparently facing some issues with that. That was the issue with the GoFundMe. That was the issue with it. The issue was that he's presented himself in a much dire strait than what would actually appear to be. That's the critique with the GoFundMe.
On the 17th of October, after I verified my account on the 14th, meaning that I did not use the money garnered from the GoFundMe on the
I don't
laptop or the
care.
plane ticket. Now, while many people seem to think that I used the money from the fundraiser on the ticket and for this trip, which is
No one
not
cares
true,
on
my actions
that.
were still absolutely worthy of criticism in their own
Okay.
right, so allow me to go over.
Okay.
I asked people willing enough to
Fair
donate to me
enough.
so I could use it for food and amenities such as rent, and also for
Right.
potential other actions if I do decide to take them. When I created this GoFundMe, I did not consider my impulsive and irrational financial choices leading up to it, and despite only ever intending to use the funds generously donated to pay for food, rent, and amenities, it was imperative that I recognized that I needed to better handle my finances more responsibly at the time.
Yes.
I jumped the gun, didn't think before I acted, and regret conducting myself in that way. What I'm showing on screen right now is proof that the money garnered from the GoFundMe was used to pay for not only my university accommodation since I was temporarily homeless, but also food, proving that the money
Expensive R food, bro. Dude, if you're in such... he really needs to learn how to fucking, like, cook. If he's got, like, he's in a dire straits like this. The Nando's call to the uni is not gonna help you get through that situation, mate. Absolutely not.
wasn't
Fucking hell.
misappropriated, and that my intent was never to spend the money on anything other than what I had advertised. What is also being provided right now on screen is proof that since the past month in October compared to now, I've been down over £4,500, further complicated by the fact that I was temporarily homeless due to a serious issue that transpired at my family's household too.
Get a job. Get a fucking job. Get a part-time job if you're doing uni. Get offline. Focus on that. Get a part-time job. I'm begging you.
me. For a period of time, I had to stay at a friend's house for refuge after I ran out, and while I was making a police report about the incident. Now, you can absolutely criticize me for my horrible spending habits, especially for having paid an extensive amount of money on a plane ticket for such an embarrassing situation. I made a
Yes.
massive mistake, and I did genuinely fuck up. I don't want to be excused or defended for it, because I don't think I should be, and you shouldn't waste your time trying to excuse a situation as egregious as this. I
Okay,
was not at all transparent as I
okay.
should have been about my finances, and that is inherently deceptive for me to have done. Despite a platform I have accommodated and a responsibility and influence that also comes with it, I proceed to continue to screw up time and time again on monolithic levels, and that has now caused to family, friends, and to people who've trusted me very much with their money, and have donated to me because they believed I was initially at a worse financial point. And I didn't
Yes.
recognize the damage I had caused until now. I made excuses originally and dodged taking accountability in the original Discord call when I was first confronted. Because I was so naive, I simply couldn't understand what I did was fundamentally wrong. Money is fungible, so even if I didn't use the money on the ticket and laptop, the money I received from the GoFundMe essentially recuperated.
Naive. I don't think it's naivety. Again, it seems to be a case of survivability with Parlo. A lot of the times, he will go ahead and say something really confidently. If he's not pressed on it, he'll just go ahead and keep saying it, right? He will go ahead and become friends with people who have actually fucking wronged him and are despicable people he shouldn't keep around. He will go ahead and forgive those people like a week later, which is insane to me. Like, what are you doing? What are you actually doing? He needs to learn he can cut people off, I swear to God.
And replenish the loss. So that is absolutely worthy of criticism. I take full accountability for the act of scamming, deceiving my fans, and violating their trust in the process. And for that reason, I have taken steps to give
Okay, he admits it's scamming. Thank you. Fuck, I didn't mean to double click.
the money back after I had my dad transfer funds from my accounts, which I'm actively using, to refund everyone who donated to the GoFundMe. And I will ensure to never make a GoFundMe again because I've violated the trust of my audience, and it simply cannot be amended.
Wait, what? What? Oh, right, because he took the money out the GoFundMe.
I'm not in a position where I should ever make a GoFundMe again. It takes a long time for people to regain trust in a situation like this. Right now, moving forward, I would take advice from close friends in private on how to deal with finances. And although the act was not malicious and I did not intend to purposely scam people, nor did I misappropriate the money, that does not at all excuse the situation whatsoever.
Like, it's again, it's a convoluted scam, and it's mostly out of his own f***ing stupidity. I don't think he scammed people maliciously. I think he's just like, I think that Parlo is like a deeply narcissistic individual, so he doesn't really think through.
And this pattern throughout the whole video, I really don't like it. Why are you using other people's opinions of you to validate your own? I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. If there's evidence inside of these things, sure, why are you using the commentary community's opinions of you to validate yours? I don't get it. It's a personal opinion. It is a personal opinion that someone else who has got a platform is expressing that is you're using to validate your own claims. I don't understand the point in that.
His actions or how they might impact other people.
Now, for context on why I bought this plane ticket for Internet Adjacent to meet me and why it was so expensive, it was because I was desperate for social contact because close family were actively threatening me about how I would be in prison and be in prison, along with other horrific things which could potentially happen to me. And due to how stressful the situation was, I wanted to hold on to any sense of normalcy I had by having a social trip with friends and, of course, Internet Adjacent. Internet Adjacent 2 was equally desperate for a relationship and for this meetup. And behind my back, he even brought up the idea of marrying me and eventually adopting children with me, which is completely ludicrous now, hearing this myself, and to which the YouTuber Alex Everett attests to hearing in court.
In voice chat, Wolfgang was like increasingly obsessive to the point where he was talking like in our voice chat he was talking about wanting to get married to Parlo and wanting to adopt kids with him as well. That was something that he would talk about.
There was also partial hesitancy for me to purchase the plane.
I don't think that's really obsessive. I mean, if the guy has feelings for Parlo, I don't really care. Anyway, I'm skipping this.
Plane
Go
ticket
on.
due to its price and me already being in a bad financial position, and the prices just continued to skyrocket as the days progressed, and I felt more and more pushed to get them in the window of opportunity we had available to me, as all parties were extremely busy, and this was basically the only time that we were all free to meet.
It was quite one-sided, at least like in my experience. I mean, it was more and more obsessive over time, like to the point where this trip was meant to be coming up and it literally was just not getting booked, even though the date was like right around the corner. And it came to a point where we were talking about like the airplane ticket prices like being like exponentially increasing, like the way
Right.
we left it. And it got to a point where it didn't seem like the trip was going to go through because the price was just going through the roof and it was like so close and it just seemed like it wasn't going to happen. And as soon as it seemed like it wasn't going to happen, like just instantly, Wolfgang is in everyone's DMs, including mine, like
Random yen moment in Becca's chat. Don't worry, apparently I pop up in this video a few different times.
posting pictures of himself in the hospital, saying he's going to kill himself. It was only after that that it seemed like the trip was back on. So like, honestly, I am inclined to think that Parlo was, I mean, it's still a massively irresponsible use of like donated funds, right? But I do think that Parlo was at least slightly in a way, because it, like, at least in my experience, it seemed almost like Wolfgang's life hinged on whether he was going to be able to come to England or not.
However, the payment on that ticket and passport were ridiculously expensive and ate away at my funds, which were already decreasing, while I had no revenue flow due to my channel having 2 strikes and me being fearful of a third. So most of the videos were privated, and due to this, I was receiving no passive income. Now, you'd be absolutely right in stating how this all perfectly shows how desperate, pathetic, and embarrassingly lonely I was. I do not deny that, and I do not argue with the fact that many people right now may not take me seriously and perceive me in a much different light, and there's nothing much I can do other than embrace the surrealism of the situation I have now put myself in. Now, for context on why I bought the phone and laptop, I wanted new devices for communication. After the police confiscated my old ones back in September after the false police report, the phone was obviously important to take calls with friends and family, and the laptop was vital because I would use it for video creation and editing new videos. This was because
A gaming laptop for video editing. Do you want to guess how much my laptop costs? £300. New. That's how much this one costs. And I can stream, I can video edit on it perfectly fine. And it's just absorbent, what the fuck the word is. An insane amount of cost for that. You just get in contact with friends and family? Just get a temporary phone. Get one on a contract or something. Because... yeah, I've just realised that he has just bought a phone flat out with money, right? Like, he has just, like, bought a phone flat out, not on contract, either. Fucking hell.
I was in a tough financial spot, and I wanted the ability to create more content so I could have a stream of revenue again, hence why I later wanted to create content for Gwamga. However, in regards to all of this, I was extremely negligent and not transparent when it came to purchasing a ticket, phone, and laptop, and I genuinely did not see this as a contention point at the time because I was already in a bad financial situation and was incredibly desperate. It was a severe case of tunnel vision, which I'm incredibly sorry for, and I should be criticized for it. Also, again, I want to make this clear, I never claimed or advertised the fact that I was broke. However, I absolutely understand if people got criticized for it. Also, again, I want to make this clear, I never claimed or advertised.
Hello, my name is Parlo and I operate a YouTube channel calling out bad actors covering extremely important situations in the Roblox community, oftentimes ensuring the platform is a safer place. Recently, I've been a victim of a horrific witch hunt by a number of online individuals attempting to arrest me, defame me, and ruin my life over lies. I have since been diagnosed with severe depression and anxiety and have been prescribed medication. This situation has caused me immense mental distress. I do not ask for anything you do not feel comfortable sending, but if you wish, all I kindly ask is a small donation to help me pay for expenses. Food, rent, and other amenities. As soon as you're asking for help with food and rent, the immediate assumption there is that you are having issues financially. Which was true. Which was very much true. Parlo outside of the GoFundMe would state how awful his home life is with his father, which is awful. Right? So again, what else is meant to be brought up from here? You're clearly having some level of financial situation if you're having to ask for food and rent. 6 is censored? Is it? Where?
The fact that I was broke. However, I absolutely understand if people
Sex, I think, is what that's meant to be. Not 6.
got that impression from the nature of the GoFundMe, and the fault is absolutely on me regardless.
Okay.
Now, I want to use this segment of the video to tackle the numerous lies and half-truths presented in Wolfgang's initial response video, as well as his incredibly dishonest and manipulative behavior, specifically with his interactions with his once close mutual Avalon, as well as his extremely negligent management of his Discord server that you'll come to find out.
I'm my best man. All right.
So,
I
okay, so if you're
genuinely
trying your best and you genuinely cannot help yourself except lie, right? Would you consider that pathological?
yeah.
Yes.
Bro.
Is he blocked the chat? Also, hi Ace.
Okay. Why should anyone trust you on any commentary situation if you're a pathological liar?
That stupid little laugh he does. Fucking hell. Okay.
Can you answer my question?
I mean, they shouldn't.
As you can see in the clip that I've just presented, Wolfgang openly admitted to being a pathological liar when it comes to his recounting of any situation. He will lie into his situations to benefit himself no matter the repercussions, and that is extremely important to highlight moving forward when covering all of these allegations.
The entire claim is just downright false. I have been friends with Avalon for a very long time, and at no point had I ever been sexual or romantic towards him, nor was he that way towards me. We were never like that. It wasn't until after he turned 18 that Avalon started coming to me and offering the idea of a three between me, him, and Parlo.
Now, in Wolfgang's
Did he censor coming on?
response video, he highlights that he was never explicitly sexual around Avalon until he was 18 years of age, and that Avalon came to him in regards to this entire topic of a planned way. This is categorically untrue and a complete lie. Avalon
Wait, a plan what way?
Avalon came onto him in regards to this entire topic of a planned way. This
4-way. Four-way? Am I going insane?
Explicitly around Avalon until he was 18 years of age, and Avalon came on to him in regards to this entire topic of a planned four-way. This
Who's the fourth person? Sam was a potential victim yet again. More credence to the Sam as a would have been a potential victim to Cinderella. More credence to it, I think.
is categorically untrue and a complete lie. Avalon turned 18 on September 30th, and Wolfgang is seen acknowledging his birthday in a Discord group chat. Wolfgang himself was 21 years of age, being born on the 31st of March 2004, with there being a 3.5-year
He censored freeway, I know, but it sounded like he said four-way. My answer is funnier.
age gap between them. And even according to Wolfgang himself, he knew Avalon since he was 16. Here's a clip.
How old was Avalon when you first met him?
I think he was around 16.
Okay.
So you became friends with him when he was 16?
Yeah.
Now, in DMs provided by Avalon to me on the 25th of November, it comprehensively proves that Wolfgang was openly pushing the idea of a free privately to him while he was still 17 years of age. On the 22nd of September, while Avalon was still 17, he was seen messaging his friend Crypt. In these DMs, he posted a screenshot of Wolfgang having forwarded a message of me and him discussing a hypothetical free. This message sent by Wolfgang to Avalon was at 10:01 p.m. GMT, and as you can clearly see, Avalon posted the screenshot to his friend Crypt at the exact same time, with a reaction gif clearly showing that he was uninterested in Wolfgang's very obvious answers towards him. What's even more important to highlight is that Wolfgang actively removed this screenshot from his DMs with Avalon at an undisclosed time. He most likely did this because it completely shatters his argument in his response video, where he openly lied about not sexually engaging with Avalon until he was 18.
And at no point had I ever been sexual or romantic towards him, nor was he that way towards me. We were never like that. It wasn't until after he turned 18 that Avalon started to me.
And if you match the time that this screenshot was sent, you can clearly see that Wolfgang attempted to call Avalon to get his attention a few minutes beforehand, but the screenshot he sent after about the free was conveniently expunged with only DMs the following day being present.
Wait, what? Hold on, let me go back.
That Avalon started to me.
And if you match the time that this screenshot was sent, you can clearly see that Wolfgang attempted to call Avalon to get his attention a few minutes beforehand.
But if this is in reference to them being 17, why are you saying sure? But yeah, hypothetically, would you ever want to be in a freeway? Okay, I guess that's not specifically referring to Avalon here. Okay.
But the screenshot he sent after about the free
Okay.
was conveniently expunged with only DMs the following day being present. In his interview with Himpleton 2, Wolfgang directly concedes that he was being sexual with Avalon while he was underage. This same admission transpired on other commentary streams where he was confronted about this exact same situation as well.
Can we both acknowledge that it's your responsibility as the adult in the situation to know stuff, to be responsible enough to, like, not...
Yeah.
And, like, regardless of that fact, it is still true that you were bringing up situations with Avalon before he turned 18, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You lied to Malcolm because you said that you'd never had any conversations with Avalon before he turned 18.
We discussed, the thing, but that was about the extent of it. I never directed it towards him. I just talked about the prospect that me and Parlo would do that.
Further screenshots provided by Avalon on
Okay.
20th September when he was still 17 showed him relaying directly what Wolfgang had said to him in calls. In his DMs with Crypt, Avalon phrases what Wolfgang told him in terms of our positions for a potential free. To which Avalon is seen posting a gif expressing how uncomfortable he was with this conversation, and to which Crypt expresses how this would even work. Keep in mind, while Wolfgang was actively pushing for Avalon to engage in this dynamic when he was 17, I was not aware of this at the time, and I will highlight more about this later. These messages also prove that Avalon was not willing to engage in a free, and that Wolfgang openly lied when he claimed that Avalon came to him first, hence why in his response video, he provides no evidence to back up his claims whatsoever. Furthermore, Avalon has even attested publicly that this is completely untrue. It is abundantly clear that
Wait, what?
provides no evidence to back up his claims whatsoever. Furthermore, Avalon
Excuse me, what the actual fuck was internet response video? I don't know if this is because I was there and I've witnessed practically all of it, but that video is the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever seen it. Through all of this, there are lies every 3 minutes. He publicly twists and redacts information, and arguably worse of all, he constantly insults and demeans Parlo, who is very historically suicidal and is dealing with a bigger... Okay, whatever. Blaming him for all of this is acting like he himself wasn't the guy that pushed for this to go public and leveraged Parlo's reactivity and sensitivity to these sort of things, and especially a sexual assault case. I don't care if there's no evidence present, how it's twisted by him, whatever. I was there, I saw how things unravel. That guy did that shit. He literally pulled a Freudian slip halfway in and admits it. The only reason he's able to play this game is because I refuse to go public. But genuinely, after watching that, I'm fucking shocked. What if you think he's lying? Say it publicly! Even then, to be fair, right, I can't take a word that Avalon says seriously without evidence behind it. Because this guy, if you guys didn't remember, was fucking Parlo in the Airbnb before IA showed up. And that was kept under wraps. In all a massive gay op to cuck IA.
has even attested publicly that this is completely untrue. It is abundantly clear that Wolfgang deliberately misinterpreted Avalon allegedly asking for more clarification about the situation and twisted it to be him fully willing to engage. He threw his close friend he knew for years under the
Fucking
bus
hell.
and blamed him for engaging first to create a cover for his own actions. It is also vital to bring up how Wolfgang has recently admitted on stream that he was discussing Avalon's relationship dynamic with his boyfriend Spa and the topics to do with sex while he was still 17, to which he admits is both irresponsible and he has no excuse for.
Why are you having conversations about sex and relationships? And I'm not doing the age gap thing, but like, it's a 17-year-old. This is your channel manager. This is someone that you've known since they were 16, and you're claiming that you're like, oh, you shouldn't post these femboy photos, but then you're talking about them about their relationships and sex. Why are you doing that?
I don't really have a good explanation. It's very irresponsible of me, and
Well, you could try.
I should not have done that.
Like, you told me that, like, you never discussed anything, like, sexual, and the only thing that you did was, like, send the 3 message, and, like, if you're discussing relationship dynamics and, like, talking about when he's still a 17-year-old, that's explicitly, like, talking about sexual topics, right?
Yeah. I mean, we just talked about, like, what is okay in regards to that, I guess.
In regards to sex.
Like, yeah.
Wolfgang is fully aware at the back of his mind that he instigated this topic first, and no matter how many times he tries to reframe the narrative, as you'll see, he exhibits the pattern of a habitual liar, who will consistently deceive until he is proven wrong with undeniable evidence, to which when he's confronted on, he'll slowly concede.
He will fight tooth and nail when something is unproven, but then as soon as you show him the proof, he'll immediately capitulate and then just, like, concede, right?
This is something that his very close friend Jerry even attested to on stream.
Wolf is very bad at representing himself, to the point where, like you mentioned, he'll lie about stuff that he doesn't even need to lie about. And I don't understand
I mean,
why.
so you accept the fact that Wolfgang had lied about stuff involving this story, like, okay.
It's been proven. I mean, like, he'll say one thing, right? And this is something that Himpleton brought up. He'll say one thing, and then there'll be evidence that counters what he says, and he'll walk back his statement. He'll flat deny, right?
Furthermore, screenshots between both Avalon and Crypt on the 25th of September show Avalon relaying what Wolfgang had asked him, being that he requested permission to use art Avalon made of me to use it for furry porn commissions. Keep in mind at this time, Avalon was still 17, and this art was later created and posted directly to me, adding veracity to the fact that Wolfgang most likely asked for this.
Wait, what? Sorry, what?
He'll flat deny, right?
Furthermore, screenshots between both Avalon and Crypt on the 25th of September show Avalon relaying what
You also asked me if you could use the Parlo persona I made to commission furry porn.
Wolfgang had asked him, being that he requested permission to use art Avalon made of me to use it for furry porn commissions. Keep in mind at this time, Avalon was still 17, and this art was later created and posted directly to me, adding veracity to the fact that Wolfgang most likely asked for this.
It wasn't until after he turned 18 that Avalon started coming on to me and offering the idea of a between me, him, and Parlo. This is proven in the DMs from before the situation even happened.
Now, Wolfgang deliberately reframes the situation in his video and spins it as if discussions of the with Avalon only started to take place after he turned 18 on October the 7th, 2025. This is a complete lie. Wolfgang brought up the topic of a hypothetical with me in DMs on the 21st of September.
Okay.
He wants someone who isn't a random and from the UK, stating that he doesn't have too many friends in the UK anyway. And looking back at these messages, it's abundantly clear who he was subtly alluding to. It certainly wasn't Spa, nor was it Crypt.
You were asking Avalon, weren't you?
No, I was not aiming that at Avalon.
I mean, how would Parlo not know? I'm sorry, but, like, in terms of people, like, it could have been in the UK that they both know, who else could it have been? Genuinely. Who else could it have been? And from my understanding, I'm pretty sure there were plans for a meetup anyway. For a while. Also, hi, J7.
I mean, Avalon tried going, like, you said someone you trust, and it's like, that could be literally anyone. That just means not a complete stranger.
You're going to...
Hi, Astro John.
You're going to somebody that you know is gay to engage in a three between you and Parlo. Who else do you know and trust in the UK? Just FYI.
It could be literally... It just means not a stranger. I don't know what other...
No, but I'm asking who... I'm asking who...
Yo, Himpleton, thanks for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We're covering Parlo. Yeah, because I've been missing a few topics. I thought I would get this out of the way, okay? Because I want to get a few streams in before I go away for a little bit, because I've got to do a big move. So yeah, welcome in raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're new to the channel, make sure to like and subscribe, okay? Leave a donation if you want to. You can get memberships, you know? We have nice little emotes you get. But yeah. I don't know how much we're going to end up covering of this. I mainly want to look at the debate. So yeah, we'll see how far we get. Let's keep it going.
Could be. How many gay people who are single or in relationships? That's not people that you trust. That's people that Parlo trusts.
Yeah, but
why are you saying this about
collaborative?
Also, Himpy, keep drinking water, okay? You need it.
Oh, that you're going to come and meet him in the UK. It's obviously because you're asking him. I don't know why. You don't realize how bad you look right now. Obviously lying. I don't know who you think this is working on. I promise you it's absolutely nobody. I don't know why you don't just admit it. You asked Avalon.
And as we have proven as well, Wolfgang was directly pushing Avalon to the notion of engaging in a freeway without my knowledge at the time, and in actuality had only come to me on the 7th of October over a week later, claiming that Avalon was fully willing to engage. This, however, also would turn out to be a complete lie. To make this clear, under no circumstances did I engage in any conversation to do with Avalon being in a freeway while he was still 17. I never discussed this in private with Avalon at the time, and he can attest this. Wolfgang, on his own volition, instigated this topic of conversation to me on the 7th of October. Now, in response to Wolfgang bringing this up, I was partially skeptical and stated that I would only be comfortable doing anything.
Wait, hold on.
In private with Avalon at the
Sorry,
time,
I entirely
is that I engaged
blanked.
in any conversation to do with Avalon being in a.
Can you confirm I never shared any NSFW content to you or was sexual around you when you were 17? Yep, that never happened. You were fucking him! You were giving him back shots. What are you on about? He's not a trustworthy source. Notice how throughout all of this, and I highly doubt that he will, he's not bringing up the fact that he was giving sloppy toppy to Avalon throughout this entire thing. Absolutely refusing to mention that fact. I don't understand why. He's showing the stuff with that Alex person, right? But not showing the part where he goes ahead and leaks the fact that Parlo was giving sloppy toppy to Avalon. He's entirely untrustworthy in this because of that fact. You can't just say, could you confirm or deny this? Show the screenshots. Get someone else impartial to look through it. I don't believe you. You could have deleted or wiped your DMs at this point. Genuinely.
While he was still 17. I never discussed this in private with Avalon at the time, and he can attest this. Wolfgang, on his own volition, instigated this topic of conversation to me on the 7th.
Okay. It's about the freeway we talked about before. Yes. Do you want to call about it? Zello said he wanted to do the freeway, like before he got all sleepy. Like in general with you, and someone else who is a third, like anyone who could be a third.
Of October. Now, in response to Wolfgang bringing this up, I was partially skeptical and stated that I would only be comfortable doing anything if Avalon expressly wanted me involved and was okay with me. Wolfgang is seen being adamant and claiming, well, yeah, he is. Wolfgang was then seen confirming that he did talk with Avalon about the freeway a bit ago, which corroborates the aforementioned screenshots and testimony from Avalon himself in late September that this was being told to him whilst he was still 17. While I asked for clarification or any proof that Avalon wanted to engage with us, and more specifically, me, Wolfgang offers no screenshots, but instead states, yeah, I mentioned the situation to him at some point, but that we would only do it with people that we were cool with, which once again matches the screenshots presented where he was forwarding the private conversations me and him were having about having a theoretical free directly to Avalon behind the scenes on the 22nd, as Wolfgang was seen stating he mentioned it at some point in the past. As clearly discerned from these messages, I believe what Wolfgang was saying, that Avalon was fully willing to engage and that there would be no problems. I did not know at the time that Wolfgang was privately messaging Avalon about this days before while he was still 17, and I did not know that Avalon was extremely disgusted from his idea of engaging with Wolfgang the entire time. Also, keep in mind, according to Avalon himself, he told his partner Spa on his own behalf to shut down the idea of anything sexual happening in his message directly to Wolfgang. Now, for more transparency and clarification on my side, following Wolfgang messaging me about Avalon's potential inclusion, which he was lying about, I joined call the same day to ask Avalon myself if he really wanted this, since I wanted confirmation directly. However, Avalon at this time was too tired and did not provide a clear answer. A potential factor for this could have been the fact that Wolfgang was also present in call, so it was extremely awkward. The following day, on the 8th of October, Avalon messages me privately sharing that his boyfriend would not feel comfortable with the situation, with specifically Wolfgang engaging, to which I clarify how confusing it was to understand their dynamic, with me even stating I don't even know what dynamic I had with Wolfgang at the time. After further clarification and understanding how Avalon's relationship dynamic
You don't know what kind of dynamic you have? You wanted to fuck him.
worked, I stated that I would only do anything if I got express consent, and that I was a little dissuaded from the idea of a freeway to begin with. I stated that I viewed both of them as close friends, and that I couldn't date Wolfgang until December or January, as I was extremely dissuaded from fast-paced, long-distance relationships, due to, of course, my past history with them. I did mention to Avalon that I would have been down to do anything, but was too anxious to communicate to him about this on call.
Do you, what the fuck? Yeah, I get that. It's a little bit confusing to get my head around that. Oh, haha. I'm kind of new to this all. Like, in regards to me and Wolf, it's like super close friends right now on the same level that I trust you. But with Wolf, I couldn't date on the same level. Okay, but I couldn't date until we got everything sorted, which would be December, January time regarding how we would deal with a long distance or anything on those lines, since dating does scare me after my long history of being with them. Also, I don't mean to make you feel obligated to have included me in a freeway, but just because I was there, you didn't want to leave me out, haha. Personally, I do find you and Wolf super hot. And I would have been down to do anything, especially with you two, like very much. Oh, we know that's true. But I didn't know how to communicate it, and I was super anxious to say anything. Around these lines, in case I say something, say the wrong thing, or I seem weird or stupid, since I'm always self-conscious and I'm terrible when it comes to understanding dynamics sometimes. Like whether I'd annoy Spar by saying this, or Wolf or anything like that. It's just kind of complicated, you know. Interesting.
call, to which he replied that Spa had no problem with it being between us. Now, this is in reference to what we then did in the Airbnb before Wolfgang arrived on the 11th. For clarification, Avalon was 18, I was 20, and I did not know anything about Avalon's actual opinions of Wolfgang until I confided with him about what happened to me on the 13th of October after the incidents transpired. DMs prove that I held no malicious opinion of Wolfgang at this time before that. Now, in regards to the leaked calls of Avalon and Alex Everett, I did not know anything about this call or what was said until Himpleton's tweet was made public.
Whoa, hold on.
Leaked calls of Avalon and Alex Everett, I did not know anything about this call or what was said until Himpleton's tweet was made public.
So he does bring this up. I didn't know that. Does anyone understands when I say everyone in this drama sucks, I mean everyone hears Avalon admitting they were planning to cuck and humiliate IA on the trip.
Public. This situation was not a systemic attempt of me attempting to undermine or get back at Wolfgang. I mean, the DMs at this time proved I have absolutely no malicious intentions at all. And as made clear as well, Avalon's ulterior motives don't fundamentally change the severity of the situation at all. Now that
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. He has a heavy bias now. That entirely changes whether or not his word can be taken literally. It changes that.
Wolfgang has practically admitted to engaging with me without my clear consent.
Well, because this is an interesting thing. I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't feel like even Parlo knew about this. Because
I mean, personally, I think that so much of the story, because I spoke about this with Hamilton earlier, I think so much of the story doesn't actually hinge on what Avalon has said anymore, that it kind of doesn't change my kind of thought process. What Avalon has been saying since day one, Wolfgang has admitted to a lot of that stuff, and just straight up admitted to lying, right? So he's painted the picture that Avalon was painting from the start. So I don't think that Avalon is colluding to be able to lie about the situation with Parlo. That's something I thought on like day zero, before this kind of went public. I kind of couldn't find anything to prove it then.
Yeah, I don't care if they're colluding. I don't really care. That's not what I'm saying with this. My point with this is, right, is that you can't trust what he's saying because he's got a clear bias now because he had his dick inside him. That's what I'm saying.
I still can't find anything to prove it. This just seems like a plan that Avalon had to fight over Wolfgang, but it doesn't play into any of the other aspects of the story for me. It doesn't make me doubt any of the claims about Wolfgang. Maybe it questions Avalon's kind of motivation in giving advice on the response video. I could get that.
It changes the validity of how much we can believe what Avalon is saying. That's what it changes.
But I guess this information is interesting, but for me, it doesn't change the way I think about the story at all. It still all lines up the timeline perfectly. All the facts kind of like fit into each other. In my head, it still makes sense, and this is like a side tangent. It's like an offshoot of the drama that doesn't affect anything else.
Now, back to Wolfgang, Internet Adjacent has shown absolutely no evidence that Avalon ever came to him first. He's provided no screenshots or receipts, and instead he deleted evidence that he was privately bringing up topics to Avalon when he was still 17. However, forgot to remove his messages with me, which proves that he was doing this beforehand, very clearly in his own words. If he is completely innocent, why was he removing messages?
And while I was hesitant at first due to the nature of our friendship, I also thought it was just very morally ambiguous. I didn't know if this was like okay or not. Avalon said he didn't see a problem with it multiple times, so I eventually figured there was nothing wrong with it.
Again, Wolfgang openly lies about his actual intentions publicly in his response video. He attempts to claim he was hesitant, while in private it presents a totally different picture. He was openly suggesting to Avalon the idea of a sexual encounter while he was still 17. And then when Avalon turned 18, Wolfgang lied to me claiming that he was willing to engage with us. Wolfgang was attempting to privately push for this situation to transpire, and the fact that he removed messages to cover for himself speaks volumes. He knows it completely discredits his entire narrative that he crafted. And keep in mind too, he continues to show absolutely no evidence at the time whatsoever that Avalon was open to this idea. Privately at this time, it clearly shows that Avalon was grossed out and uncomfortable with Wolfgang's answers.
This is not it is so far away from that. The most you can say is it's weird and reckless of me. That is literally like the deepest this can go. I find it hilarious how Parlo was saying I Avalon though, when he was ecstatic to have it with the two of us.
Now, Wolfgang attempts to create a strawman fallacy argument in an attempt to discredit any actual claims against him. Not once was he accused of in my document. That is very clearly an example of him overemphasizing the situation to make himself appear innocent. And two, he attempts to deflect the situation by bringing up screenshots of mine where I was happy and open to the idea of a free on October the 7th. This was, of course, while I was under the notion that Avalon himself was fully comfortable and willing to engage.
You know, for someone who's saying I grew this guy and I'm like a file or something, you're certainly very eager to join in when you liked me. If I thought someone was a groomer, I wouldn't be trying to have with them, Parlo.
Wolfgang levies this claim to water down his own actions by stating that since I was open to the idea while Avalon was 18, this now unilaterally alleviates his own situation, and I'm going to cover why that doesn't work whatsoever. We have discussed that Wolfgang engaged in conversations with Avalon while he was still 18, and that he deleted evidence to cover his tracks. We also clarified that Wolfgang came to me directly lying on the behalf of Avalon while he was already 18. I did not know the extent of the situation between both Avalon and Wolfgang until the 13th of October after the Airbnb incident, and I was only given proof in late November of Avalon's chat messages to Crypt, which proved the entire situation. For clarification as well, as of December the 1st, when I started making this script, I have found yet more evidence to prove that Wolfgang was extremely inappropriate in spaces around Avalon while he was still unengaged, and even other matters which he allowed in his Discord server, which will be covered extensively later. And keep in mind too, for extra transparency, I was not aware of the exact age gap between both Avalon and Wolfgang until the document's creation as well. I'd also like to make it clear that I made no—
Okay. And hold on, let me go back. Sorry. I entirely was distracted.
And I was only given proof in late November of Avalon's chat messages decrypt, which proved the entire situation. For clarification as well, as of December the 1st, when I started making this script, I have found yet more evidence to prove that Wolfgang was extremely inappropriate in spaces around Avalon while he was still unengaged, and even other matters which he allowed in his Discord server, which will be covered extensively later. And keep in mind too, for extra transparency, I was not aware of the exact age gap between both Avalon and Wolfgang until the document's creation as well. I'd also like to make it clear that I made no secret that I was fine with engaging with Avalon while he was 18. I never withheld that information and actually showed numerous screenshots of me being
Okay.
with this idea in my document. Furthermore, my main point, which was written in the document at the time, which I've changed my opinions on as of recently, was that Wolfgang, from what I was told by Avalon at the time, was conditioning him to the idea of a freeway while he was still 17, and then escalated his sexual-based discussions as soon as he turned 18. At the time
Which you've changed your opinion on now. Why did you not ask for the evidence? How did you come to that opinion without the evidence?
of making that document, however, I did not have the evidence. It was only until the 25th where I received...
You didn't have the evidence, nice. So you made a loaded claim without the evidence to begin with. Brava. Brava. What are you doing?
Proof of the sexual messages when he was 17. Keep in mind as well, I had no idea to the extent of Wolfgang's behavior around Avalon after he turned 18 until Avalon...
What the fuck is this? Hold on. What is this, Fembro? Hold on. A year ago? Dude. What the fuck?
I'm feeling fizzy, man, I might need a shower. She be hopping up and down on my ivory tower. My big white cock make her rest in power. And this big
oh my god.
Willie is white like a blank web page. And it's so big, got a damn rib cage. Blow off her face like I am Nick Cage. Busting off like a 22 gauge. It's the other kind of white meat. Wow. Look at the girth, and I hope you know that it's gonna hurt when I spurt.
It's gonna hurt? It's gonna hurt when I spurt? This was posted by Turkey Tom, right? A year ago. What did he know?
Alert. I got a BWC and I'll pull it out now. Do you like what you see? It's a bird, it's a plane, it's my big white penis. Mid-custis, you are gonna wanna see this. Head game fire, she a goddamn genius. Big white balls and they're bigger than Venus.
Wait, Tom's ex made this? Do we have proof for that? Hold on. This song hits even harder now. What the fuck?
Everybody sing along with me. Doesn't matter how many SBCC. That's the mystical, massive, great white D. Put your hands up in the air for BWC. Everybody sing along with me. Doesn't matter how many SBCC. That's the mystical, massive, great white D. Put your hands up in the air for BWC. Ice spice on my big white spike. Yo, never been the type to kiss a bitch night night. No, bitch, I'm Tom Dart, but my dick is quite light. And this girl,
That was a joke. I'm stupid.
She is not quite white. She's black. You can twist it up and play with it. Whoa. Make a motherfucking movie, Michael Bay with it. Whoa. Gonna promise you not dealing with a baby dick. No. There's a big white cop in your radius. Oh. B is for big. You can see it from afar. W for bigger, cause that's what we are. C is for cramming it in when it's hard. Ew. So damn huge, you can see it from the stars. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's my big white cock, and it makes all the bird brain bimbos fly. Got him climbing.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to this. Fucking hell. What did he know? What did he know that we didn't know? Fucking hell. What a banger. Tom Dark? Yeah, that's Turkey Tom's other account. Oh my god. He's telling half-truths here.
Provided me private Discord messages between them himself after the Airbnb incident on the 13th of October.
W is for what? I can't say that.
Now, in reference to the Oktoberfest group chat where Wolfgang sent unsolicited notes directly to Avalon, as well as very only a couple days after he turned 18, I'd like to make it distinctly clear that I was barely active in the group chat, other than one Discord call which I remember we all had, which will be highlighted later. And in a bid to quickly hide evidence, Wolfgang actually removed both me and Avalon from the group chat, meaning that he only has access to the logs now, to which he displayed in his video. It is very confusing why he would do this as well, other than the fact that yet again, he is attempting to hide and obfuscate evidence that he knows would make him look bad and would directly hurt his credibility. It was only during the creation of my document where I became aware to the full extent of Wolfgang's degenerate actions towards Avalon, after I consulted him directly and started looking through old messages and screenshotting images from the Oktoberfest group chat, to which metadata proves I collected the evidence after the incident which transpired on the 13th, not before. If Wolfgang only engaged after Avalon turned 18, that would be one thing, but the fact that he engaged beforehand and then removed evidence because he knew what he did was inappropriate is extremely telling of his intentions and his character. The main point I'd like to make clear in this video for why I'm covering this specific situation for the record is to focus on how Wolfgang actively lied about the situation and reframe the timeline of events to manipulate the narrative. Now, another extremely large point to cover was Wolfgang's absolutely repulsive behavior when it came to managing his own...
Okay. Again, like, what is your point here, right? Because it's literally a 10-day difference of when they turned 18 from when you decided to become sexual with Avalon as well. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think the point of the Discord server is more of a pattern with IA having an extremely awful like record with managing his Discord server, which is entirely criticizable within its own right when you have minors in the Discord server. But to pinpoint and that as an active attempt with Avalon, I'm not too sure on.
Discord server. This point proves how negligent Wolfgang acted around numerous minors, especially in environments where Avalon was present in. And
Yes,
keep in mind, I found this evidence when looking at a video recently uploaded by a smaller commentary YouTuber. I was not aware to the extent of how bad this situation was beforehand. Wolfgang found himself in an isolated incident to do with him being openly degenerate in his Discord server with his calendar, which he was criticized on, but I had no idea his negligence was this problematic, and I did not know the rabbit hole went this deep. Essentially, Wolfgang was seen openly discussing sexual-based topics in his server's general chat, regardless of if
Yeah.
were there to see this and be exposed to the degenerate nature of these conversations. He was seen openly bragging about his life, posting excerpts of a sexual song he was making focusing on canine genitalia, and was even seen posting numerous instances of pornography in open text-based channels that required no age verification whatsoever, and that anyone of any age could access. Keep in mind, Avalon, who was at this time a minor in 2024, being 16 at this time, was ranked admin in this server, and
Yes.
could openly access any channel containing this problematic content. There were no guardrails put in motion for the numerous months that Avalon was present in this server, and Wolfgang simply did not care about the ramifications of his actions at this time. Wolfgang was seen mentioning topics to do with him engaging in OnlyFans content in the general chat, openly in front of a
Yeah.
16-year-old who was present in the server in 2023. And if you want more proof of Wolfgang's flagrant negligence, he casually flip-flopped between making his server 18+, ensuring that no minors accessed the server in 2023. However, he allowed people 16 years of age or above in the server, kind of defeating the whole purpose of it being no minors allowed. And then he openly started allowing minors back into his server in the following years, completely backtracking in 2025. So I have no idea what on earth he was trying to do here. He was extremely inconsistent with his server moderation, leading to confusion from his own members, and despite claiming in the rules to be against disseminating porn, he was seen going against this on numerous occasions. Wolfgang was seen continuing to post suggestive images of commissions that he had on publicly accessible channels in March of 2024. Just before he turned 20, I mean, there's no excuse for this behavior at all. With all of this collectively considered, I find it extremely laughable that Wolfgang attempts to claim that he was never openly around Avalon when he was under the age of 18, despite his server having open channels with graphic content inside of it, to which Wolfgang's past mutuals, both Crypt and Avalon, had unfiltered access to when they joined his server. Avalon can also attest that Wolfgang would make sexual-based jokes around him while he was still underage as well. Now, upon knowing how problematic this behavior all was, Wolfgang was seen purging some chats in his Discord server, hiding evidence as of July of 2025, blaming Kiwi Thumbs for this, not taking any responsibility for his own actions. Now, recently when this situation was brought up again on Beckett's stream, Wolfgang had actually given moderation access and permissions to a mutual of theirs, to which this person then subsequently banned numerous commentary YouTubers as well as Crypt and Avalon.
Hi, there's me. Yan? Yes, that's me. What's up? He's doing it again? What do you want about? Huh? What? Huh? But also there's me. Haha.
From the server, obviously to try and sweep this all under the rug.
Just as soon as people start looking into that, as soon as I start getting sent that, suddenly I also get sent this. So many people got banned in the last, 10 minutes, that most people think that the server has got nuked right now. The server's not deleted. FYI, the server has not been deleted. Internet Jason has not deleted the server. However,
Yen was cringe? What did I do? What did I do?
I can see Yen was banned. It was banned. The world was banned. Clover Cutie was banned.
Oh, it's what the message said. Sorry.
Avalon was banned. Wait, so first of all, you were told to do it.
Yeah,
And now
they
somebody
were
else
like,
done it on
they
your
were
behalf.
like, you should probably get rid of all the commentary people from your server. And I was like, all right, and I just gave him mod.
Who did that? Sorry.
Oh, it was you. 'Cause he was like, that's probably the smartest thing. I was like, okay, I guess.
Now, when Wolfgang was confronted by Himbleton about his conduct in his Discord server on December the 4th, at the start, Wolfgang concedes that he did post furry porn in his Discord server.
By the way, we censored that image. So that was like an uncensored, like furry, essentially, right? In our 16+ server.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
As well as admitting that if Himbleton were to look deeper, they would probably find more instances of him doing this. Keep in mind, for over a year, Avalon, who was underage at the time, was a high role in this server, meaning that he could have been exposed to all of this disgusting content.
Let's say hypothetically.
Nothing remembered you from the the K-Hut KP doc reading. Oh, hi. Fuck, and I clicked the button.
We had 2 different archives of your server. Are we going to find anything in there?
What do you mean?
Are we going to find more stuff like that?
Probably.
I mean, Ace, you missed this part, but he did. I did say that we have 2 archives of his server and asked him if we would find more stuff like that, and he did confirm that we would.
There's probably a distinct possibility. I don't think it's unreasonable to say I've been pretty irresponsible with my server.
Furthermore, on stream while being pushed once more, Wolfgang is seen attempting to now excuse the situation by claiming that he posted the porn content for drama reasons, which is a complete lie as he is seen discussing extremely inappropriate content in the server that had no relation to drama-based topics. Then he also posted furry commissions of his character. Not sure how that has...
Sorry I'm not saying much with this, but like we've already covered a lot of this already on the channel. It's like, yes, I get it. Avalon, no, Parlo, no. Wrong character, I'll get there. Yes, IA sucks. He had fucking degenerate shit in his Discord server that had minors in it. Yeah.
Any relation to Drama Buddy?
Yeah, so I guess like about your server, I know that you during this drama it was said that you made it 18 plus, but you had two 16-year-olds at least in there. One of the ones was actually the one that you ended up fighting, if I remember correctly, in real life. And the other one
God,
was
he did
Avalon.
do that.
Was there any reason why you had these 16-year-olds in a space?
Why is he wearing the Christian drip?
The server.
Well, yeah,
Why is he wearing the Christian drip? Yeah, it's got drip.
Very clear. There was furry posted in there.
It was like for drama and shit, but I understand your point.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get the
Fucking
intention
hell.
was for drama, but like I've seen some of the images. There's literally just like furry art in there.
Yeah, it's not great.
Wolfgang then further conceded that he attempted to excuse this kind of content being posted in his server at the time that contained minors by arguing about the technicalities, and that thinking about this now, Wolfgang admits it does not give him a good look whatsoever.
And I think a defense that you made, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is well, it should not like if it was porn, it would be an issue, but since it's just FW, it's not that big of an issue.
Yeah.
There was like a screenshot of like you justifying FW being in the server with 16-year-olds.
It's not great.
Yeah, I can agree on that.
Yeah.
Bro.
Now, back to Wolfgang's T response video, he attempts to warp the situation back onto me and claims that if what he did was then that would also make me a and even a
And I
What is this clip? Crow, what is this clip? This live event is no longer available. Yikes, okay.
ironically, this claim is f***ing Parlo over because if this is f***ing, then Parlo would also be guilty of that. Parlo doesn't realize that if he keeps pushing this allegation, then he's a pedophile.
Now, he refuses to elaborate whatsoever on how either of these heavily charged claims would definitively fit my situation, especially when taking into account that I never sexually engaged with Avalon while he was 17, only when he was 18, and that there was a 2-year age gap between us. Again, this is a pathetic attempt at straw grasping and, of course, deflection.
Which, listen, man, the police are already investigating you. You don't need to give them more ammunition.
And then, if Wolfgang couldn't be more bad faith than he was, in the video, as well as his Discord server, he is seen directly inferring that I'm a predator due to an outstanding situation I have with the police regarding the Dupe situation. This is extremely ironic when
Okay.
considering Wolfgang actively defended me on this entire ordeal and knows that Dupe lied about his age numerous times.
Another thing Parlo points out is that before in his original video, Dupe flat out apologized to him for lying about his age and telling others that Parlo had zero information of his true age. So, once again, why the hell is this a situation
By the way, I've updated the Discord link. It should work now, by the way.
people bring up and dunk on Parlo?
I didn't go into this whole thing, but I hope Parlo like actually went through the Arctica stuff. That was the craziest heel turn of any drama in recent memory. What was the Arctica stuff? It was to do with like Arctica making like a sex toy company with Avalon, right? Or is there more stuff with that?
Of course, though, it serves in Wolfgang's best interest to be as disingenuous as possible because he's backed up against the wall.
And while a lot of people told me I should just talk to lawyers instead, I didn't think the situation was that serious, and I still don't think the situation is serious enough to involve lawyers.
Now, I find it painfully ironic that Wolfgang attempts to state that he would not be seeking legal action in regards to this situation, but only a few days later after the publishing of this video on the 27th, Wolfgang's at the time manager, who was extremely close with
Oh, what the fuck? Also, I'm letting you know some information that I was told to keep secret from you. He's planning to sue you, and he's already got a lawyer. He also has a video of you supposedly saying that you were not groomed. I don't see anything in it. But I will screen share it to you in VC. Can't send it because of Nitro. Already know what he's referring to. I didn't say I wasn't groomed. I disavowed calling it grooming, but never anything about denying what happened. The guy asked for my perspective, and I was transparent. Obviously, being the malignant, what the fuck, narcissist he is, thinks it's grounds for suing me. Don't know what planet he's living on.
Avalon, was seen forwarding information to Avalon that Wolfgang
What's this? Article was the grown-ass man who was wanting to make a sex toy company with Avalon and pitched it to him when he was 16. Yeah.
was secretly planning to sue him behind the scenes because Avalon was
Fucking
coming out about
hell.
what happened to him while he was underage. Wolfgang, in another instance, was seen stating that he was losing his mind over this, to which in response, Wolfgang's manager announces that their contract between them would then be terminated and officially notifies him ahead of time that they would quit their position on December the 26th. Wolfgang's manager also highlights how disgusting he was for threatening legal action to silence his once close friend and attempting to keep this all a secret behind their back in the first place. Now, after Avalon caught wind of this situation, Wolfgang decided to blacken out his profile picture and, of course, start sympathy baiting.
And on top of that, he was also telling Avalon to make more sexual content as a minor as well. Artica was his channel manager. Ooh, fucking hell.
He
Okay.
backtracked after realizing how terrible this would make him look optically, and he acknowledged that he screwed up completely, and then states he just wants to be left alone, which is extremely ironic when considering three things. The fact that 1, he instigated the entire situation to begin with, 2, complicated matters even further with his response video that was completely embroidered with lies, and then 3, attempted to sue the person he behaved inappropriately with when they were a minor. As your once close associate said, Wolfgang, you are not the victim. You never were, and this was all the product of your own actions. You have no one else to blame other than yourself in this entire situation.
Why were you threatening to
Well-
sue Avalon if you've got no clue what I'm talking about?
No, I that's not a lie. Why do you think I've been offline for a bit? That's
No,
that's
you
not a
know
lie.
what I'm talking
still
about.
going forward with that.
You're still going forward
so
with
you
the
are
lawsuit.
suing Avalon.
I'm consulting people right now. I'm looking at my options.
A few days later, of course, Wolfgang goes back onto livestream on this time Cope and Sieve ran by Beckett and actually admits that he's re-instigating the entire situation and that he's currently looking into legal options to deal with Avalon once again, showing that not only was he extremely erratic and inconsistent, but that he openly lied once again when he said that he knew what he did was screwed up and just wants to be left alone. His statement seeming to take accountability to Avalon stating he just wants to be left alone was only damage control and was equally insincere.
After Parlo made this accusation, I actually went to Avalon and others in our friend circle to genuinely figure out what the is going on, to which Avalon has said that he doesn't agree with this claim or think I'm a murderer. Same with others in our circle. They also said that they've never done any of that. Like, they've never even suspected anything like that is going on. Like I said, Parlo made this claim, but was going to drop it after Avalon put pressure on him.
I also find it interesting that Wolfgang cannot provide in his response video one single instance of me stating that I was going back on my claims, or Avalon was pushing me to drop this claim. This is because Wolfgang is a habitual liar, and he relies on the ability to make unsubstantiated claims in hopes there is no pushback derived from it. Obviously, his claim is completely untrue, and Avalon himself attests that he never pushed me to drop the situation. But one of the most telling instances, which can be used to debunk Wolfgang's own words, was when he was on the Cope and Sieve livestream. He was basically confronted on this
True. Just 7 likes, by the way. Just 7 likes. There are 59 of you watching. What are you doing? Like the stream. Wake up.
Exact same point, to which in response he fails to provide any evidence that Avalon pushed me to drop the point, with him instead subtly conceding that he lied when he admitted, yeah, very quietly. What followed was him going completely silent and then abruptly leaving the call and leaving the Discord group chat, two sides admitting that he was ultimately wrong. Here's a clip.
You also lied about the fact that Avalon is apparently trying to push Parlo to be able to remove Parlo's claims about you and Avalon from Parlo's video.
That was what he told me.
That's not what he told you. I've seen the DMs.
Ooh.
You asked him to speak to Parlo about it.
Yeah, and then he was
He's
like,
like,
I'll
sure.
see if I can get something in the video about it.
The way you framed it in your video is if Avalon really wants Parlo. He's really been trying, I believe, is exactly what you said. He's been trying to get Parlo to remove this from the video. Because nobody wants him to talk about this. It's not true. You asked Avalon to pass along a message to Parlo. True or false?
It was a mutual discussion.
It was not, because everybody's seen the DMs. You ask him, true or false? You ask him to pass along a message.
Yeah.
Gulp.
True or false? That's true, right? Was that a mm-hmm? Or your mic's cutting out, I guess.
Lol.
Oh, fuck. Does he just run? Is he done? Are we... dude.
He left the group.
That's interesting.
Bro.
Wolfgang also attempts to feign the idea that other people in his circle were defending him regarding the claims.
After Parlo made this accusation, I actually went to Avalon and others in our friend circle to genuinely figure out what the is going on, to which Avalon has said that he doesn't agree with this claim or think I'm a murderer. Same with others in our circle. They also said that they've never gotten any of that. Like, they've never even suspected anything like that is going on.
But once again shows no evidence of this whatsoever. And oddly enough, every single friend involved in these circles actually called him out privately and completely cut him off, so that's yet again another lie.
Not only am I confused on where this accusation is coming from, but even the person I allegedly brought into Avalon is not on board with this. And Parlo wasn't originally until his channel got terminated. That's right, I've been told behind the scenes that Parlo was planning on not even including this when this whole thing went public, and also that people had told him to drop this behind the scenes and he considered it, but after his channel got terminated, he just went ahead and decided to call me a or something, so yeah, now we have to respond to that. Parlo made this claim, but was going to drop it after Avalon put pressure on him, but is now using it again because Parlo has the biggest victim complex in the world. So if people don't believe I'm a racist, because why the f would they?
Oh, stop with the fucking noise. I can do that too, and it doesn't make it any less annoying. Fucking hell. Fucking... Is it funny now?
Guy's been lying out of his ass, and I have to be a pal. All because he's mad his channel is gone. And that's because he has no one else to blame for his channel being terminated. He can't blame Mugen because the guy's nobody. He can't blame Corbanks because that guy's off the internet. He can't blame Guango because that'd be a disaster. So I just have to be the villain. And Parlo wasn't originally until his channel got terminated.
You're lying? You're a liar? That's a lie? What am I even supposed to say about this? The documents dropped days before Parlo's channel got terminated. What? What? That is in the document, and now you're lying about the timeline. You're lying about the timeline. Why would he include this? This video has taken him over, what, almost a month to make? Like weeks. He spent weeks on this. Parlo's channel only got terminated last week. The allegations came out at the beginning of the month.
In another flagrant lie, Wolfgang attempts to spin the idea I was only focused on the Avalon situation after my channel was terminated, at some attempt to victimize himself, basically inferring that this claim was emotionally driven because of my anger at the time. However, my channel was terminated on the 18th of November, which was numerous of days after my document was published on the 10th, which went over the situation in detail and called it out. In actuality, I included the Avalon situation in the document because retroactively looking back, the behavior was absolutely morally questionable, and after more evidence started to come out in the following days, it painted an even more grotesque picture. Wolfgang attempts to appeal to his fanbase with some innately weak victim complex, to spin this all as if it was some malicious reprisal backed with no evidence due to my channel deletion, when in actuality it was a perfectly valid criticism that he attempts to water down and sidestep. Like, even if this claim was made because my channel was terminated and I was angry and I wanted to get revenge, that doesn't change anything. You still absolutely messed up.
Okay.
Now, this is going to be the most vulnerable and personal part of this video. Obviously, when it comes to situations like this should be approached with the maturity and respect that the topic deserves, and for numerous reasons, I'm going to try and cover the main aspects of this situation without running the risk of oversharing again. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, similar to what Quite had to do, in this portion of the video...
Don't compare it to Quite. Don't compare it to Quiet. Fuck off.
certain points, I have to be fully transparent about embarrassing details because it serves as crucial context to corroborate my side of
Hi,
the
Jay.
situation. Wolfgang has been caught in numerous lies and contradictions with his recollection of what actually happened that I feel is imperative to share, especially with his pattern of lying and backtracking when it comes to him recounting consent, in respect to my situation and to what he did on call with Avalon as well. Now, to add credence to Wolfgang's history of lying and twisting the narrative when it comes to consent, on the infamous livestream of Himbleton on the 4th of December, Himbleton pressed Wolfgang on whether he had expressed consent to engage inappropriately.
Is this why he did the face reveal? Is this actually why he did the face reveal? What, so he can get sympathy, like, or some weird thing of, like, a connection to how people felt about the Quiet thing? Again, I understood why Quiet needed to do it himself, right? Quiet had all the reason. Is this why he did it? Fuck hell. Fuck off, man.
Call with both me and Avalon. Wolfgang replies that I said yes, but follows up with the fact that there was potential Avalon did not give his consent, but that he was just not aware of that, which is extremely interesting to take into consideration because Wolfgang essentially admits that he did not get the clear consent of Avalon. He distinctly remembers me saying yes, but subtly concedes that he does not remember Avalon conforming.
Did you on a call with Avalon and Parlo?
Yeah.
Did you ask for consent to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of wearing a pretty revealing outfit at that time in the group chat.
And you directly asked, can I talk?
I was like, yeah, you guys okay if I do this?
And they both said yes.
I know for a fact Parlo was fine with it.
Okay.
I mean, there's potential Zillow wasn't, but I was not aware of that.
When he was pressed about this ordeal more, Wolfgang then changes his position and states that Avalon actually stated, in a disinterested tone, but still affirming that Avalon was okay with it, which is not what he recounted in the first instance of him being confronted.
But if he had said yes initially, wouldn't that be the first thing that you let off with?
Yeah.
Why didn't you lead off with that then? Why'd you lead off with he might have not been okay with it?
Because, I mean, I'm just...
What's this clip?
Do you guys want full stop honesty? I leaked this.
Oh, okay. Right.
Trying to take an objective look at the situation. I don't know. There's a...
But, I mean, don't you agree that him saying yes would have been objectively what happened if that was true?
Yeah.
So is it true?
Yeah, buddy?
Or did he just not say anything?
He was fine with it.
But did he say yes? Or did...
Have you heard the clip of Parlo singing the My Little Pony intro? I have. I heard it before Himbleton got it. Well, I think Himbleton gave it to whoever I got it from, actually. Hold on, let me play it for you guys to enjoy. Where the hell is it? I gotta scroll up. Where the hell is it, bro? Is it this one? Actually, I need to check. Fuck. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Here we go. I got it. I'm gonna up the volume on this shit.
I used to wonder what friendship could be. My little pony. Until you share this magic with me. Big adventure, tons of fun. Beautiful heart, a faithful and strong. Sharing kindness is easy feat. And magic makes it all complete. You have my little ponies. You know my very best friends. My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. TM, not sponsored.
Evil. Evil stuff. Turn that shit off. Turn that shit up. Turn it up.
Beautiful heart, a faithful and strong. My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. TM, not sponsored.
Fucking hell.
Not say anything.
It was kind of like a mix of... It was like, hey, do you guys mind if I do this? And he was like, eh. It was kind of like disinterest in general.
Live
Regardless,
Himbleton reaction.
In private DMs between Avalon and Crypt, it is abundantly clear that Avalon was extremely uncomfortable from the situation while it was happening, and I distinctly remember him playing Battlefield on call to, of course, preoccupy himself, to which he's attested to as well. Avalon did not give his express consent, and Wolfgang has no evidence of this whatsoever. This is a crystal clear example of Wolfgang openly lying and backtracking when it came to him recounting whether he received consent to engage with someone, and this is a pattern which will be seen repeated numerous times going forward, because keep in mind, Wolfgang has openly admitted to being a pathological liar.
I'm my best man, alright?
So if you're trying your best and you genuinely cannot help yourself except lie, right? Would you consider that pathological?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Right.
Bro.
Okay.
Now, in respect to my situation, both me and Wolfgang initially got into contact in regard to the DA Games drama in late June of 2025.
Okay.
We corresponded for a while about several
Yes.
commentary drama situations until around
And it all links back to Kim Possible.
the 16th.
Fuck. There goes my voice again. Fuck!
When we started to engage July. Now this dynamic continued with us wanting to meet at some point in the future, and after speaking with our mutuals, we decided all collectively to go to London with the planned date starting from October the 11th to the 15th. Wolfgang initially arrived in the UK at 9 PM and reached the location of the Airbnb in London just before 11. Now when we eventually met with Wolfgang, I was completely disengaged due to his abysmal personal hygiene. Despite him just landing at the airport, he did not buy any toiletries and no shampoo. Avalon's messages with Fritz at the time also corroborate my stance entirely. While in past messages before I saw him, I was enthusiastic, that mood entirely changed upon actually seeing him in person. And this is something highlighted in my document. Past messages where I'm enthusiastic are completely redundant moving forward. Consent can be changed at any time. Now, while we were inside, I stated if...
Why implied... Wait, what the fuck was that? Why implied consent fails? Past actions don't predict future consent. Flirting or sending sexual messages does not grant it. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, yes, it does. That is not where implied consent applies here. Or does it? Okay, I don't know. I've never heard implied consent used within this way. That's not where I've heard it. For me, that's like body language, right? And like, you know, you're not saying anything, but you're like, oh. Why did I do that noise, Bran?
Where I'm enthusiastic are completely redundant moving forward.
Fuck.
Consent can be changed at any time. Now, while we were inside, I stated if anything were to happen, I'd want to do something before having food, with me also having asked how long this would be.
DMs, I have a funny clip. What have you sent me? You when voice crack? Hold on.
All right, Glip. This is very important. We can't screw this up.
Ah.
Hello, my the smooling friends. Fuck!
Oh, wonderful. Please come in.
True. Very fucking true. Also, if you couldn't tell, I've been kind of on my Dark Souls autism again. I'm really annoyed because I've packed up my Xbox ready for the move. I really want to play Dark Souls. I want to do the thing that I've been wanting to do for a while and 100% all three of the Dark Souls titles. Shit. But yeah. Fucking hell. But no, I really want to do the Dark Souls titles. If you guys saw on my stream that I did when I played some Sekiro, I've 100%ed Sekiro. I haven't done Elden Ring, like, all of the achievements yet, because I've been mainly doing, like, PvP, and playing through with my friend, in New Game Plus, where we've been fighting all the bosses together the best we can. That's been quite fun. I definitely enjoyed doing that. But yeah, I really do want to 100% the Dark Souls titles. I do have a PlayStation as well, so I might do the Demon Souls one. I've been considering, like, getting a capture card. Right? I've been considering, like, getting a capture card to, like, stream them. But I'm not too sure, because Dark Souls hard, and I end up getting lost. That's the main issue I have with Dark Souls, is I end up getting lost, so I have to look up where the fuck to go next, because I'm an idiot sometimes. Elden Ring was a lot easier, because it's just like, you go, and you follow the sights of grace and stuff like that, but Dark Souls is a lot different in that regard. But yeah. Hi, Aaron.
Because I was completely uninterested, and if anything were to happen, I wanted this to be over as quickly as possible. In response, Wolfgang is seen pushing for this encounter to take place before 12, with me telling him to give me a bit.
Oh yeah, I also want to try Bloodborne. I haven't tried Bloodborne yet, so yeah.
Trying to push this situation further back. Over 20 minutes later, Wolfgang reinstigates a topic of conversation and voices how he would want Avalon to leave the apartment. I then used this opportunity to push the day back to another time, as I was completely disengaged from wanting to do anything, stating if anything were to happen, it could be on the 3rd or 4th day as theoreticals. Wolfgang was seen stating that he would want to do it tonight, being the 11th at the time, and that he could simply
Tonight's
ask
the
Avalon
night.
to leave the apartment, essentially showing that Wolfgang wanted to control the situation, and so
Tonight's the night. It will happen again. Tonight's the night. It will happen again.
everyone could effectively conform to exactly what he wanted when he wanted. Keep in mind too, Wolfgang is seen acknowledging in his response video how problematic the area we were at.
I should get into Dark Souls? Yes, you should. Obviously a lot more difficult. Unironically, I think the easiest Souls title. Actually, that's a tricky one. Because I would argue that the Dark Souls titles have got, like, varying amounts of, like, difficulty to them. I think Elden Ring's the most enjoyable experience, I think. Dark Souls 2 is kind of easy, I would say. The only annoyance I get is when you are playing the Prepare to Die. Is it Prepare to Die edition? It's the remaster where they increase enemy amounts and the pursuer actually pursues you throughout the game. But that's fun in its own right. But yeah.
Was. As I've been told by a lot of other people, we were basically in like the Chicago of London. Like it looked like you walked outside and just get stabbed.
And somehow still can't acknowledge how inconsiderate
Okay.
it was for him to push Avalon out of the Airbnb for numerous hours in a place hundreds of miles away from his own house, all by himself. And to which Avalon attests himself that he was confronted on 2 separate occasions by strangers that could have put him in harm's way. Now, when the situation did eventually transpire between me and Wolf, it was absolutely disgusting. I highlighted how the ordeal almost made me physically throw up, and that Wolfgang was very pushy with engaging with me, especially in reference to him wanting to push for to which I was extremely conflicted on, made excuses about, was
Should you get into League of Legends actually? I'd rather drink bleach.
extremely stressed about in general, never gave express consent for, and most importantly had to state no several times to get him to eventually cease. When cross-referencing this with other separate actions pertaining to Wolfgang's conduct, specifically the Anthrocon situation in 2024, a user named Gibble is also seen having directly stated to Wolfgang no several times, for him to eventually cease his conduct and advances. During this time, towards the end of the engagement, Wolfgang had made further demands on me, being that he inserted his finger in me. In my document, I highlighted how this was done completely without my consent, and made me extremely uncomfortable and rigid. Initially, in his response video, he attempts to claim that he had unilateral consent to do this, and that he would stand by that until the end of time. Here's a clip.
You can't trick me, Adam. Diva. You can't trick me. It's not really good. I've tried League of Legends, okay? I remember when Urgot got remaked, or remastered, or whatever, or redone. I've played it, okay? Trust me, I know. I used to play, Urgot, and Riven, and what's his name, Master something, with the green sword. Yeah, I played League of Legends, okay? It's not fun.
Hate this. As for the yes, that is in my script. I received consent to do that. This is the biggest case of he said, she said, but I'm going to stand on this till the end of time that, yeah, I received consent to do this. I have said that since the very beginning. I'm going to say that till the very end because that is what happened.
However, as the commentary channel who I'll call D clarifies, when Wolfgang was confronted on this exact same situation later down the line, whether he actually had consent to do this, he went completely quiet in response, and it was very, very suspicious.
If you take a look at the live stream when he called in the other day, I questioned him about this after Ico kind of like hopped off or pressed him. And Internet Jason went really, really, really quiet. Really, really, really quiet about whether or not he actually, I guess, did get verbal consent. There was nothing he could really, there's nothing he really said.
Now, when I showed this video excerpt to Himbleton on the 4th of December, Himbleton confronted Wolfgang on the situation and asked him if he had expressed consent. Wolfgang replied that he did, and the reason for why he was silent when confronted by D was because he was simply just thinking. However, both of these claims are a complete lie.
Did you ever get verbal consent to do that?
Yes.
Why did you go completely quiet and not say whether you got verbal consent to do it then?
I was thinking.
Yeah.
But then why didn't you say that you got it at all?
As Himbleton further pushed Wolfgang, he started to go completely silent once again and remarked that he didn't even know.
Why did you go silent when I asked you about that?
I have no explanation, man. I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
Okay.
And eventually, after
Lol.
the confrontation, Wolfgang eventually ended up admitting on stream that he actually never received consent, completely lied about me giving consent, and
I'm not gonna lie, right? So far, this video is just so fucking boring, bro. I'm not gonna lie, like, I know all of this information. I know all of this. I know it all. What parts are even in this video? Closing state. How far are we in? I might speed it up. Addressing Buckeye D, Omar, Mugen, Ducky. Okay, I know who Ducky is. Frev. My apology to Frev. Addressing Artica. Okay.
took my body language and engaged further with me without my permission.
While we were doing stuff, I put my
No, we cannot, Adam.
Move towards me, and that was like, I took that as like, it's okay.
Okay, so when you told me that you got an enthusiastic yes, that was a lie. Right?
Yeah.
Do not bite the hand that fingers you, kiddo princess. Do not bite that hand that fingers you. Sorry.
Oh.
This is once again yet another example of Wolfgang being caught openly lying about someone giving them consent, when in actuality they did not. The following day on the 12th, me, Avalon, Spa, Crypt, and Wolfgang all went around London to shops. We ate at a Chinese restaurant, which Wolfgang threw food on the ground for attention, and eventually got into a fight
Lol?
with Crypt in Hyde Park, while Crypt was 17 and Wolfgang was 21. Now, despite this originally being a play fight, Wolfgang was getting increasingly more aggressive and clearly taking it far too seriously. Eventually, due to the exhaustion he had by fighting, he threw up in public twice in front of all of us, making everyone extremely grossed out and very much uncomfortable. In 2 instances during that day as well, Spa and Avalon witnessed Wolfgang trying to put his arm around me, to which I
Who
was sharply
cares
away.
if you
Later
threw
on in
up,
the night
bruh?
at 11:30, Wolfgang would attempt to instigate a based conversation to me, which I made excuses to dodge. He then suggested engaging with me once again, to which I shut down and stated I would be leaving soon. Now, just while I was at the door of the Airbnb, planning to go down the stairs and move out to get my Uber, Wolfgang saw me out with him coming to try and kiss me. I moved away once again since he had literally just thrown up only hours before, to which he attempted to recorrect his course and attempted to come in and kiss me again, to which I uncomfortably reciprocated. Once again, with past allegations levied against Wolfgang during the 2024 Anthrocon situation, it specifically stated that Wolfgang leaned in for a kiss, all while asking and ignoring me, not reciprocating. Again, this situation corresponds directly to what Wolfgang did in my situation. In his video as well, he completely misconstrued what I said in my document, and very interestingly, doesn't deny the actual claim that I made.
He also tries to say that I kissed him as like some sort of apology or something like that. No, I kissed you because I was into you. This didn't have a double meaning. It's not like your English assignment where it's like read through the lines.
Now, after I left the Airbnb, Wolfgang offered to walk me down to the station, which I told him instead I wished to take the Uber. Now, after I was picked up by the Uber, I mentioned I was scared that I'd be locked out of the apartment if the Uber had bailed on me. Wolfgang then used this as an opportunity to send an unlisted image of himself, to which I loosely responded to. I then follow up with an excuse as to why I didn't want to engage that day. Wolfgang was then seen responding to which I completely aired, and then he was seen.
Hold on. Sorry, I bought like the worst snack food ever for this. The shop was having like a sale on cream eggs. I forgot how dry they are sometimes. God. Hold on.
Where it's like read through the lines.
Now, after I left the Airbnb, Wolfgang offered to walk me down to the station, which I told him instead I wished to take the Uber.
Okay.
Now, after I was picked up by the Uber, I mentioned that I was scared that I'd be locked out of the apartment if the Uber had bailed on me. Wolfgang then used this as an opportunity to send an unlisted image of himself, to which I loosely
responded to.
I then follow up with an excuse as
Ha, hot. I wish I wasn't so sleepy. Why are you bringing this up? You guys wanted to fuck. He sent you he sent you a picture. He sent you a whatever picture, right? Why does that matter?
That day. Wolfgang was then seen responding to which I completely aired, and then he was seen stating, "It's okay, I could do it tomorrow." Now, the final day on the 13th is the most contested of all the days, and it is extremely important to clarify what happened, as Wolfgang was once again caught in numerous lies and contradictions. The day started.
I'm not gonna lie, I really hate this thing of like unsolicited pictures, right? Technically true in terms of the wording, but also you're saying, "Oh, hot." So it's like, how are they meant to not know? I told you this video is a time waster. True.
Off with Wolfgang sending more pictures of himself, stating that he hasn't showered, to which I do not reply to. He's then seen stating when I would want to meet them in the Airbnb, to which I replied to.
I would go caveman on some cream eggs right now. I've never heard someone say it like that. That's awesome, hi girl.
2 p.m. What followed was him asking for us to cuddle, which I then again ignore. Wolfgang once again engages in sexual-based conversations.
Will you ignore? Hold on.
Airbnb, to which I replied 2 p.m. What followed was him asking for us to cuddle, which I then.
Wanna cuddle
again
for a
ignore.
bit?
Wolfgang once
Okay.
again engages in
I wanna blow you in a femboy outfit. I'm heading to Waterloo right now. Where are y'all? I'll be down soon. Okay.
Today's conversations, to which I completely dodge and instead announce that I'm heading down. Wolfgang then proceeds to ask if I wanted to drink alcohol later on that day when we go to the bar, which I turned down precautiously. He then states that Avalon is not present in the Airbnb and that he might be at random meets at the bar tonight, once again attempting to set in motion for us to do something, since it would serve in his benefit for Avalon to not be present. Now fast forward to evening, and me and Avalon are in the main room just chilling, which is next to the bedroom, which is around to the side.
Dude, we got crime scene photos. Holy shit.
Wolfgang was seen messaging me at 4 p.m. asking when I would want to do anything. I very reluctantly responded 10 minutes later before we go to the bar. And keep in mind,
Before I think.
I was in the
Okay.
Airbnb in the other room when he was messaging me this. He then follows up immediately by stating, "Let me know whenever," and as you can see, I do not. 20 minutes later, Wolfgang instigates a topic of conversation again on his own volition and states if I wanted to do anything, and that Avalon would be willing to leave. In reply, I turn down the and state that I'm busy playing Minecraft to use it as an excuse to defuse the situation, to which he drops the conversation. Over an hour later.
Again, here's the thing, right? Parlo brings up a point here in saying that, like, messages with, like, the messages inside of it, like, are redundant in terms of, like, the consent and the actions that happen then and there. So, does the same not apply for Wolfgang here as well? Again, this is not a defense on Wolfgang, right? Because you can always critique the actions that were happening in the moment, right? But at the same time, I don't really understand why you can't give that same leeway to them. Do you use ultra wide? What do you mean?
and then seen posting my pyrocynical document to him. This was to once again give an excuse as to why I was busy and I did not want to.
It's kind of giving Deed calling what RV sent them unsolicited pictures. Like, yes, you may not have asked for them right there and then, but you guys had a sexual relationship. Yeah. Working out to this stream is crazy. I'm gonna give you a challenge, Adam. I'm gonna give you an insane challenge, okay? I showed this to my partner recently. I want you to... This is such a weird derail, right? But I think it's fun. Have you ever done this challenge? Sorry. So it's this song called Bring Sally Up, okay? And what you need to do with it, right, is every single time it says Bring Sally Up, you go up in the push-up. And every single time it says Bring Sally Down, you go down in the push-up. Here's like an example of it. So this is what we would do in training. I'm not going to do the whole thing. Come on, hurry up. I just want to show this one part. So... But you get the point, right? And you do it for... It's a 3-minute song. But yeah, that's what we would do. Oh my. Hi.
To engage. This is because he was actively coming from his room to the main room and trying to push me to come back with him. Avalon, who was sitting down in the main room seeing all of this at the time, can also attest that this absolutely happened and it made him extremely uncomfortable to witness. Again, in response, Wolfgang is seen stating, "Come in here," to which 10 minutes later I shyly obliged to, in a now infamous message. Unfortunately, however, people have completely misrepresented the problem in this specific situation that I've just levied. I am not claiming that this was the source. What I had stated in response to Wolfgang was, by definition, a full response to get him to basically leave me alone by subtly conforming to what he wanted. Also, furthermore, it doesn't change anything. Wolfgang was provably pushy and was prying me to engage with him sexually in the other room. This is something as well that was attested by a third party who was present when they saw it all, and Avalon was so uncomfortable from Wolfgang's answers to me that he left the Airbnb.
Dark Souls is fun, but we worry the difference between Elden Ring and Dark Souls is that smaller enemies are less avoidable. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree on that. Yeah, the difference is that, like, you can just avoid the shit out of most enemies in Elden Ring, or you have a lot more open space. But with Dark Souls, you have to actually, like, fight the shit out of the small mobs, and there's also boss run backs. You don't have it where, like, in Elden Ring, where you have, like, a stake of Maria, whatever it's called, where you spawn right outside the boss room. That is such a nice thing they gave us in Elden Ring, I will say.
I walked in and out of the bedroom because my phone was in the bedroom charging, and it was the only outlet that worked. Yet I still wanted to hang out with my friends in the other room, so I was going in and out of the bedroom. I would say when I was going in and out of there, but it was just to let them know. Parlo was saying the only reason I possibly did this was to peer pressure him, which is just wrong. But to say I was like a trying to allure him in there is just like false. That wasn't my pure intention at all. That was the only working outlet for my phone, so I literally had to go in and out of the room.
In his response video and even initial document, he attempts to leverage a false alibi that he was consistently coming in and out of the room because of his phone charger. However, he's since admitting in his response video that his intention was also to let me into the other room with him too.
Was I hoping at one point he came in there with me? I mean, yeah, like a little bit.
This point gets further denigrated when considering his private messages with his ex-mutual buyer. In his messages, Wolfgang was seen directly telling them at this time that he was trying to get me to cuddle with him. Oddly enough, however, he had selectively removed this message, but not quick enough, as thankfully it was archived. At first, in a commentary YouTuber's live stream, Wolfgang claimed ignorance that no DMs were removed. However, later he ends up conceding that he did delete the message.
Have you deleted a DM?
We had some mildews doing that in the gym to a CD, but the CD started skipping. Was fun to watch. Ah, that's funny. That is funny.
Oh. Because why would this person say, take it easy? After you'd said 6 hours before. That sounds fun.
Unbelievable, dude. Holy shit.
I don't know why Parlo's saying that. He also deleted messages.
It seems pretty clear here.
Well, sorry, he didn't delete. I don't think Parlo deleted messages, but he cut some context in the document.
But you have just gone back and deleted the message, right?
I guess I might. Wait.
Very meticulously, by the way. That was the one single message deleted. Wonder why.
This message is extremely important, however, and this is because it proves his intentions clearly. The charger alibi is a complete lie, and as attested by Avalon, who was present during all of this, and Wolfgang's at the time message, it was abundantly clear that he was trying to push me to with him in the other room. There was fundamentally no reason for him to have selectively removed that message with bytes, other than to conceal his intentions at the time. In Himpleton's live stream as well, Wolfgang even eventually conceded that he did end up removing the message because it undermined his side of the story.
So, but why did you do it? Because it undermined your own account of events when it came to going back and forth with the charger?
I don't have any reason for why I did it.
Well, I mean, it did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know it happened. I'm just.
Well, but what I'm saying is it did undermine your recounting of events, going back and forth, you know, to get on your phone or whatever.
Yeah.
So, you know, if I had to, theory craft there, I would say that's probably why you deleted it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So with all these factors collectively considered, it is undeniable that Wolfgang was coming in and out of the room trying to get me to follow him back. Even at one point, Avalon attests that he...
My cat just sat on my laptop and sent me like six different videos. Well, they want you to watch them, buddy. You better start watching them.
quite literally stated to come back with me in the room. The main problem as well came with a specific engagement that followed, where I mentioned how uncomfortable, frozen, and rigid I felt in my document. It hurt what he did to me, and it was when it happened. Wolfgang, from my recollection, could understand that I wasn't feeling right and made a loose comment about it. After this, we settled for just cuddling, to which eventually we sat up on the bed, and he once again leaned in to kiss me. I did not engage first, but I loosely reciprocated to not make the situation awkward. What he ended up doing, however, was that he took photos of me and him kissing, and then without my permission, sent this to mutuals of us.
Yeah,
back.
this
A few
was
hours later,
fucked.
we fell out, hence violating my privacy in the process. In the photos too, if the saturation is actually turned up, I'm clearly seen having covered most of my face with my left hand, because I did not want to be photographed. At first, when he was confronted on livestream, Wolfgang attempted to claim that this never happened.
Did you send the picture of you making out with Parlo to other people?
I do not believe so. I absolutely don't. I can't think of a single person that I would have sent that to. If there's an example of me doing it, then I'll apologize for it, because yeah, that is me. But
how do you not know?
I don't. I wouldn't remember something like that.
What do you?
That's why I'm saying.
Why wouldn't you remember
if
something like that?
I don't. How would I remember like doing that? I don't.
What
I
are
don't
you
know.
talking about? Like, do you not? What do you mean? Like, how would you not remember that?
As far as I'm aware, no, I didn't do that.
As
There's
far
an
as
instance
I'm
of me
aware.
Yeah, I don't have any memory of doing something like that.
Showing how once again he's willing to lie in hopes that there's no actual proof and of course to dodge accountability. Only when he is directly confronted with undeniable evidence does he then concede and offer false apologies.
Hold on, he just sent me something.
This
Oh,
was me
no,
doing
wait, no, this is. Wait, no. There is evidence of this. Hold on, it's right here.
There is? Okay.
I just DM'd it to you. So that's you with an unnamed person. You say this was an hour ago. I don't know what this is. We were out. I see. Zillow and Parlo were mad at me. I don't know why.
Okay.
Yikes.
That's not cool of me. That's
Bro.
That's very good of me, and I apologize for that.
He's just such a massive liar at every single step in this situation. God damn it.
And
you just don't remember that?
Yeah, no, I have zero. I do not.
What exactly happened here? Sorry.
Should draw a yen sprite where they're very bored every time a boring video pops up. Yeah.
There was a instance where I took a photo of us, and that wasn't the problem. The problem
To which I didn't give permission for. By the way, you kind of just did that.
You gave me permission. No, you gave me permission to do it, and I sent it to you. And I was like, look at this, lol. What happened was, while I was panicking, I sent that to someone, and like, this was us like literally hours ago, and now he's saying like I'm some horrible monster. It was a panic response. It's not cool anyway. It's up to me. I apologize to you in DMs. I'll apologize to you here for it.
Did you send the picture of you making out with Parlo to other people?
I do not believe so.
Now, following the situation, I came back to the apartment and we all planned to go to the bar. Just before I entered the shower, I distinctly remember asking Wolfgang who should go first. This is something that Avalon, who was in the adjacent room, can also attest to hearing. What I meant when I said this was that I simply did not want to go in the same shower as him. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Instead of replying to this, however, Wolfgang still proceeded to allow himself in. What followed was me not making eye contact the entire time and being extremely uncomfortable while this completely gross, vile situation occurred, as my privacy was completely invaded. When I went out the shower, Avalon saw what happened when I walked out the bathroom, not aware that both of us were in there at the time until I came out. To which, when he immediately clocked on what happened, he left the apartment because he was extremely uncomfortable. Now, after Avalon had left, I started to cry in panic, wondering if I personally upset Avalon in the process, as I personally felt extremely bad for him when Wolfgang would push him to leave the apartment. It was extremely inconsiderate. Avalon at the time didn't respond to my Discord messages, and Wolfgang tried to hug me, to which I didn't engage with due to everything he did. I simply was not interested in him, which I was extremely scared about doing in the first place. He completely blanked me and ignored me while I was on the floor crying. Eventually, Avalon messaged for me to meet him in the station, and after we spoke and confided about what happened in London, we came to terms about the gravity of what was taking place. We were both extremely uncomfortable with the situation and with what had transpired, so after a couple of hours, we went back to collect our items from the Airbnb and then went back to mine. Now, due to our personal safety, we were anticipating that literally anything could happen. It was extremely unpredictable and a volatile situation, so we tried our best to not engage with Wolfgang when we were collecting our items in the Airbnb. However, he was unfortunately woken up and attempted to instigate conversation with us, asking what happened. Avalon was extremely hesitant.
Let me just see if that correlates with what this is. Yeah, okay.
Our items in the Airbnb. However, he was unfortunately woken up and attempted to instigate conversation with us, asking what happened. Avalon was extremely hesitant to speak, so he didn't say anything. So in order to catalogue the situation in case anything unpredictable happened, I recorded for my own safety and engaged in conversation with him.
Also, Parlo has said he never intended for the situation to go public. Then why did you record me that night? You've been very against going to the police with the situation, so what other reason would you have?
Wait, what? What? Sorry, this feels a bit off. Hold on.
We were anticipating that literally anything could happen.
Sorry,
It was
this
extremely
feels
unpredictable
off.
and a volatile situation. So we tried our best to not engage with Wolfgang when we were collecting our items in the Airbnb. However, he was unfortunately woken up and attempted to instigate conversation with us, asking what happened. Avalon was extremely hesitant to speak, so he didn't say anything. So in order to catalogue the situation in case anything unpredictable happened, I recorded for my own safety and engaged.
That would obviously be the implication. No sound? What? There's no sound coming through?
In conversation with him.
Also,
wait, what? Hold on. Hello? Fuck you. Fuck you. You tricked me. Evil. 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 Evil.
Parlo has said he never intended for the situation to go public. Then why did you record me that night? You've been very against going to the police with the situation, so what other reason would you have for recording this? You seem to try to say me talking to commentary YouTubers is the catalyst for this, but I don't think that's really true at this point. I think you were going to do something. I think that's really true at this point. I think you were.
What? Are you f***ing high? Are you f***ing high? Because Parlo was going around and recording shit. He's the reason why it ultimately came out. No, those points don't connect at all. Just because somebody's collecting evidence does not mean they're the reason that it came out. This guy went public first. No, Internet Jason is the reason why this went live, and I don't know why he's trying to shift the blame of Parlo.
Now, this has been maliciously twisted by Wolfgang and other people into the idea that since I had this recorded, I had some ulterior motive to release this on my own volition first. This is a complete lie, and he knows it. He knew that I did not want this situation out, and I made this abundantly clear to him on the 8th of November. It was due to his own spreading of the situation and his own temperament that caused this all to spill out. He had the ability to consult Avalon about the situation just before the lead up on the 9th to 10th, due to him misunderstanding what Avalon was stating in private, but he chose not to, and still went through the posting of all of this on his own regard to preemptively get ahead of everything. The only reason for why he attempts to reframe the situation like this now is to of course play the victim card and to manipulate the situation to benefit his own narrative. He is not a victim, he had ample opportunity to make this private, and this recording was not indicative of literally anything. It is even more telling in his video when he plays the audio recording, but selectively crops out the portion to do with the shower situation. I find it very telling on why he would do this. Not only can Avalon attest to
Yes,
events,
he did
but also
do
in the
that.
recording, specifically in the portion that he does not include, when I confront him about his actions during the shower situation, he apologizes. He doesn't deny, he doesn't make excuses, and he certainly did not mean, I'm sorry you felt that way. Regarding the shower stuff, I was like saying about like, do you want to have a shower first before after me? Now, in Himpleton's live stream, Wolfgang attempts to make excuses for why he said that, with him initially stating that the portion he cut out was quote-unquote not relevant. He even attempts to claim that in the recording he only apologized because he meant sorry you felt that way.
So in your response video, when you play the leaked recording of Parlo, why did you crop out the part where you apologized for the shower incident?
I just wanted to get like the basic premise. I didn't want to include like the whole call because it was like super long.
Why would you crop out one of the key parts of the call where you apologized for something?
I apologized for if I made him feel that way, but I know the whole thing was like I barged in the shower with Parlo, but that's not what happened.
I rest my case. Why would you cut out you apologizing for the shower incident, even if it was just you saying, I'm sorry if you felt that way?
Because I didn't feel like it was relevant, I guess. And
how is it not relevant?
Well, because it's not like me admitting to doing something. It's just me saying I'm sorry if that's how you felt.
Okay.
Eventually, when continuing to be pushed, Wolfgang then contradicts his narrative and attempts to levy another excuse for why he didn't deny what he did to me when I initially confronted him about the situation on the 13th in the Airbnb in that leaked recording. He now attempts to claim he didn't deny the shower situation because I changed topics quickly.
If you're being levied with an accusation such as, like,
Do I just skip this? This is fucking awful, man. I don't...
I communicate to him more often out of concern. This is not how a healthy dynamic should play out, and more importantly, it clearly showed that he was not in the right mental headspace at the time for a relationship regardless. Another important situation to address was when Wolfgang was actively called out in February 2024 for requesting and allegedly
Oh, the fucking... Yeah, okay, whatever. Right, I'm gonna skip it. What's this? No. So, I'm just gonna summarize this part here because I know exactly what the fuck's gonna happen in it. This person right here, this person, part of UTDB, they're a liar. I've already done a video on the channel talking about them. My Sof the Neko video, one of the first videos I did on the channel. This is all lies. Parlo is correct in this situation, but yeah. I think that buzzer is giving me psychosis. True.
service where he works directly with other disgusting people, while also highlighting how malicious he truly.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
Now, for some reason, due to all this misinformation and of course the drama, people have attempted to rewrite the dupe situation and now use this to of course slander me as a in bad faith. Again, just because I made fundamentally bad financial decisions does not now change the context behind a dupe situation, which is completely mutually exclusive. They are two different situations, and nothing with this current drama invalidates the fact that Dupe still admitted to catfishing me for over 1 year, 8 months. And it certainly does not change the fact that Dupe lied about being seen numerous times in 2023, early 2024 when I was 18, and lied about being seen numerous times in 2024, early 2025 when I was 19. Dupe lied about his job, lied about him going to college, faked his own spin with a fake legal date of birth, and fake archives of his face with an image of a selfie he claimed to be his. Reasonable belief absolutely applies in a situation to do with communications online, and no just were ever stated in the first place. The police as of currently are investigating the situation, and we are providing them with all the evidence they need in the process. And that's the person who made the initial police report, gave them barely any context, omitted crucial information that Dupe lied about his age.
No, against that, I haven't highlighted enough to say that he lied. I haven't mentioned to, like a lot that he was lying about his age.
Okay, so again, just for some extra clarification, were you fully aware that Dupe lied about his age when you made this report?
Yes, I was fully aware.
And openly tried to spin me as a predator to maliciously defame and harass me. Now, to add on to this segment during the production of this video, there are two main claims that have emerged from the Dupe situation. One being my messages with Dupe regarding C and our dynamics to do with consent, and the other being how reasonable belief would be derived in a specific situation, so allow me to explain. Now, the first onslaught of misinformation came from a user named Mr. Negative, the same person who actively reposted clearly forged Discord DMs which came from Save, which he did not bother verifying whatsoever. Even more ironic was that when it was revealed in Guango's videos that these screen recordings were completely forged, Mr. Negative still refused to remove his tweets, which originally signal boosted and spread these fake recordings in the first place, and refused to apologize or even retract his statements. For someone who attempts to spin those he doesn't like as liars who refuse to accept full, he seems to have unfortunately fallen in that exact same category himself.
As I said previously, his belief that Dupe was not reasonable. Probably believed that there was at the time, but his belief was not reasonable.
Can we stop with this stupid buzzer, man?
Without knowing how they look like or sound like, and continuously engage in this conversation is unreasonable.
Now, moving forward, this part may be a little confusing, so allow me to be clear. Mr. Negative is attempting to essentially degrade the reasonable belief defense that I have, essentially under UK law in reference to communications page. If the defendant has the reasonable belief that the person they are messaging is above the age of 16, then no crime is being committed. This also applies directly to the notion of arranging to meet too. Now, before I go over comprehensively how reasonable belief absolutely applies in this situation, I want to also make this part abundantly clear. In my two videos fully addressing the Dupe situation, which is still up on this channel, I mentioned how in retrospect, looking back on the messages I had, I could see 3 distinct red flags. In my video titled The Truth, I mentioned how at the time Dupe made statements that made me very uncomfortable, and to which I screenshotted as soon as he stated these, and that looking back, why he acted so immature like this, since of course this was the benefit of hindsight coming into play. Dupe is also someone who is extremely and at the time I didn't understand why they were so edgy and didn't take things seriously at all, and I admit it was a massive red flag looking back on this all, but once I learned of the fact that they were much bigger than they claimed to be, it now makes a lot of sense to why they acted this way. It was because they're extremely immature. In my follow-up video titled My Side that went into far more detail about my dynamics and messages
issues with Dupe, I mentioned how in retrospect, looking back at my relationship with Dupe as well, I noticed 2 more red flags, being that Dupe did not have a mic, so I never heard his voice, and of course his reluctance to show me more selfies of his face, so I could better distinguish what he looked like. In a message he had stated to Nas as well, he was even seen admitting that he lied about his age and catfished me for over 1 year, 8 months, stating that I had no reasonable way to know his actual age. However, it was still 100% my responsibility to have asked Dupe for a provisional driver's
You got into a relationship with someone without going into VC with them? What? How do you even do that?
license or some form of legal identification. Looking back, I was far too trusting and extremely negligent not to see through some of the red flags and excuses that Dupe used, to which I will touch upon more later. I followed up by stating if he would ever like to meet, specifically highlighting that I do not want to make him uncomfortable and I wanted him to be entirely honest about how he felt, stating that I did not wish to dissuade him. Dupe highlighted only if I ever wanted to, and that he wanted to date me for a while before we ended up ever meeting. I was seen agreeing completely while prefacing the fact that I was referring to meeting in a distant future, and I wanted to better build up trust and get to know them beforehand to ensure that we don't rush into the relationship. This document also systematically obfuscates the many times I tried to further verify Dupe's identity. I highlighted how I was down for us to share selfies so we got to know each other better, but stressed the fact that I did not wish to make him uncomfortable with that proposition, expressing my want for complete transparency, to which Dupe affirms that he was not uncomfortable by this remark I made. These messages took place on the 8th of August 2024. I also further stated that I would not leak the images or store the images of his face. This was because Dupe personally told me on the 4th of July about how his ex maliciously leaked private and personal images which Dupe had sent to him without his consent. On the 30th of July, I even highlighted how I cannot show him any pictures, but I'd be down to show safe work images of myself, and I'd be more than willing to see any selfies of him, to which Dupe states, mind if I do it next week, wedged with an excuse. On September 20th, 2024, I was seen
Okay.
on the topic of meeting to instigate the topic of us sharing selfies for further identification.
Doc, I really don't fucking care at this point. Is there anything else here, or should I just go straight to the him button stream? Dupe situation, explaining reasonable belief, addressing Buck ID. Who the fuck is this?
This notion that I was aware of Mr. Negative.
Okay.
Now, another large segment I want to cover is Bucket's video where he attempts to spin the narrative that I had a knife. So for this segment, I'm going
You had a what? Can you like, oh my god, please just uncensored, just more please so I can actually understand the word.
Now, another large segment I want to cover is Bucket's video where he attempts to spin the narrative.
Has a rape fetish.
So for this segment, I'm going to have to be extremely transparent about what happened and my complete stance. From January 2023, when I first heard the abbreviated term, to now the making of this video, to of course go over the full picture. Now, I want to make it clear before I break this down that I attempted on 2 occasions to consult Bucket about his video and his points in a mature and reasonable manner. On both of these occasions, he completely brushed me off, as well as insulting me and claimed that he had other better things to do with his time, showing he had absolutely no willingness to approach this topic in a good faith or level-headed manner, and he certainly didn't want to be cordial with me. In both these responses, he left the group chats and even had me blocked. I also want to make this point abundantly clear too. The idea that I ever as a clear victim of myself is an absolutely disgusting and gross lie. It is clear by these accusations that Bucket stands to be as disingenuous as he possibly can, by not only conflating terminologies and publishing personal topics about me to thousands of people, but also by pinning me in a position where now I'm obligated to speak about my actual stance about this all, because now I'm being accused of having being into.
Okay, Parlo did consent to Wolfgang from a message. Yes, Parlo does have a fetish. What?
When that is not true whatsoever. Consent has always been something that I strongly abided by. There was no little loopholes or anything when it came to it. It had to be clear, and it is something that I and other people are obligated to take extremely seriously and approach very cautiously, as I have. Now, this entire situation, of course, started on the 30th of July 2024, when I bring up the topic of us hypothetically meeting to Dupe. Dupe then follows up by stating that he wouldn't want me to be dissuaded from seeing him due to his certain interests and.
What did he just say? Someone sent their own nudes without their consent? Yeah, no, what? No, I don't know.
I stated I would not judge him and asked for what they were. He lists numerous examples, including C. Now, in response to all the examples he listed, I mentioned how I had most of them, evidently showing that I did not have all of them, to which when asked
most of them? Why? Okay, wait, what?
numerous examples
Being...
including C. Now, in response to all the examples he listed, I mentioned how I had most of them, evidently showing I did not have all of them, to which when asked by Dupe which ones I had, I simply stated the most controversial one I had was, yes, it's disgusting and absolutely
wait, what?
most of them, evidently showing I did not have all of them, to which when asked by Dupe which ones I had, I simply stated the most controversial one I had was, yes, it's...
Parlo has a piss kink? What? 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 He has a... What? What do you mean? Fuck. Sorry. Yan, why are you kink shaming? Why are you kink shaming? I don't know, it's just fucking weird, bro. Why do you want to get this? Oh, bro. I did not know about this. This takes taking the piss to a whole new level. Why? Why? Guys, please like the stream, subscribe, donate if you want to, get a membership if you want to. Help my sanity. I beg you.
is disgusting and absolutely degenerate, and I do not deny that. But it shows at the time that I was not infatuated with C. And even if you wish to make the argument that I actually was, because I never explicitly stated in this message that I wasn't, it proves that I lack the full understanding of how a C dynamic played out regardless, or how controversial it actually was. Since I said that the is the craziest, when compared to how C works and the formulaic basis of it, he clearly isn't the craziest. So either way you put it, it fundamentally weakens this argument that I actually ever did have a C, and that I knew what it was in its entirety. Now, a few days later on the 7th of August, I asked Duke for what he was into again, because I completely forgot, to which he lists new ones, but relays once again that he is into C. In response, I relay that I too have a quote-unquote C, but there is a distinct reason for why I said this. Not a smart one, but a reason nonetheless. Duke expressed earlier, of course, as I brought up, that he didn't want me to be dissuaded from engaging with him due to his interests. So in response to what he once again stated, I attempted to mirror this interest so that Duke felt more comfortable and not dissuaded from continuing to engage with me, even though at this time, 1, I did not know how these dynamics played out whatsoever, and 2, throughout our DMs, we never discussed seeking again beyond this point. So it was never something actually being planned, articulated, or engineered in the first place. I attempted to essentially play into what he was claiming he was adamantly interested in, without me realizing the extent of the situation I was actually getting myself.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Never do that. If you're not into something, say it, you weirdos. Fuck.
I expressed no interest in C because I did not ever mention it again. Now, I tried to explain the situation and how I first heard the term C to Bucket and his associate, however found it extremely hard to get.
Okay, it was a fucked up part of my life. Don't fetishize rape. I did not know what C&C actually meant. It was an on-the-spot claim I made. We're actually going into detail on what it was. You are... You're what? How old is Bucket? Why are you explaining this to someone who is underaged? Wait, why is that blacked out? Why is that blacked out? Why is that what? Sorry. I'm sorry, what? Fuck me. Is there a way of finding out? Why are you blacking out the age? Why are you blacking out the age? Why are you blacking out the age, Parlo? You are... So I'm going to give this context in a very nuanced and not explicit way. But I can't take it, I have to explain it to someone. And then they can have to forward it. I do not feel comfortable detailing my sex life as context to this situation. Let me think. Okay, I'm going to need to forward this statement to someone who is older. Why are you even engaging with this person if you know they're a minor? Like, again, I'm not saying there's anything predatory here. I understand this person's a content creator, but why are you directly doing that? Dude. What the fuck are you doing, Parlo? Why? Nice browser background? Yeah, it's cool.
Get my point across without oversharing, since they were both years old at this time, and were far too young to even know how intrinsically degenerate a situation like this actually is. But now, since I'm pretty much obligated to respond, allow me to try and explain the fundamental context without, of course, oversharing. When I was 18, I had a friend who was 18 who attempted to introduce me to certain things. They briefly mentioned that they were into C. However, due to the situation transpiring in early 2023, I was not old enough to take into account the fundamental dynamics of how C actually worked, and I don't think anyone of that age should regardless. At this time, I was still young and clueless, and the next time this topic was brought up was over a year and a half later, to which I still remained unaware of how problematic it really was. I mean, the subject really wasn't at the top of my mind. I just assumed that since it
Oh shit, sorry, I entirely ignored that. Thank you very much. I have loved the stars for becoming a member. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you.
In it, there wasn't a massive problem in play here, and I have to make this part abundantly clear as well. In these DMs, I did passively acknowledge Duke's interests by claiming that's fine, to not make him feel dissuaded or uncomfortable, but I never reciprocated the more serious he had, nor did I share.
Sorry, what? Sorry, I'm gonna slow this down. I just realized I have this at a high speed.
I did passively acknowledge Duke.
That's what I said. What's the matter? Yeah, okay.
Interests by claiming that's fine, to not make him feel dissuaded or uncomfortable, but I never reciprocated the more serious he had, nor did I share them. My misunderstanding came from my interest in more mundane elements of BDSM. The components of BDSM I was into can and do exist independently of C. C is a specific subset of BDSM involving pre-negotiated simulated non-consent, and as I've specified, I clearly did not understand that distinction and I do not support it. I've made that abundantly clear. Now, in early 2023, I was under the idea that checking was simply an example of C, because when I was 17, sometimes it'd be done to me. The interest in checking also coincided with the checking I also said to do, strengthening my claim. I said it to Bucket in July 2025, 5 months ago, and I'll make it crystal clear again. I did not want to simulate with Duke. This is further pushed by the idea that Duke on the 25th of August 2024 claims that he was also into Sophia, which I never even heard of until he brought it up, and it is insane that someone of his age knew this term.
Someone what? Okay.
Now, I originally relied on his definition of what it was, because I didn't even know what it meant.
Taking advantage when they're asleep, consensually of course. not like a rapist. Okay, that's fine with me. Okay.
do claim that it was basically one person engaging with the other while they're asleep, however affirming that it was consensual and not. What I took from this at the time and what I relayed to Bucket was that I believed that the other person would still.
Wait, what did you relate to Bucket? Fuck me. It was a consensualized or essentially no problem in it at this time, because you can. An asleep person. Why are you censoring asleep? Why are you censoring asleep? I thought you'd need to be awake to initiate it again. The idea of that I was going with to do this to him is just false. I think CNC is gross, moral grey area, and I'm not interested in that. Nor somnophilia. It was me thinking to understand terms that can be warped. Only that I would consent if they would to do anything. Again, I believe someone would still have to be awake while it happened.
Still have to be awake to initiate the situation, because otherwise how could you give consent while you're not conscious? I then later came to terms with what it actually was, and the problematic nature of it being similar to C, where consent is given ahead of time. Now,
why are you censoring the ages of people? What are you doing? We need to know! We need to know the ages if you're defending yourself! Fuck me.
I highlighted to Dupe how I would not be comfortable doing that to him on any level whatsoever, but I would consent to anything happening to me as long as I can consent to it at the time. There were no plans for me to consent ahead of time and then do it. When I referenced consent, it was only in reference to in the moment. There was nothing in these DMs to suggest otherwise, because this entire idea of consent being agreed to ahead of time was not something I knew about, and had I would not have ever indulged in this entire topic. Again, however, because I had a flawed idea of how any of this worked, and due to my sheer stupidity, I dug myself in an extremely deep hole in the process. Now, while there is a debate about the morality of C, I don't want to engage in that discussion or anything like that. Sure, people have the ability to debate, and I won't stop them from doing that, especially
I know they're minors, but why are you censoring it anyway?
in my comments, but I myself am not in a place where I'm educated enough on how any of this works. I understand if people don't believe me or my entire recollection of how I perceived what actually meant, but I myself know where my mentality actually laid at the time, and I don't need anyone to speak on my behalf or claim that I'm not being truthful. Now, I do also want to bring up a group chat call I had with a large YouTuber and my old moderator Kate earlier this year in 2025, where we had a large debate about what C was, and it was this call where I was fully educated about the situation and realized how
Now I have to ask, how old are they?
morally grey the subject actually was, and Kate can attest to this call taking place. Now, I want to focus this segment on Bucket's video. While there is absolutely valid criticism that I will address in this segment,
Wait, what? You've just done that? Wait, what?
and further on into this response video, there is a lot of misinformation or claims that have been presented that just lack any fundamental context whatsoever. While I want to play devil's advocate and state that he was simply just misinformed when making these points, the fact that he not only one, blocked me when I attempted to engage in a genuine conversation with him, and the fact that two, he was made aware of the context of a joke clip he used in his video, which he dishonestly spun as me having a breakdown.
But seriously, Parlo's declining mental health over the years has made him significantly unfit to be in the position of a top Roblox commentary YouTuber, as his mental breakdowns have resulted in silly little video clips like this.
Yet offered zero clarification rectifying this. I'm currently under the notion that he simply just has a bias against me due to his very apparent vitriol, and he is not willing to be charitable in the slightest. Now, the first claim he makes is that I'm solely doing YouTube just for the money. In order to push this claim, he references an out-of-context message I had stated to Dupe in February of 2024, as well as me posting my earnings from my soul-driven love defense video in a YouTuber Discord server.
That's not even mentioning that Parlo doesn't really fucking care about what he does as that sort of YouTuber, because in the Dupe chat logs he is seen saying, quote, "I can't quit YouTube, I need the money, but I want to leave and never come back." He doesn't fucking care. You know what he did after uploading his first soul-driven love defense video? He went into a Roblox YouTuber Discord
You know what you do when you need money? A job! A job!
that we shared, and he showed off the revenue he got from it. The revenue in question was a staggering 680 pounds that he made off of that single video in the first day, which in USD is almost $900.
Okay, who cares? Everyone's done that. Just because you're like earning money on a topic does not mean that you don't care about the topic. Who cares?
He doesn't fucking care about what he does. Whether it's disproving allegations he thinks are false or whether it's something even more serious.
Bucket essentially attempts to spin a comment I made directly to Dupe in February of 2024, almost 2 years ago, where I state I cannot leave YouTube because I need the money, but I have thoughts of wanting to leave and to never come back. He then uses this to degrade my character and maliciously twist the narrative into that quote-unquote I only make videos for the money, rather than passion or any genuine interest. And I do find this to be dishonest, because he negates to mention that this was literally hours after a mental breakdown I just had at the midst of a large drama that was taking place on YouTube against me at the time. Hence why I was voicing that I wanted to leave, because I simply couldn't deal with the stress at the time. And me needing money was because I was attending university at this time, and it cost thousands of dollars to afford the accommodation that I had in the process. I mean, even looking at
Really?
months later, and you can clearly see that monetarily I was not in a good place. This
Thousands of dollars for uni accommodation? Doesn't it come out of like a thing? Am I dumb? I've never been to uni. Am I dumb? How much does it cost? Weekly rent ranges from 155 to 468 depending on the institution and accommodation type. Damn, that's crazy. That is insane. God, I'm so glad I didn't go to uni.
My notion that I needed money doesn't now invalidate my reasonings for why I made videos. These two factors can be mutually exclusive in reference to both my passion for content.
Was he not attending classes? Is that what it said?
And my need
I
for
didn't see
revenue. I mean,
that.
a situation to do with Pyrocynical and DA games, for example. I had a passion to call them out. Sure, I knew the videos would underperform because it was not a drama involved in my own Roblox genre, yet I covered them nonetheless because I was interested in reporting the situation and looking into it deeper and breaking it down. However, in other times, these two factors can absolutely coincide. Yes, YouTube is a job, and creating content provides money.
Yena dropout rumors confirmed? No, I joined the military when I was 17. Lol.
Which is used for rent and putting food on the table. The only reason for why I see someone like Bucket using this solely against me, however, is to pile on accusations to further degrade my character in the process. Furthermore, he calls out the fact that I posted a screenshot of me bragging about the money I earned off the Soul-Driven Love Defense video. Except wait, if you actually look at the screenshot he shows, it shows me posting the earnings I received from a video on February the 26th, 2025. And if you use Internet Archive to look back at my channel, you can clearly see that the Soul-Driven Love Defense video wasn't made at that time. In fact, it was published
Oh, who cares?
March the 18th.
Why is that point? Why are you bringing that up? Who
Essentially,
cares?
Bucket completely lied in his video with no evidence whatsoever that this was earnings from the Soul-Driven Love Defense video I had made. In fact, it was actually revenue from the PM Damien defense video that I had posted. And for quick clarification, in this video I had essentially defended PM Damien from malicious harassers who were attempting to lie and ruin his reputation, and to also beat them in the process, and to which PM Damien was supportive of me making in private. I mean, sure.
I'm not, like, if I'm being devil's advocate, the critique would still stand in what they're giving you. I don't think it's a valid critique, but the critique would still stand.
It was me tooting my own horn in a way by posting these analytics, because I was happy about what I did, being that one, not only did I help a fellow YouTuber against literally career-damaging false claims, but two, it got a lot of attention in the process, meaning that less people would attempt to do this to other YouTubers in the future. And again, it certainly doesn't mean I don't care about the content I'm passionate making. One can be interested in getting money from the job they do, and also covering topics that they want
just
to
say
cover. I'm
that.
not sure why Bucket attempts to paint these as
Just say that, and then continue.
opposing factors. And since we're bringing up the Soul-Driven Love defense video in the process, let me give some quick context. Around the time of me creating defense videos for other large influencers like Goldfishies and PM Damien, I was added into a Discord group chat with Soul-Driven Love and their at the time girlfriend Ava. In this group chat, we consulted for hours about all the claims made against them, and this video, which was being created, took a very long time for my editor to produce and contained hours upon hours of information, testimony, and screenshots. This as well was a video that I was extremely excited about making because I genuinely believed that Soul was a victim of severe defamation and harassment. And I believed in my process of defending them that I was doing a legitimately good thing, and I really wanted people to see the truth. Both Soul and Ava had extremely serious situations happen to them in private, and I empathized very much with their mental struggles at this time, and I wanted to do anything I could to help. In no way did I know about the full story or the new claims that were being pushed out against them in the months following, and as soon as I did, I made videos calling it out. Also, something no one brings up about Soul-Driven Love was the fact that in their own response document they made, they clarified themselves that I had no bad intentions when I reached out to them and made that defense video on them, and they even apologized for letting me down and adding more stress to my play, because now people to this day accuse me of being complicit or having known what they did, and still defending them nonetheless when this isn't true whatsoever. I did make a mistake, I did up believing this person, but this is being spun maliciously once again when Soul themselves acknowledges that I had the right intentions, but they, on their own volition, let me down by lying. Now, another claim that Bucket levies is a clip I've seen going around of me saying I can claim to my friend in a Discord call back in 2023, which he paints as a mental breakdown that I had, of course with no context provided. First of all, this is not a breakdown I had, and I do not know why this is being used to etch the argument that I shouldn't have a platform, when this was a joke I made in call with my mutual Maple, aka Ashlyn, who I'm still friends with on Discord to this day. By listening to the clip too, you can literally hear them laughing in the background as well as my voice breaking because I was finding humor in the situation.
Ever say that about it. I literally, all the which I had to deal with.
It is very obviously a joke, which was then recorded by a user named Vintage and sent to his friends, where it eventually was spread. Of course, Vintage knew that this was a joke, however, when it was spread to enough people, it then started getting twisted. When I brought this up to Bucket as well, he simply states, it sounded like you were having a mental breakdown, while also following up with the fact that he had seen this clip originally with no context to begin with, so he simply based this entire claim in this video on his own subjective opinion, and he follows up with doubling
A video by a child, by the way. Why do you even care?
down by stating it made my character look worse regardless. Why? Because I said I can claim to my friend, to which they state was a joke and remain unaffected by, to whom was genuinely affected by this video, and to what extent were these words genuinely malicious? Because they weren't. There was no malicious intent behind what I stated in that video. I mean, you were even told that this was a joke video, and you couldn't even do surface level clarification in your own comment section and correct the misinformation that you spread and levied. He still to this day keeps this clip in the video and does not in fact cut it out. And even on his own community post, he once again lies and claims that there were racist person here when no, there wasn't. He's completely made that up. Also, despite me making it clear that I wanted to engage in a mature conversation, he left only minutes later stating talking to me only makes him lose his precious time.
You expected the child to be mature. What do you think was gonna happen, bro? Okay.
Now, I do also find it odd on why he would record the calls he had with Guamgo and attempt on numerous occasions to include him in this video.
Such as what Guamgo covered in his video, just to being backed up by Guamgo on Twitter and having a one-on-one call with him. I've done it all. I showed all of this to Guamgo, and this is also where Guamgo jumps in to back me on this. It was garnered enough attention for it to be seen by Guamgo. I already knew this because I got it from verified chat logs, but Guamgo helped me prove this to the public at the time.
I didn't give him consent to record.
Despite the fact that
Wait, that doesn't change the possibility of Guamgo agreeing. That doesn't... Why are you defending Guamgo? That doesn't make a defense for him. Why are you defending him on the most useless fucking points? Parlo really needs to get better friends. Holy shit. This is what I was saying earlier. He would just get backstabbed a week later and then go ahead and make friends with them. Like, genuinely, I know I've been giving Parlo a lot of shit, but genuinely, you need better friends, my guy. Genuinely. These people will stab you in the back and will be snaky as fuck behind your back. And you're just going to let them back into your life and the cycle will repeat. And it's just going to keep going. It's just going to keep happening every single time. That's the one part I will feel, like, the main part I will feel bad for Parlo in regards to, because he doesn't seem to realize it in the slightest. Guamgo saying he didn't give permission for him to record that call does not change the fact of it being possibly Guamgo's stance. I mean, where is the call? Does he show it? Hold on.
It was full of untrue.
Let me find this. I'm actually curious. Guam. Go. Fuck's sake, I'm not gonna be able to find it in here. Let's just find it in this. Okay. What's this?
Again? I mean, the stuff with internet adjacent where he flew him out first. Each of them was up to. I'm not surprised that he hasn't tried to confront him again.
Do you want me to add him to this?
Hold on. Offered to put me in a group chat with Parlo where I could try to confront him again.
Do you want me to add him to this group chat so you could confront him again? I mean, this is it's pretty clear that he's tried to avoid this. Do you want to talk to him again about this?
I accepted and was invited to the group chat, but nothing happened out of that because Parlo did not send a message in the group chat after getting 4 notifications from it. 2 from me and another YouTuber being added, 1 from me sending a GIF, and 1 from the other YouTuber.
9 AM to 7 PM. Nothing happens, and then he leaves.
Leaving. In hindsight, I could have probably sent a more coherent message rather than just a GIF, but I also did not expect Parlo to respond at all, so I just didn't do anything extra.
Okay.
Regardless, for
That explains his side of this.
notifications with nothing in return from Parlo. But yeah, boom. That's it. On to the next thing. We were gonna go to the next segment right now, but I'm stupid and I forgot about Parlo being completely complicit. The post garnered enough attention for it to be seen by Guamgo, who in the replies confirmed the messages were real. I already knew this because I got it from verified chat logs, but Guamgo helped me prove this to the public at the time, and probably right now as well. And that's not even the only thing I found out about Parlo. As I mentioned before, he has a strong a black person referring to them. They see that as bigoted. Yet it was just bigoted.
There's no, it's maybe.
Yeah.
It was.
It's a joke, man. It's a joke. You just don't get my humor, man. Yeah.
I don't think it's humor at that point anymore.
It's not. It's not. Definitely not clear bigotism. Unfathomable amounts of accountability taken by Parlo. We should all forgive him and forget this ever happened.
Again, it doesn't change the fact that Guamgo is not on Parlo's side in this. Who cares, bro?
Guamgo apparently gave absolutely no consent to be recorded, let alone even included in this video.
And this is not the only time he's done something like this. Initially, when he was responding to the Homotopia stuff in 2023, he only posted a highlight clip of his stream on his second channel, which had 2,000 subscribers at the time, marked it as a response and called it a day. Not to mention, the clip was only like 5 minutes long, and that's because he completely glossed over everything and even lied in some instances. For more information on that, you can check out this video by a certain someone who I apparently can't even say the name of, but I'll just put up the video on screen.
I also find it interesting how Bucket attempts to cover my initial response to the Homotopia situation, which albeit was a poorly made video which was created over 2 years ago. However, I still find it worthy of criticism on how he promotes gun fishing's video on the situation, yet provides no sources of my well-structured response videos and document that followed. Now, when I confronted him about this in private, he claims that he was only highlighting this to cover how I initially poorly responded to the situation. That's fair, but it's also fair to criticize him for avoiding to address my public Google document in which I had created that proves comprehensively via archived chat logs that I was simply
Okay.
not active in the server. It's only fair that people have access to both sides of the situation, especially when covering serious topics such as what took place with Homotopia. Now this all, however, absolutely does not take away or detract from the genuine criticisms levied by Bucket, being the absolutely unacceptable and disgusting comments I made when I was 17. This does not
Okay.
reflect the person I am today, and I cannot even remember the last time I made edgy comments like this for attention again. For further clarification, there is no excuse whatsoever, and there should be none, for saying something like this. So yes, I do absolutely apologize once again for what I stated back in 2022. Now as for the theory comments between me and Dupe, I will address this more in detail later, but these comments are absolutely not acceptable either, and are not indicative of my political opinions now whatsoever. Furthermore, the joke comments aged absolutely horribly as well. I do not deny that. I had a pattern of behavior where I would just make these comments in the moment as some crude joke and for attention, and I wouldn't take into consideration the consequences of making them later on down the line. Well, yes, the comments again aren't indicative of anything. That certainly doesn't make them look great in any context regardless, and for that, once again, I absolutely do apologize. I had a responsibility as a content creator as I covered topics pertaining to these situations, and I should have done better, and I didn't. I also want to make this distinct clarification too. Bucket attempts to claim that I was complicit in Dupe having an action to Jenny. For this claim, he levies 2 screenshots, with the context being charged mess.
What? He has a... Dude, can you please just, like, write it out so I can actually understand a word you're saying? Then we blank our plank together while I grab you by the torso. Please. Okay.
Messages that Dupe made in reference to me. Now, I want to make this explicitly clear. In these chat logs, while I thought that the wording was odd, nothing gave me the impression that he was actually referring to animatic content. I only believed...
To what content?
While I thought that the wording was odd, nothing gave me the impression that he was actually referring to animatic content. I only believed he was
I don't even know what he's meant to be talking about here. This is the issue with the over-censoring part. I cannot genuinely understand a word of it.
These words in reference to me and me alone. Furthermore, these terms in that context were never used again, and I had made it clear...
What is that?
If he was using these words in reference to me and me alone. Furthermore, these terms in that...
Is that meant to be not? Okay, what, so furry content? Or what, bestiality? Is that the claim?
Context were never used again, and I had made it clear to Dupe in DMs beforehand that I was disgusted and didn't like...
Okay. Are you a brony? No. Hold on. Are you a brony? No.
I used to wonder what friendship could be. My little pony. Until you share this magic with me. Big adventure, tons of fun. Beautiful heart, a faithful and strong. Sharing kindness is easy feat. And magic makes it all complete. You have my little ponies. You know my very best friends. My Little Pony Friendship is Magic TM, not sponsored.
He might be a brony. Anyway, no, I'm a furry, but I don't like... Lolly? Or cub? Or feral art? Because I'm normal. What's cub?
Like that content regardless. You can see it in this screenshot. I never directly played into that type of artwork whatsoever. Additionally, in other dynamics I had, specifically with Wolfgang, I had made it clear that I found his legitimate interest in to be completely reprehensible and disgusting. The difference I perceived with Wolfgang and Dupe was that Dupe made offhand remarks, and playing devil's advocate, that doesn't unilaterally mean he was actually interested in this content. Wolfgang, however, was absolutely interested, and this was made abundantly
Wait, what?
unilaterally mean he was actually interested in this content. Wolfgang, however, was absolutely interested.
Like, inherently, if you think it's zoophilia, you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how that shit works.
And this was made abundantly clear to me numerous times.
Big difference between a depiction of a four-legged dog getting fucked and an anthro furry with specifically shaped genitalia. Wait, what? Hold on. Sorry.
And I didn't. I also want to make this distinct clarification too. Bucket attempts to claim that I was complicit in Dupe having an action to Jenny. For this claim, he levies 2 screenshots, with the context being...
Yeah, you're not hot. Our knots together whilst I grab your torso, please. When we will be allowed to meet, oh my lord, hot.
Charged messages that Dupe made in reference.
So Parlo specifically talks, like, says that's hot and referring to, like, knots and stuff like that.
Me. Now, I want to make this explicitly clear.
Okay.
In the chat box, while I thought that the wording was odd, nothing gave me the impression that he was actually referring to animatic content. I only believed he was using these words in reference to me and me alone. Furthermore, these terms in that
Okay. So what's the difference then in your mind?
Text were never used again, and I had made it clear to Dupe in DMs beforehand that I was disgusted and didn't like that content regardless. You can see it in this.
No, No, you didn't say that at all. No, you didn't say that at all. You said you're not interested in the lolly or cub or feral art.
Screenshot. I never directly played into that type of artwork whatsoever. Additionally,
Yes, you did. Not like the pedophilia ones of it, but you did.
other dynamics I had, specifically with Wolfgang, I had made it clear that I found his legitimate interest in to be completely reprehensible.
His interest into knots reprehensible. But you were also finding it hot before. Why are you lying now?
And disgusting. The difference I perceived with Wolfgang and Dupe was that Dupe made offhand remarks, and playing devil's
Offhand remarks.
advocate, that doesn't unilaterally mean he was actually interested.
But you were. You were interested into the offhand remarks. What are you talking about? Dude, if Parlo's seeing this right now, because I know he's awake in the UK, can you please answer this? Because I know he has a tendency of appearing in people's live chats even if he's not fully watching it. So Parlo, genuinely, if you are seeing this, what did you mean? Also, I don't give a fuck if you are into it or not. Like, furries can do whatever the fuck they want in that regard, as long as it's not like an actual anthropomorphic, not anthropomorphic, whatever it is, like a full-on dog, right? I don't care. I genuinely do not care.
In this content. Wolfgang, however, was absolutely interested, and this was made abundantly clear to me numerous times, to which I made it clear in response that I was diametrically opposed to this content. Now, with the situation playing out the way it has, as I've
If you think it's awful, why did you call it hot? Yeah, exactly, that's my point.
discussed with Stave,
Again, his stances could change over the course of the years, but again, you can't make this comparison point in that regard, and then say you're not into it.
circumstances does my situation now
It's
invalidate the
entirely hypocritical within his own video. I didn't even know about those messages with the dupe stuff. And that he was trying to claim that, like, IA was like a zoophile with it.
of actual problematic individuals who've been called out in the past. I've seen people recently attempt to defend objectively horrible people such as Pyrocynical, DA Games, or countless other individuals, and I've made a lot of mistakes, one too many now, but that does not now make these people who have caused a substantial amount of harm suddenly innocent. That's fundamentally not how it works. As most situations like this transpire, anger is high, and misinformation spreads around a lot in a mob-like mentality, with oftentimes a lot of bad actors attempting to use situations like these to claw their way back at getting attention, or of course attempting to devalue or dismiss their own actions in the process. And one such Roblox influencer named Connor YT has decided to do just that, and capitalize on the situation.
No, Yen, please don't summon him. I want to. I was actually interested in having a conversation with him, but I never got around to it.
Try and dogpile me with complete lies. In tweets which unfortunately garnered a lot of attention, Connor was seen openly lying that I was associated with gone fishing, even though we're literally not friends whatsoever, and he provides zero evidence of this. Connor also completely lied to thousands of people to victimize himself, claiming that I was complicit in his doxing, despite the fact that his face was publicly shown on his own YouTube channel, and which is painfully ironic because he himself has shared actual personally identifiable information of people before. Connor also claims I called him a again with zero evidence, and claims I slandered him as a racist, which is a very interesting claim to make, as it wasn't slander. Connor just can't take responsibility for his actions, and will seek to play victim as much as possible to manipulate people into believing that he's fundamentally innocent. Connor was not slandered. Connor is definitely not the victim, and Connor himself has a very well documented history of openly throwing rituals around and taking no accountability for his actions whatsoever. So let's play a couple clips, shall we?
If you say the word and you're not saying it in a racist format, you just made up, I accidentally say it. Contacting my overseas guys? I don't care if I say the word, and you didn't mean to say it. I don't care if I say the word, and you're not having intentions to be racist. I only didn't say it. It's not racist to say that. It's just people are sensitive, very sensitive, whiny babies. I don't think that it should be considered racist. You just said it. It's a word. I don't care if I say the word. Half the people who consider.
I don't know why Parlo's the one bringing up this critique when he's used slurs in the past. I don't care, man.
Literally, they're not even black or anything like that.
Connor as well, ironically, as someone who claims to be against harassment, openly harassed children saying the most disgusting things imaginable to them.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Pineverse is here. Pineverse, nobody here cares about you or likes you. Get a life. And plus, if you're coordinating all of these people to like say about me, go kill yourself again, okay? Go on your little bullshit rant. Oh, I'm a super victim. Oh, nobody cares.
And it is more than clear that he used the situation not to spread the truth, but to deflect away from what he himself did. He's a disgusting person and a malignant, narcissistic liar. And ever since I made my
Wait,
video,
how? Whoa, how? What? How?
Cares about
Again, someone can suck and also make critique. I'm
you or
confused.
Get a life. And plus, if you're coordinating all of these people to like say about me, go kill yourself.
Do you get all the money from super chats, or does YouTube take a cut? YouTube does take a cut. I had thought about like trying to see how to get stream elements working, so I can get donos that way. The only reason why I had been hesitant against it is because I had been hesitant against it because I don't like the idea of having like TTS read stuff out. If that makes sense, I kind of like the ability to read stuff out when I want to and not get interrupted by it, if that makes sense. If there's a way I can do that with stream elements and stuff like that, I'll definitely look into it. Like, I've only recently been messing around with plugins, which is why we've got this nice little like chat overlay here, which I use Caster Labs for. It's actually okay. Caster Labs is mainly used for multi-streaming purposes, but I don't do that. So yeah.
Again, okay? Go on your little bullshit rant. Oh, I'm a super
victim. Oh, nobody cares. And it is more than clear that he used the situation not to spread the truth, but to deflect away from what he himself did. He's a disgusting person and a malignant, narcissistic liar. And ever since I made my video calling his egregious actions out, 2.5 years later, he can still be seen continuing to tweet about me and harass me in the process. I mean,
I want to give you money, but not YouTube. Lol. Do what you want to do.
Concerning obsession, this guy has not left me alone. The actions I have done, which are worthy of criticism, do not now magically absolve Connor of what he himself did. And people like this shouldn't be given the opportunity to deflect the topic away from their own actions, and they certainly should not be allowed to reintegrate back into a community where they can cause more again. Connor was even seen defending people like Captain Steve, who was 21 years old when he flirted with a 16-year-old on his main platform. Captain Steve knew that this was fundamentally wrong, and Connor even knew of this situation, yet as of recently he attempted to victimize him and his actions. Like, what are you doing? Now, I really wasn't planning on even giving more attention to Connor and his free videos he made about me completely milking the situation for every penny he could, but the irony and hypocrisy is just so palpable that I had to.
Good God, you do not want to question him at all, because he is going to hold a grudge for you for the next couple years. Maybe till the end of time. Who knows? It's gotten that bad. Ironic. He is going to hold a grudge for you for the next couple years. Maybe till the end of time. Couple years. Maybe till the end of time.
I don't care if I say the N-word.
You see, Connor has a very peculiar pattern of completely projecting and lying when it comes to certain situations, and chronically victimizing himself when he knows that he's completely in the wrong. For someone who claims that I'm obsessive over him, the irony really doesn't wear off when you actually take into consideration that this man has been consistently subtweeting me ever since my one video came out over 2 years ago on him. I find his audacity to claim I'm the person who holds grudges insane, when he has made it his life's goal ever since my video came out simply criticizing him for his disgusting actions, to instead attack me consistently and take no accountability whatsoever. This man openly people, is an open racist and mocked a suicidal child, and he doesn't even acknowledge this in his video. He simply frames it as old resolved drama.
Parlo dredged up old resolved drama from early 2023 regarding me. Instead, he dug up an old drama of mine to deflect from the actual points. Oh, wow, old drama? I immediately accept his narrative. No context, no timeline, no explanation, just old drama exists. Go self again, okay? Parlo dredged up old resolved drama from early 2023 regarding me. Go on your little bullshit rant. Oh, I'm a suicide victim. Oh, nobody cares.
Then he dug up an old drama of mine to deflect from the actual points. Nobody cares. This is because the last thing he wants is for his young impressionable viewers to actually know what he did, because then his little victim complex he puts on would shatter immediately. He has no excuse for what he did, and he certainly won't ever take public accountability or apologize either. So what does he do instead? Well, he proceeds to use me as a scapegoat to shift all the attention away from his own actions, while simultaneously using the drama to claim that he was lied about all along.
Jokes aside, Parlo has continued to completely misrepresent context about everything. Since my last entry into the saga, he decided the best response to my commentary wasn't counter-arguments or corrections, but slander against me.
Now, I find it bitterly ironic that Connor claims I slandered him, obfuscated context, and lied, yet he shows no evidence for any of these claims. And keep in mind, this was made even worse with the fact that he himself has made egregious accusations against me with zero f***ing evidence behind them whatsoever.
Okay.
I can't exactly debunk a claim that has no basis behind it to begin with.
Okay, so why even bring it up then? Okay, that's just... What else is there in this? Debunking bad actors. Who the fuck is this, bro?
Whatsoever. Other malicious users such as Omar have attempted to use this entire drama to claim that I openly accused him of being a p***, which is just not true whatsoever. I never made a public statement about the situation and actually consulted him privately to hear his own side regarding the claims, to which after call we moved on from.
Basically, a YouTuber was contacting us about something. We just wanted to run it by you just to see your side of the story, so there's not any like misinformation spread about it.
Okay.
Furthermore, Omar conveniently leaves out the fact that he f***ed me in real life and come to my location on a leaked private call with friends, which is extremely telling of his character.
You're trying to accuse me of some bro, I smack the f out of him if I ever see him, bro.
Oh my god. Do it.
Do it, bro. If I next time I go over there, bro, I'll find this ass, man. What is he talking about to me? Oh, I sent some your old girls a account that I somehow have.
What kind of accusation is that, bro?
Does Parlo have amnesia? Does he have amnesia, bro? Is this guy stupid?
I don't know.
Also, in the entire call Omar presents, not once do I say anything that is inherently Islamic. Instead, I confirm in call that he was a victim of such comments beforehand, and all I ask him to do is 100% confirm and say that the situation is not true. That's not Islamic in the slightest.
They have sent Islamophobic comments to me.
That is what Kieran's done.
So wait,
just to be like 100% sure, like, is it disrespectful for me just to say like, do you just on everything that you haven't made a account?
I on everything, bro. Listen, I'll say.
Is there
in an
Wallahi,
Arabic way? We say Wallah al-Adim. We swear on the Kaaba too. On the Kaaba in Mecca. Uqsam bi Rabbil Kaaba. I swear on the Mecca too.
So you said that you've never done that?
I swear.
Alright. Okay.
If you even listen to the video, you can clearly hear me say at the end of the call that I just assume the actions are false and I move on.
I just assume that bullshit.
I mean, this is just a crystal clear example of people not actually watching the video that's being presented. They just instantly believe this guy who objectively lied because Omar saw an opportunity and interjected himself in the situation for attention. I willingly consulted Omar on his side of the story in private, and somehow that's now being spun to me falsely maligning this guy with zero evidence.
We thought it was real. We wanted to contact you about whether you did own an account like that, and what you were like your contacts and your connections with Jade and Kieran at the time. All we currently wanted was just like your statement on the situation, just so like the actions can be pulled from there until perhaps they find proof or something like that and something's done there.
I mean, very clearly, people just wanted an excuse to hate me, and they saw the situation, didn't confirm the veracity of what was being discussed, and just went ahead and spread it.
How is that a accusation? How is that a accusation?
Basically,
the guy asked if you did it, and then you said no. If anything, the guy in the middle was being the most pushy. How the is this a accusation. These people waste my time. I hate them.
Now, Navolk also attempted to use this entire situation to completely lie and victimize himself in the most malicious way possible. Navolk knew exactly what he was doing with his title, where he states, "What Parlo did to me, I was 13." He did this intentionally to spin me as a pedophile to his impressionable viewers, and this isn't the first time he has completely defamed me. As we mentioned before, he made a video attempting to spin me as a pedophile by maliciously twisting what I had stated in the dupe situation. He then took down his video after acknowledging that he completely lied, but yet offered zero public retraction nor recanting of this claim.
Parlo is absolutely cooked. A few days ago, Wongo dropped a video fully exposing him for some insane stuff. But that's not what I want to talk about today. A few months ago, Parlo attempted to drive me to myself with many tactics, and I will be finally speaking up, because it seems like it's safe to now.
What I find absolutely disgusting in this video is that he attempts to latch onto the situation in drama to benefit himself in the most opportunistic way possible. He openly claims that I tried to push him to suicide with absolutely no proof whatsoever, and he only did this to completely degrade my already faltering reputation at the time. He made the most insane and malicious claim imaginable, knowing that his young viewers would actually believe this. He knew that since my reputation was in a freefall, he had the ability to deflect the topic away from what he did himself and could shift all blame onto me by playing victim and lying to his audience. He knew that he could lie as much as he wanted because I did not have the ability to defend myself whatsoever at the time, but now I do. He even had the audacity to state that people owed him an apology when they absolutely don't. You, yourself, Navolk, made an apology to everyone because you knew that you openly lied about so many people. However, it is clear looking back that you weren't apologetic in the slightest. You only made this video as damage control.
My comments have been flooded with support, because people realized me and a few of my friends were fighting for the truth. Fighting for the truth. Fighting for the truth.
No, you were not fighting for the truth, Navolk. You openly lied, conceded, and backtracked when you were called out. You have made this entire ordeal effectively about yourself, so you can take credit for something you didn't do. This drama had nothing to do with you whatsoever, and you just simply wanted to include yourself in this so you could play victim for attention, and so you, of course, could capitalize on this with as many views as possible.
Regardless, how did Parlo try to make
This is giving me a fucking headache. Holy shit.
myself? Well, it started on July 9th.
Again, I'm gonna have to look at the video now, aren't I? How do I look this up? Why are they all just getting into drama with kids? Navolk? Is that the channel? My experience with Navolk? Wait, he uploaded another video? Wait, what? What? Wait. Is he uploading these into separate parts? Really? Wait, hold on. Is this just the same?
Completely lie and victimize himself. He did this intentionally to spin me as a pedophile to
safe to
Oh my
What I
god, he
find
did.
true, and I have no idea where.
Didn't his account get taken down? Yeah, his main one. He's now using his gaming channel. What the fuck? Managed by AMG? The fuck is AMG? AMG? Assets Management Group. Okay. Weird. Anyway. What was I going to try and find? Where is this guy's YouTube channel? Navolk? Why can't you find his channel? Is this channel gone? No. What? Okay, whatever.
2025, when Parlo released a video on me attempting to defame me, which he did very well.
Now, what I find even more outrageous is the fact that he claims I slandered him in my video, yet shows no evidence for this whatsoever, and even put in text that I admitted that this video.
Navolk is 14 years old, by the way. What, like right now is 14 years old? His account got taken down. Okay.
It's made for harassment and fake.
I think Navolk's channel was taken down. Same for his Twitter being suspended. Navolk V2. Wait, what? Sorry. Okay. Navolk V2. Am I dumb? Why am I meant to see this? Navolk V2. This one? No. Navolk Official? No. Ah, fuck.
myself.
Okay, whatever.
Well, it started on July 19th, 2025, when
The Volk person is apparently 14. If someone has some proof for that, please. Why are you... Stop doing videos on children! I learnt my mistake when we were covering that fucking Cupidite shit. Worst fucking topic ever, by the way. God.
Parlo released a video on me attempting to defame me, which he did very well. Now, what I find even more outrageous is the fact that he claims I slandered him in my video, yet shows no evidence for this whatsoever, and even put in text that I admitted that this video was made for harassment and fake. This is absolutely not true, and I have no idea where he pulled this lie from. It's even more telling that he provides zero screenshot evidence of me ever admitting this either. He basically just makes the most egregious shit, and it's just like a trust me bro kind of situation. This video alone caused me to get an unbelievable amount of harassment. People like this terrible person...
Naval got hacked and terminated? Oh, I see.
Me on my apology video. Now, Naval claims that he was harassed, yet he wasn't. If you actually look at the comments, he was openly being criticized for what he did. I find it very interesting and very telling that he views all criticism against him as a personal attack on his character, because it evidently shows that he cannot and will not take responsibility for what he did wrong. I made this video because I was scared of Parlo.
A child, by the way.
This led to my mental health deteriorating every day. The fact that Naval frames the narrative as if he only made the apology to not be doxxed is extremely disingenuous. He made that video because he knew he couldn't defend his past actions of openly spreading misinformation, defending horrible people, and slandering people.
Doc, why is Naval's age just getting younger and younger? God damn.
Unfortunately, because at the time of him making this video, I was so hated, he was just simply allowed to lie completely impeded, and no one called him out for it. He even attempts to pull the mental health card again, so that people would eat up his drastic attempt at sympathy baiting. I mean, it's completely repulsive. And even worse, one of Parlo's friends tried to dox me. I alerted Parlo about this, and he tried to justify it many times to try and defend his friend. Now, I find this point extremely...
Wait, what? What is this?
Tried to dox me. I alerted Parlo about this.
He's leaking it in GCs. What did even get it? I got it sent in a GC. He's leaking my face while associating with this guy. I have a problem with what you define as doxing when it best suits you. At no point have I condoned the behavior, especially when you associate with doxers.
And he tried to justify it many times to try and defend.
You posted it yourself. You did too, in private. Hold on, Lamau. You are justifying my doxing.
His friend. Now, I find this point extremely pathetic. Naval claims that I attempted to excuse my friend for doxing him, when first of all, if you actually look at the screenshot presented, I clearly state that I do not condone what was happening whatsoever.
Wait, what?
Excuse my friend for justify it many times to try and defend his friend. Now, I find one of Parlo's friends tried to dox me. I alerted Parlo about this, and he...
At no point have I condoned.
Okay. Him. When first of all, if you actually look at the screenshot presented, I clearly state that I do not condone what was happening whatsoever. Furthermore, this person who he references were never my friend. They were just someone who consulted me in my DMs about, ironically, Naval's long history of doxing people himself, including him leaking IPs or even telling other to DDoS other people, which is a crime. Editor Parlo coming in here just to update you all that Naval in private to his friends openly admitted that he faked being doxed.
I faked my dox to victim myself in the Parlo shit.
In order to victimize himself. So don't just take my word for this guy being a liar, take his own word too. He openly admits that he would do anything in his power to play victim, and also even worse, he literally admits that he faked all his poly AI videos, and also admits that he only does YouTube for the money. Now, this wasn't actually my face, but Parlo believed it was and defended it. Again, he completely lies claiming I defended what happened when, if you actually look at the flimsy evidence he provides, I clearly stated I don't condone what transpired, and simply just put him out in his hypocrisy. He literally provides no other screenshots whatsoever. Parlo's objective at this point was to make my mental health so bad that I would quit YouTube. He saw me getting harassed, and he decided to double down. Again, this is yet another lie with zero evidence. Again, Navalk is reframing the situation to sympathy bait once again to his audience in hopes that he can neutralize his culpability in the situation. He made a defamatory community post about my friend doxing him, which is really ironic. Now, this is another large Freudian slip. Navalk for some reason brings up a community post I had made about him, and who he claims to be his friend. About my friend doxing him, in which his friend openly doxed me. Navalk shows no evidence whatsoever debunking this, so I have no idea why he brought this up in the first place. However, at least he admitted that the person who did dox me was in fact his friend. And he even admitted he made these posts as hit pieces. So what is a hit piece? Well, a hit piece is something that is made to purposely defame somebody and direct towards them. Now, Navalk attempts to...
Okay, bro. This is a child. Why are you even giving this guy any attention? Was Navalk even like a big creator? I don't care, bro. This guy's a fetus. Okay, Mugen, this is more interesting.
Now, I've also seen people attempt to defend, legitimize, and even rationalize what Mugen did to me and my channel, which is absolutely disgusting. In the UK, what Mugen did to my channel is a crime. Under the Computer Misuse Act of 1990, he also committed fraud by abusing his position of trust and deliberately misusing the permissions given to him. He sabotaged my channel, which was a valuable digital asset, and hindered my ability to now get income, sponsorships, and future earnings online. Mugen also sabotaged the ability of my editors to work for the channel and get money for their services.
Okay, let me just slow this down. Okay. Someone has removed our access.
Keep in mind, I had people willing to buy my channel off of me for thousands of dollars.
Hey, my friend! There's a serious offer involving paying you. You wanted to buy your channel for 10,000. I can't even tell if Pimpleton's taking the piss or not is the issue with this. Fuck me.
and I even had ad money pending on YouTube Studio, which I can now no longer receive. Mugen has provably committed 2 crimes in which I have actively consulted police about and reported. Mugen's actions resulted in bare minimum tens of thousands of dollars in damages, and in terms of the mental and emotional impact it had on me, it completely destroyed me. It was callous and calculated, and drove me to an extremely dark place. I worked on that channel for years, 6 years to be exact. It was cultivated through months upon months of research, work, and documenting history, which took place in the Roblox community, and now everything is lost media thanks to him. I had entrusted Mugen with channel manager in July of 2025, as he effectively at the time gave me advice on how to deal with specific situations, and as you can see, he deleted his messages. However, I expressed to him how I needed help, showing that there was a strong element of trust that I had to him. As this recent drama transpired, however, Mugen kicked all my editors off my channel permissions, refused to relinquish his own manager permissions, and I was stuck in a position of not being able to do anything. I did not have my devices that had 2-factor authentication, so when I went to remove his role, YouTube would then ask me for further verification, and I would be blocked A2FA prompt. I was stuck in an extremely compromising situation, and I could not get him off. Now, at this time, since I was panicking, we discussed about how I would go about responding to everything. Mugen also made it clear that he—
Why didn't he contact YouTube support? Like, bro. Did he not? Did he not contact YouTube support?
would allow me to make a public response, and he would not interfere or prevent me from doing that, because it's only fair that I can have a say and take accountability for where I messed up in. Now, eventually we got in a Discord call, and keep in mind, this was still during the peak of the drama, emotions were high, anger was apparent, and I acted pretty impulsively. Little did I know how Mugen actually recorded this without my permission, sent it to other extremely large Roblox YouTubers behind my back, and then used this as a pretext to actively sabotage my channel further. Directly against my permission, Mugen started mass purging my videos on the 18th of November at 2:30 AM. He had absolutely no right to do this whatsoever, and the act of him wiping these videos benefited no one. It was effectively malicious sabotage, as he proceeded to wipe hours worth of archived footage detailing reprehensible actions of countless users, who, now directly thanks to him, have attempted to come back now that the videos calling them out are no longer available, cataloging what they did. Countless screenshots, testimonies, and video evidence have now been lost to time, and the damage caused
Jesus
by Mugen is
Christ.
irreparable. He knew what he was doing, and yet he still continued even when I begged him to stop. Following this, at around 3:38 AM, Mugen attempts to hinge what he was doing on some non-existent hero complex he had. He claimed he was doing this to protect the people around me, which is extremely ironic because my own father agreed how malicious his actions were.
Yeah. No, Mugen was fucking malicious as fuck with this, I'll say this. I swear, there is, like, more of a chance of people around Parlo at the moment, like, trying to get rid of him, not for a place of care, but just to fuck him over. I am of the opinion that Parlo does need to get offline, but not for the reason I think a lot of these people are saying it for. I think he just needs to get offline because it's not going to help his mental health. It's not going to help him as a person at all, right? Because you got to think of it this way, right? He definitely needs to get some experience in the quote-unquote real world, right? That's my opinion of it. Because it's going to bite him in the ass in the long run, in case something happens where he can't make money off of YouTube. He needs to get those essential life skills. And this is why I think Parlo should enlist in the UK military. This is all a draft call, guys. This is just a big, massive draft call. No, I'm kidding. But no, I genuinely think he needs to get some stuff offline. At bare minimum, right, he doesn't need to go fully offline, right? He just needs to get something where this is more of a side project rather than his main focus when it comes to his, like, ability to get experience in life and income. Because you need to be making so much money for YouTube to do it full time. I can't do it full time. I definitely can't do it full time. That's why it's like a side thing that I do. But yeah. My advice to anyone who wants to do YouTube: don't just throw all your eggs in the basket, okay? Make sure you have a stable working job before you try it.
Minutes later, he shows that he terminated the channel, with me having received numerous emails detailing that Mugen had uploaded unlisted videos pertaining to content, to which he and others had mass reported to get everything taken down once I received the third strike, effectively destroying my source of revenue permanently, obliterating the platform that I had, and now preventing me from responding and taking accountability.
Yeah, it was fucked.
Situation. Mugen was not doing this for my mental health. I have no idea how causing tens of thousands of dollars in damages would fix anyone's mental health. In fact, it made mine and would make anyone else's significantly worse. He only did this because the platform I accommodated was too large, and that actively threatened him and his associates. They wanted to excuse what they did in the most manipulative way possible. They didn't do it for the greater good, they did it to benefit themselves. Now that I'm out the picture, it's much easier for them to prosper. Now, when I was gone and out of the picture, they could then control the narrative and actively suppress me with total impunity. If Mugen actually cared about my mental health, then why was he consistently making posts suppressing me in Guamgo's server and even violating my privacy by posting my face, especially when he knew people actively hated me at this time, potentially putting me in danger and at risk? The fact that this behavior is excused at all is absolutely insane. Anyone who sees this situation from even just a neutral perspective can clearly see what this was. It was a malicious hit job. Mugen and his associates knew that children would buy this "I did it for his mental health" story and would just accept that as a fact. It's even more vile when taking into consideration that I was working on a response taking accountability for everything. Mugen even knew this and prevented my ability accountability from doing this, making it look like I was running from my problems instead of addressing them. Moving forward, I know what I need to do to deal with this situation and have taken applicable actions behind the scenes to deal with this. That is all I'm going to say at this time. The more
Good.
you can privately collude or publicly engages or references me, the worse it's going to look for him on paper.
Okay.
Now, to Guamgo and his associates, who I know have been extremely embarrassed
Why are you apologizing to Guamgo?
and personally affected by this because they were closely associated with me, I'm extremely sorry for lashing out impulsively again. I was a bad friend who into
Okay.
consequences of putting this all out. This is a continuing repeat pattern in my behavior, and despite claiming I would change, I always end up reverting back to being extremely self-destructive, and that's why people understandably dislike me, and I don't fault them for that. I didn't want Guamgo to make a video on the Wolfgang situation himself. I wanted to cover it myself on his channel, but for it to be extremely censored and toned down for viewer safety. Only if the situation, of course, got larger with Wolfgang having made a video first. I shouldn't, however, have put Guamgo in a position where he felt as if his channel should be a platform for me to have used to defend myself from the mistakes that I made on my own volition. It was my own problem, and I should have sorted it out myself, and I'm sorry for dragging people into that. I am. And I also want to go another step further in this all. In the past and relatively recently, I've made extremely controversial, abrasive, and politically charged comments that are absolutely not acceptable, and I do not stand by now. I want to apologize to the Muslims who watch my channel, but also to my viewers in general. I have not been a good
Sorry to the Muslims, by the way.
advocate for safety or a positive role model like I should have been. The shit I have said, whether it was to elicit a funny reaction or not, is not acceptable. And although I can sit by and say that I will change, I want to prove via action that I can and that I will. My political stance has changed drastically when engaging in new circles, speaking to new people, and of course educating myself. For a while, I engaged with extremely abrasive right-wing propaganda, as clearly seen when I made Trump edits in 2024. But now I have my stance and the actions that reflected that stance last year in disgust, as I also look back at my behavior recently with the same disdain. I am ideologically not the same person as I was. I know that might be hard for some of you to trust, but I'm only asking for you to see my actions moving forward to prove that I have actually changed. I've come to terms with the fact that I should not comment on controversial topics to do with religion, as clearly I'm not educated on the matter, and because I do not have the mental capacity to show maturity when it comes to such subjects. And for that and my past actions, I apologize. I'm a Roblox YouTuber at the end of the day, not some knowledgeable source when it comes to religious history. I don't want to deflect, I don't want to deny, I don't want to hide, I just want to be direct and apologize to people I've affected. And to Arham and Blaster for how I mistreated you as friends who were once close to my circles. Even if you don't believe me, I am extremely sorry for how my comments may have affected and angered you, and I do want to change moving forward.
Wait, what?
Once close to my circles. Even if you don't believe me, I am extremely sorry for how my comments may have affected.
The rest just decimate. Okay.
And angered you, and I do want to change moving forward by never speaking about topics to do with this ever again. Now, I do have a fundamental problem for why Arham called this out now, despite him making the exact same jokes in private with me and numerous other people. When I made my past stance clear in February 10 months ago, Arham was seen responding that he respects other people's opinions and acknowledged my problems in a mature manner. I simply laid out my grievances in which I had, following up with stating that I hold no resentment towards any religion whatsoever. My criticism at the time had no relation to the ideology itself. I do understand, however, regardless of if I made jokes or shared such opinions like I did openly, it is not acceptable, but it does bring Arham's intentions into direct question on why he didn't say anything about this while it happened, and only chose to speak out about it months later when the opportunity best arose for him. Now, I do admit, I engaged in needless combative discourse regarding this. It didn't serve a purpose, and it only caused unnecessary problems and divisions when I did discuss it. So moving forward, I'm absolutely not going to be doing this ever again. Now, when I referred to Tanuki Alex's ex-girlfriend,
You could say that him talking about the Muslims was a fast pace. Huh? Huh? Yeah? Yeah?
I'm Cat the way I did in the now infamous Discord stage, I did not intend to do that in a racist or bigoted way, although that is how it may have seemed to a lot of people at the time, because I was extremely aggressive in that call. The tone of my voice was again very combative, and I do apologize if it was interpreted that way. Looking back, I can absolutely understand if it sounded malicious, and it's embarrassing I even acted this way at all. It was extremely childish, immature behavior that only made my situation so much worse. The rationale, however, for why I stated this in call, though, had a legitimate reason. I brought this up because I'm Cat had a very controversial past, which had to do with her discrimination against white people, to which she has not taken accountability for even still to this day. But again, I'd like to make it abundantly clear this is not an actually engineered insult. To Rin, a friend I've known for a while, my response to you in mental crisis was self-centered, lacked empathy, and was extremely uncalled for. Despite the
What even was it? Why are you even showing
To
this?
Rin, a friend I've known for a while.
You have 4 seconds. I'm asleep. Wait, what? Can't believe I associated with him. He could have easily helped prevent my what? Back in 2020. Okay.
My response to you in mental crisis was self-centered, lacked empathy, and was extremely uncalled for. Despite the fact that I had my own issues to deal with in 2024, under no circumstances does that give me the right to have brushed off your situation, which was clearly putting you in distress. While I apologize to you in private, and we seem to be on good terms now, I still want to apologize to you in this video for how I acted then. Also, in respect to your current financial situation and the fact that you were kind enough as to give me money back in 2024, I want to focus on repaying you with money garnered from this video if the monetization gets sorted. And to Ducky as well, I'm extremely sorry for the way I treated you. Just like with the Rin situation, I was extremely self-centered, I lacked a backbone, and I instigated behind the scenes at the very start of this all. I spread a personal claim that I heard, and despite it being unsubstantiated, it spread and it hurt you. While I had problems at the time for how you went about the dupe situation and what I was being told by friends about you spreading that behind my back, I've had the time to look back and I can empathize with your position as it was completely f***ed up for me to have done, and I do apologize. For context of viewers watching this too, me and Ducky have spoken in private about all of this, we've put our drama aside, and while I don't want to reveal personal matters on his behalf, I have been completely transparent.
How do you greet a Muslim when you want to be respectful? You offer them some this is such a dumb joke. You offer them some salad alaikum. Thank you. Thank you. Meanwhile, a Muslim is just messaging me now, giving me cookies. Thank you, Junkfish.
Taken accountability, and hopefully we are on good terms now. I wish him the best moving forward. Now, regarding you, the viewers, I don't fault you for your stance now. Feeling upset and feeling angry, I would too. You absolutely do deserve an apology, and I didn't want to cower away from hiding that or run away from my problems like other people have done. Me currently being in a position now where I can step back out of an echo chamber and I'm finally being justifiably called out for the damage caused in the past by my irrational and erratic actions, I now have the ability to look back at all that's happened, and I do want to apologize.
Yes, Cal? Am I cancelled? What's up, Cal?
Firstly, to Tazd, I believed unsubstantiated claims being told to me, and I pushed them without getting your side of the story. And I was very cynical that you two were catfished, which is ironic given the position that I was in myself, and I apologize for you for that. As for Tanuki Alex as well, our stories have been rather complicated over the past few years, to say the least. We've had some pretty messy falling outs before, but for what it's worth, Tanuki, I resonate with a lot of things that you've suffered from. I do not think that you're a fundamentally bad person at all, and I do acknowledge that you've done a lot with the platform that you have. I see that you clearly have personal things going on, and you two are not doing mentally well at all. And I just want to reserve this segment of the video to apologize to you for my faults, but also to add a little bit more clarity to the viewers. Now, while I'd like to maintain a position that I did not harass Tanuki, I did not make any videos on Tanuki, I did not defame her as a predator, and I did not make any false content claims against her, that does not excuse my immature conduct in which I exhibited, and for that I will absolutely apologize. She is not a homophobe, she is not a sexual harasser, despite the fact
also, thank you, Cal.
I do have fundamental problems with some of the things that she said in private to me, but I don't hold any ill will against her currently. I'd also like to make it abundantly clear that I did not endorse anyone to ruin her life, and I want to make it clear that I do not support any hate or harassment towards her. However, I do have a problem with some of the things that she did in this situation. For example, Tanuki Alex does signal boost people who have done objectively bad things without verifying the situation. She's seen openly liking a comment of Whispers, who is a known predator who posted content on their old alias, XDGamer420. They are a literal criminal who has used this situation to spread misinformation and of course to benefit themselves. This Whispers
Cal's evil eye tempting them with the cookies. See, I know things. I've been educated. Huh?
person also currently runs the fake Parlo channel, which is impersonating as me, and I'm currently trying to take it down. I also do have a problem with Tanuki Alex's support to Urena. I'd like to make it clear I've never accused Urena of having content. However, a fan of hers who impersonated as me back in 2022 did post the content in her server, and it took hours for the moderation team to remove it. This was not a fan or friend of mine, and Urena has been extremely contradictory with her own side of the story regarding this. Also, her history of making suggestive content or making suggestive UGC items pushed towards children, or her negligence in posting Roblox.
Do I just skip this? Do I just skip this? Let's just go to Artica, fuck it.
Before this video ends too, I'd like to make two final clarifications. First, after consulting with Himpleton, I've made it clear that I do not support any of the problematic behavior that a user named Artica has exhibited to Avalon. Just like with Internet Adjacent, the behavior is completely unacceptable. And two, I will be making a large video covering the defender situation and all the miscellaneous claims.
Yeah, buddy.
I have many screenshots as well as video recordings that prove my side of the story, and the video will take a while to make. I want to debunk a lot of misinformation being spread, as well as also taking accountability in parts where I've absolutely made mistakes in. I also want to make it clear that this video is not intended for cyberbullying, hate, or harassment. Do not contact or target anyone on my behalf. Any discussion should remain respectful and constructive. This video was made for educational and informative purposes only, in order to cover the entire situation that has transpired over the course of the past 2 months. This video acts as crucial commentary into my side of the situation, and for me to simply defend myself. In compliance with YouTube's child safety community guidelines as well, I must preface the fact that this video is intended for more mature audiences, as this video has been marked as not made for kids in YouTube Studio, and this video has all the mature information obfuscated so it can conform and adhere to the guidelines. The content in this video discusses serious and sensitive topics, including issues related to online safety and behavior, which are presented for educational and awareness purposes in a documentary and commentary style video. Viewer discretion is of course advised.
Okay. Is that it? We done? We done? Are we done? Okay. Cool. What? That was the most painful video ever. What do I think about it? Gay. Very, very gay. Ugh, fuck. Okay. Right. He addresses some parts. He doesn't address the fact he was giving Avalon back shots. Kind of annoyed about that. Oh, no, he does, sorry. He does, sorry. That's entirely my bad. He does address it partly in that video. Don't know why I thought that for a second. I think I was under the preconceived notion from someone else that doesn't get mentioned, but it does. The 3 hours have been completed, barely. But apparently, after this video, Parlo calls in. Okay. Anyway, what an awful part to pause on. Okay, here we go.
Be cleared.
Alright. There you go. Alright.
This is not true. The payment for the phone was on the laptop.
Dude, almost 3,000 listening. Thanks. Hello, Parlo.
Hello.
You're echoing a little bit.
Oh yeah, let me change my mic. What an interesting live chat that was.
Yeah. Yeah.
I knew that they would do that. Snunt, I've had the ability to see everything that's been going on behind the scenes still, despite my cancellation. I knew that they were going to be doing that. They did that with Loppy, and they did that with Snunt. They always looking.
What are these glob shadow names? I know I'm Yen the Yan, but what the fuck is this? Snunt? Dude.
To hopefully this mic's better now. Is this mic better?
Yes.
Yeah, they did this with Snunt. They have an OPSEC Discord server, Schlep does, where he has
OPSEC?
people who collect information on everything he does. It was no brainer that they would all try and jump in this situation. Luckily, though, I could share some information right now because I think it's better. It comes out. I've got Discord history tracker archives of like group chats where Schlep was present in. Unfortunately, with one I know, there's 2 Roblox commentary YouTubers who were there at the time, back in 2022, in a Roblox YouTuber Discord server we had, where one I know, or one IK, screen shared like trans surgery gore to me when I was 17. One of them's Elliot, aka Cole, Coael, and then you've got Webby, who is actually friends with Internet Anarchist. But I find it very interesting that they openly lied and covered it up in the chat because they hedged their bets on the fact that I didn't have evidence of this anymore. But
So wait, just contextually here. What exactly, like, okay, so what exactly happened in these chats? Because you
Okay.
I'm sorry if I'm misunderstanding, but it felt like you're
we'll go over each situation.
Okay. Sure.
So one I know was like a close associate of Mugen. He's the guy with the red smile profile picture with the 2 dots in the mouth. Very simple profile picture. He is associated with both Ruben and Schlep, and
Mugen is?
No, one I know, and
Oh,
Mugen.
okay.
Both
Okay,
of
okay.
them.
Got it,
But
got
he's
it, got
friends
it.
with all of them.
Got it.
He is, I think, 2 years older than me, around about that, or 23, I would presume. And when Mugen was uploading porn to my channel, unlisted, he was one of the adults who was given the responsibility of mass reporting the content to like fuck up my channel. I also have a screenshot of like Schlep behind the scenes celebrating my channel termination, and it's a hell of a
Ooh.
lot easier for them now to gang up and attack me now that I obviously don't have a platform to really defend myself on. So they act all big and cocky right now, and they're fully fucking lying about everything, fully lying. In 2022, specifically December, New Year's Day, I was questioning like my gender identity at the time. This was because I was getting groomed by Nathrix into like
What the
she was
fuck?
offering me estrogen, shit like that, like a
Wait,
way
what?
to get it.
What?
And
What?
I was voicing to one I know about this, and he's pretty. I'm not gonna like moral fag about this, but he's pretty bigoted and like transphobic. So he was trying to etch me out of doing that. By being like, oh, you want to be a disgusting trans? You want to go through skin grafting and all of this
What?
disgusting
What the fuck
like,
is going on?
degenerate surgery? And then he started playing like 4chan videos of like trans surgeries, and he kept pressing me to look at it. Like, oh, come on, look at it. Come on, little guy. Come on, guy, look at this.
Well, hold on.
There was also
just
yeah.
clarifying question. Didn't you just admit that you were being groomed into being trans though? Like, and I'm not saying that justifies like that action.
The grooming is a much greater thing in general, but what she was also doing was pushing, like, she wasn't pushing me, but she was offering me like ways to get like estrogen and shit like that.
And would you have been like questioning your identity so much and like potentially wanting to go forward with that if it weren't for Nathrix's influence?
I would say it was also its own thing, but Nathrix kind of added on to that.
Okay, sure. All right, proceed.
But when I saw these videos, they were so like fucking disgusting that like it put me off that entire thing permanently. It was the most vile shit I've ever seen. It was someone getting like skin grafting and
What?
I can't remember if it was M to F surgery or it doesn't matter. The point was it was like ripping off layers of skin, transferring it to.
How is this grooming, man? How is this grooming? Dog. What the fuck?
Other parts of the body. It was really disgusting and gross, extremely bloody. There was also another example where he was going over a Roblox YouTuber named Tankfish, who I have a massive document on. And Tankfish was promoting hentai nuke codes to children. And
What?
one of the memes he posted on Twitter had a bunch of nuke codes that led to like lolly shotacon rape. Am I able to say these words without it getting flagged on your
Yes.
stream?
Yes.
Like literally every bad thing you could think of. There was a specific comic that led to Shota Lolly rape cannibalism comics.
What?
And he screen shared
Dude.
him going through these comics. And he was like being critical, being like, "Oh, look how gross this is! Look how gross and disgusting this is!" But he was screen sharing this to me, who was 17, and also in front of Carl, who was 15 to 16 at this time. He was around 19. And so fast forward to 2024, one of Ruben's associates, Alaskan Reality, was called out for being.
So the accusation that they got groomed into being trans? Is this what I'm getting from this? What the hell? I'm so confused.
Being a pedophile. This was August 2024, I believe, and I'm not saying Ruben knew about this. He obviously didn't. He called him out as soon as it was known. But Ruben made a tweet stating that if any of my friends have done the same thing, please come out about them. I don't want to be seen associating with people like this. So I spoke to Schlepp about what One I Know did to me. I actually believe Green Lego Cats was present in that call as well, and Schlepp was prodding me over and over and over again to go to Ruben Sim about this, pressing me over and over and over and over again. Oh, you just go to Ruben, like, what's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen? Well, I get eventually into a call with Ruben, and it's extremely awkward. First of all, basically he says, I'm doing this for attention, there's no point in calling this out, and then Schlepp completely does like a 180, and then starts stating, well, I really don't see the point of it, because you were kind of being groomed by a disgusting pedophile into being trans, so it's like, they were kind of doing you a favor, really.
What?
Okay, it's unbelievable.
Wait, hold on, just to clarify, just a couple of little clarifying questions. So when you went to Schlepp, this was obviously before getting termed, right? And this was just about the gore.
This was
Right.
August 2024.
Okay. So then, and then the other follow up on that would be: are you alleging that Schlepp is transphobic?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, you said that he said that you were getting groomed by a disgusting trans. So I just want to make sure.
No, I said, I thought I said disgusting pedophile who's trying to groom me to be trans.
No, you said by disgusting trans.
Okay, no, disgusting
Bruh.
pedophile. They absolutely hate Nathrix for justified purposes, because
Right.
Nathrix also groomed them, but,
Okay.
yeah,
Wait. Hold on. Is that public?
yeah, that's public. He's been very open
Nathrix
about
that Nathrix groomed Schlepp?
Yes.
Oh, I was unaware of that. Okay. Proceed.
Like Nathrix has groomed so many YouTubers. Like she's like one of the worst.
Is Nathrix Natty Forsyth? Is that who they're referring to? Or is that a different person?
In history, we found her recently. We found another 13-year-old, a victim of hers that she knew the age of. By the way, there's no plausible deniability bullshit for that. She was about 18. But so that was that. Then there was also a time when I confronted One I Know about the situation. I believe this was also around 2024, and we engaged in a debate about what happened. He was denying it in the live chat, obviously, because he's hedging his bets on the fact that I don't have evidence for this. But at the time, he was basically stating how I was 18 at this time when I wasn't. This was December 2022, so there's no way I could have been 18. And then he also stated that I was actually asking for it out of like morbid curiosity to see. Even if that was true, that literally doesn't like alleviate anything whatsoever. Had I been the one to have done this, I would have been absolutely maligned for it. But those were his two responses. Now, of course, he's denying it, and it's very easy for people not to take me seriously, but you can't understand how fucking infuriating it is to see this guy openly lie. Like, this guy has no moral backbone at all. Then, Ruben was in the chat going like, oh, well, let me bring the screenshot up. He said this in the live chat. They were deflecting a hell of a lot in that. Oh, give me a minute.
Okay. Well, I have an unrelated follow-up question for you at some point. Hello, Beckett. Hello, Beckett.
Lol.
Hi.
Dada? Dada?
There's a hell of a lot of things I have to do.
You're fine. Everybody's like...
So Ruben said Parlo is thanking 190 for stopping him from being groomed into mutilating himself by implying that he sent him gore. He's very neatly like stepping around like the situation.
Parlo,
he knows damn well
what
that
do
I
you think
confronted
putting
him
this
about,
video
like,
out will do for you in a positive?
Hold on. I forgot to
What do
turn
you
off
hope
donos
happens
so I can
next?
just read them rather than the donos sound interrupting everything. Guys, I will read donos. And we'll ask that question in just a second. Thank you, Captain C. Appreciate it. All right. Go on, Parlo. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I sent you a screenshot of that. I know that Green Lego Cats has far more of a moral backbone when it comes to situations. I know this because I've been told that he was also privately disagreeing with what Schlepp was doing when he was covering up the allegations of a massive Roblox developer, who they were basically stating, Ruben was basically stating Minitoon's victim, and he was saying lol to it. He was taking the piss.
Yeah, and I can explain in VC if you want. Sure. Just join a VC in my server, Heiko. Hi, Lio. Wakey wakey. I see all the Americans are waking back up now. Evil. I can explain it in VC, yeah. Hold on, let me wait for Carl to join. Carl, just join the summoning circle. Tick-tock. Waiting for the Carl. Carl's running. Tisk tisk. I'm gonna keep it playing.
Obviously, I'm not going to go into that too much right now, but Green Lego Cats was saying how fucking weird it was that that's being covered up. So I'm hoping that if I have contact with him, he can attest to this call actually happening. But,
Okay.
I can give you chat exports. First, I want to forward you this document. So, I want to focus on a guy named Ace Narrator. This is someone who is working with...
Oh, here we go. Quack. Hi, Carl. You're on the air. Carl. Hello? Carl? Fuck. Hello? Rep. Bye, Carl.
What's his name? Working with Schlepp. He's a voice actor for his Predator Exposed videos. This is a compilation of all the screenshots that are against him right now. A lot of these are
Let me
miscellaneous
speed this up.
screenshots, but it shows a long history of him trying to get CP from numerous girls. Now,
Jesus
from
Christ.
1 to allegedly 3 to 4 years. One of the girls named Lolly was apparently ID verified.
Hello, Carl.
Apologies for the thing. It was a little fucked up.
You're okay.
So the thing with the Parlo like trans allegations and whatever is that basically he claims he was being groomed into being transgender by a woman. He mentions her name, but I forgot. So he claims that she's grooming him into being trans, and he mentions this to this person who is transphobic. And so when he hears this, he's like, "Ooh, you don't want to do this because being trans is like mutilation to your body," and shows Parlo a bunch of surgery videos. So that's basically the allegation, that he was like shown gore with like when he was a child.
Gotcha. So that's apparently grooming. It's definitely fucked up if you're being shown that, but I don't think that's grooming.
Yeah, and also Mr. Crow mentions in the chat that he calls it gore. At some point, he calls it trans gore porn.
Right.
Which is not yeah, later on, he calls it trans gore porn
Yeah.
when it's like surgery videos, which are
Okay.
like you can find surgery videos like on YouTube. It's not porn in by any means. It's not meant to be titillating or anything.
Huh.
Still
Interesting.
inappropriate to like yeah, still inappropriate for like an internet stranger to be showing that to a child, especially if you're not
Yeah.
suspecting the child's being groomed. But Parlo frames it in such a way that's like, ooh, they showed me videos from 4chan with like trans gore porn. It's like, what are you doing?
Gotcha. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more
Yeah,
sense
just
now.
yeah, just wanted to explain. So when he comes to Ruben's sim and he's like, "Hey Ruben, your associate did this fucked up thing to me." Ruben is like, "Oh, they stopped you from being groomed into being transgender. So that's a good thing, right?"
Brother. So Ruben's transphobic.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure about Ruben's exact like positions because they do like they join and everything like starts. There's a huge fight later on,
Oh
so
boy.
you're gonna have to wait for that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that makes
But
sense.
they do end up discussing it. But yeah, that's what Parlo claims. He claims that Ruben doesn't think it's bad because Parlo was quote unquote saved from the evil transgender grooming.
Okay. Are you
And Parlo
are
himself
you in a
says,
where are
sorry,
you? I hear like a bird in
I'm
the background.
sorry, that's my pet bird, Zizi.
Aw.
She's she's kind of noisy this morning, but she's chill.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense now.
Yeah,
Awesome
we just
stuff.
wanted to explain this to you because the call absolutely devolves into just screaming at each other, and it's like you would not understand if you kept
Okay.
watching.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Yeah, have a good stream. I'm gonna keep watching from the
Okay.
chat.
Well, thank you very much, Cal.
Yeah, no problem.
Bye. That was Carl. Thank you, Carl. Bye, Carl, and hi, Carl.
To have been 11 at the time.
Her
and
name was
he
Wally,
trying to
bro?
No, no, not L-O-I, no, not Lolly, like
Oh,
L-O-L-I,
okay,
but like
okay.
L-O-L-E-E. But I have the Discord, and it was very convenient. Ace Narrator admitted to Guamgo in a message that I literally saw being screen shared in a Discord group chat that also contained Schlep, because Schlep had to add Ace Narrator in to then consult Guamgo about the allegations. But this motherfucker allegedly admitted to being in a relationship with a 13-year-old when he was 16, and then deleted those messages of him admitting to that. I distinctly remember seeing that as well. But in the Discord DHT archive I have, that's been conveniently deleted. But the messages of Ace Narrator being confronted about him trying to get CP from this 11-year-old is still there. Now he feigns the idea that he doesn't know that this person was 11, despite the fact that he was talking about them being like prepubescent and being under the age of 13. Like, oh well, when you're 13, we can do this, that. So this guy has like a long history of alleged like freer age gaps, and like if you have one freer age gap, since it's a moral gray area, that can perhaps maybe be justified if they're a minor and there's no element of grooming, solicitation, or attempting to meet up or anything illegal like that. But in this case, he's trying to push someone who's 3 years younger and quite literally prepubescent into giving him illicit material, and he's shown this pattern from 2020 all the way to at least
Who's the scaly there? That's Parlo. He's a furry.
2022. So there's a long repeat pattern in this behavior of him having like disparaging age gap dynamics. And
Okay.
Schlepp went to me. I gave you the document with a bunch of screenshots.
And is this
jumping up.
is this the Schlep document that you, or is this the document that you said is on Schlep that you had? That's like 40 pages or whatever.
No, I'm not. No, that's not the document I have on Schlepp. That's just a document on ACE.
Okay, so what before we like leave the subject of Schlep, like what's the deal with that?
This is to do with Schlepp because Schlepp was defending this.
Well,
guy.
but what is this? Because you reference it in your chat, like you said that you have a 40-page document on Schlep. Like what's that about?
Oh, I do.
What?
It goes over every. So Schlepp has a tendency to defend like minors who are between the ages of 16 and 17 who have done like either who've engaged in groomer-like behaviors or like borderline pedophilia.
6'7".
He attempts to defend it, or even CSAM solicitation. He attempts to defend it by stating, well, since they're two minors, who really gives a fuck? There's like a repeat pattern of this behavior where he claimed that Potamer didn't actually rape the 12-year-old when he was 16. He's avoided calling Potamer out publicly, and that has led to Potamer getting away with it. There is proof of Potamer speaking to the same girl that he raped when they were 14 and a half and he just turned 18, stating that he would like to get in a relationship with them again and meet up. If this was anyone else, by the way, this is proven now it's a legal adult messaging a minor. This still has not been called out to this day. And Schlepp basically did this because he doesn't want to engage in calling out situations where there are basically two minors engaging in this behavior.
Real quick before we proceed, Parlo, do we have is there any way we can get confirmation from Gwengo that this group chat happened that you were talking about earlier?
Yeah, I got you could just have the Google Drive that I have. No, I have the Discord group chat archived.
Oh, okay. So you already have proof that Gwemgo like was in this.
Yes,
okay,
I've said this like 50 million times. Here's the Google Drive.
Okay, calm down.
Listen.
Calm down. DMs? Okay. What have you sent me, Ivy? What is this? Fishy?
Black Griffin supports the lynching of black men and women all across the world. Black Griffin supports
What?
the lynching of black men and women all
What the fuck is this? What? What? What is the context? Fandom interviews arc? The snappening? What is this? What is this? What do I need to do to find this? Okay, Ivy, send me stuff for this, please. Wait, why am I watching that? Let me close that.
You're going back and forth a lot. You gotta forgive me a little bit for just asking.
I mean, there's a lot of whack shit that these people have done.
Right. I understand that, and that's why I'm like trying to clarify because chat's very confused, and I'm a little bit confused too. What the fuck even is this, dude?
Basically, you download that because it's me uploading a DHT to a Google Drive because there's no other way of me doing that. So, promise you, it's not a rat or anything like that. Download it and then you can open it up on Microsoft.
Himpy was then swiftly hacked by Parlo. No, I'm kidding.
Or I can open it up on DHT, right?
Yeah, Microsoft Edge, yeah.
Okay.
It's worked for me. Tell me if it works.
Let me open it up on Edge. So I just drag it into the Edge, essentially.
Download it and just open it. It will pop up with like the way you open it.
Yep. It worked. Okay, got it. Gotcha. Okay. All right, proceed.
I'm gonna also give you a couple screenshots from this document, but not the whole thing because there is a very big situation at the very top of the document, and that needs to be like gone about in like a massive video, and I don't have the ability to go about that in a massive video because obviously no one's gonna take me seriously until I don't have the reach.
Well then, I mean, are you gonna give it to somebody?
Someone's already doing it.
Oh, okay. That's good. Okay. Schlep associating with a CSAM solicitor. Okay. Got it. All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Can I have the evidence for this?
Well, not cool, but you know what I mean?
Screenshots. Yeah. I did 100% believe that they were going to do what they did in that live chat, and I thank God that live chat's been fucking lobotomized because the pure amount of mental retardation in that chat was absolutely.
Send you 10 seconds before the actual context. Okay, let's have a look.
I'll stand on business. I do not believe Orangebird. She lies multiple times in this. I've sat here thinking it would be really fucked if she was correct and she was getting catfished. Now there have no proof of that, but that would actually be fucked. So that is because
I do not know the context for this situation. I'm gonna have to look at that sometime.
Wait, what do you mean
It
by
got to
that?
the point where, like, the amount of
this
children
interview.
Oh yeah, that they were all gonna like pile onto me. They did this with Snun and
Oh.
Loppy and stuff like that.
Well,
They
I mean,
deserved it, but
I was about to say, like, I mean, I don't know who the fuck Loppy is, but like Snun 100% deserved it, right?
yeah.
Okay. So you're sending me additional screenshots?
Yeah, these are the ones I picked from the document.
Well, emoed master, I have got several streams talking about every little aspect of the Parlo situation, so make sure to check those out. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
It goes over like him being like actually trying to solicit images.
Got it.
So the only person was apparently by this. Ace Narrator brought his friend in to try and defend him, and then the friend ended up basically stating that like, well, we ID verified Lolly, and she was 11 years old at the time.
And so do I need to look at this like 48-page document that you sent me if I'm pulling these up, or no?
You really don't need to if you don't really need to. That's just if you want to go with like extra screenshots.
So that's just like supplementary material. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
I'm just going to show 3 examples of him having linked Ace Narrator in the description. You can catch this on any other video he has. He still openly associates with him to this day as well.
Okay.
This is a Google Drive video I have as of the 7th of December. It doesn't really matter because he literally they still associate to this day. They were both jumping me in the live chat earlier. Proves that they were still associated with one another.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a pretty glaring one, first of all.
Sure, yeah.
If you look over the are you going to go over the DHT thing?
Yeah, I'll go over the DHT as well.
I don't have it to reference, but you'll basically see him trying to feign plausible deniability when it came to the age of the girl who's like 11 years old. But yeah, this was one of the like numerous people that he actively defends behind the scenes. One I know, the massive Roblox developer, another guy who actually did solicit CP, and of course Ace Narrator. All examples of him covering these people up. And in reference to the big Roblox developer that he covers up, it was a 16-13 age gap. What's your opinion about that kind of age gap?
I think, like you said, it's a pretty morally gray area. I don't really. I'm not gonna like push it to say that it's pedophilia for sure. I think personally it's kind of weird to me, and you know, I wouldn't comment on it further than that.
between the DMs, they were basically talking about meeting up. Well, not they. The older person was like, "Oh, I hope you don't have a problem with like the fact that I'm older than you." They were also talking about meeting up, sleeping together. That they wanted to, he wanted to marry her, conditioning her to like the idea of marriage. Talking about like a plane ticket he wanted to get when they were 15 and he would be 18. All of that stuff. Very odd, weird behavior.
Okay.
And they were stating that the victim wasn't actually a victim and they were doing it like for attention.
Okay. So that's all the Ace and narrator stuff.
Yeah.
And you said that you have something additionally on Schlep, but you're unwilling to like talk about it at this time because somebody else is going to talk about it. Is that am I getting the correct impression there? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lucy Lou Loser, for the $2. Cinderella isn't getting a happy ever after. Yeah. Yeah, you missed last night's bonk finding a new victim of the Black Griffin stream. Context was Fauci was saying unless Orange has pics of Griffin saying he supports lynching, he doesn't think he's racist. Okay.
Okay, sure. I'm trying to think of like stuff we've actually gone over in your video so far that I have to, I want to talk to you about. But it's only been 15 minutes of the video so far.
You've only gotten through 15 minutes of the video.
Dude, I'm a very transformative guy. Okay, I have a lot to talk about. All right.
Oh,
you show like
Jesus.
7 trillion screenshots, dude, and like for the first couple of.
And by the way, video had to get postponed fucking 2 weeks because I had to work my ass off to censor everything because the sheer amount of morons who will be trying to mash report the video. I had to censor it so fucking much.
Thank you. Sorry. My chat made me get pre-workout to take. So I'm texting my little
Lol.
subscriber so they can get it to me.
What I am planning is to cut the response video up and upload them as like individual videos as well.
Oh, he does mention that. Okay.
Let's say that somebody like Ruben Sim wanted to call in, and I'm not saying that he did. He just said yo in my chat, but like, let's say he did. Would you be open to that or no?
Has he proposed the idea? I think he's just going to be like.
No, I'm not expecting him to. I'm just saying if that were to theoretically happen.
Because Schlepp's always the kind of guy to monitor every stream that I go in and then forwards it to everyone else about the situation.
Yeah.
He did this with Dickers. When I first came out about what Wolfgang did, he was one of the first people who engaged in the chat, and he went around spreading it to every single.
Okay, Ruben, you're down. Okay, well, so look, my.
Wait, I think I figured it out. I think what Parlo's doing is he's releasing every single one of these sections from his response on like on a timer. Okay, I see.
My server's link is pinned in the bio, or we could just do a group chat. I will go ahead and put my can we call on Signal? I don't use Discord. Yeah,
What the fuck is Signal? What's Signal, man? What is Signal? Signal Messenger? Okay.
Signal is, but I'll download it for sure.
He's banned from Discord because Discord retardedly got rid of the road cleaner thing. He has to use Signal. I don't have Signal.
Okay, well, I'll.
Thank you very much, Adam, Diva, for the. Is that Czechoslovakian? Czechoslovakian. Is that Krona still? Don't tell me. I want to check. Am I right? Check. Am I right? Is that Czechoslovakian? Czech Krona. I am right. I am right. Thank you very much for the 49 Czechoslovakian Krona. Is there anything actually illegal in this drama? I'm not sure. Signal, Yen, Signal is like WhatsApp for Americans, lol. Czechoslovakia broke up in 1993. Well, I hope it wasn't a messy divorce.
Download Signal and we can do it that way if you want.
Sorry. Okay, to be in fairness, the way my brain thought of that, right, is that Czechoslovakia is way more fun to say. Czechoslovakia is way more funny to say than Czech. That's all I'm saying. But thank you anyway.
I mean, Parlo, are you down to download Signal?
Wait, why are my goals broken? Fuck's sake, do I have to start a goal again? It broke again, didn't it? Hold on. Sorry, guys. Okay, there we go. Don't know why the goal keeps breaking on YouTube live streams. It keeps doing this. Is your dono working? Yeah, I don't know why. I had it selected so it's all colors. Because it's Black History Month. No, I'm kidding. Anyway.
Yeah. What the fuck Signal is?
It's like a private messaging thing, apparently. Let's see.
Huh.
So, got that. I'm, like, signing into it so that we can Go from there. All right.
I do like when Schlepp said that, like, I don't care about victims and then provides no evidence. They were asking for evidence via a
Slovakia has euro and Czech has Czech krona. Okay.
live YouTube chat. Where the fuck can I send the evidence in?
I mean, probably
A lot
to
of-
their
it was-
Discords, right?
They don't have Discord.
Oh,
Like,
they don't. Schlepp doesn't have Discord either.
No, he was literally telling me he deleted his Discord server back in 2023 because he fucking hated like managing Discord servers.
Okay. Signal is the new Telegram, and it's known for drugs and Club Penguin. Awesome, man. Thanks.
Oh, nice.
All right, so Ruben.
Am I gonna be put on a watch list for downloading Signal?
No, I think you'll be fine, buddy. How do I?
Who the fuck uses Signal?
Yeah, I kind of wish that you could have no timer for goals. I'm not gonna lie.
How do I get your username?
You're making chicken corn soup. Can I have some, please? Please, I'd love some soup.
Off of. How do I get your username for this? I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to proceed. I just downloaded Signal. I created an account and everything, or I already had an account, I should say. And I'm not. What's my username? Let me see. It should just be Hempleton. Oh, I don't have an @ username yet. Okay, hold on. Set up my username. Hempleton. Okay, it's Hempleton.37. Hempleton.37.
Oh, I have to fucking scan my phone.
You're European, you should know this. The only thing they teach us in history is the World War II, the World War One, and the Black Plague.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, it's because the UK is evil. Sorry.
No usable data. Great, amazing.
Okay, so accepted that.
Signal is the app that had the massive leak from the White House. Lol.
Do this on my
Oh, I have
computer.
to open it on my phone.
Let me see if it'll let me do it on my
Let me just skip. Why am I just like listening to them troubleshoot?
In short terms, every time you get
so far. Okay, cool. So, have you heard any of the stuff that Parlo's been saying about you so far?
Yeah, I showed up like towards the end of the premiere. I woke up and it was starting, and it finished like 5 hours.
Okay, right.
I think Parlo has this problem where he's not able to explain himself in short terms. Every time he gives any explanation, he has to.
What's that noise?
And I think that's one of his weaknesses. Because anyone who's interested in his drama
And the liberating of museum artifacts. I mean, you can have them back. You just have to look at them through glass.
have time to watch a 3-hour YouTube.
Yeah.
You know, no one's like that invested in this.
Yeah. No, I mean that's very true. Yeah, nobody is that invested in it. Here, hold on. I'm gonna scan the little code thing real quick.
Do I have to scan my fucking face for this app? I'm not scanning my fucking face.
Parlo's asking if he has to scan his face.
Yeah, this is retarded. Like, what the fuck am I meant to do here?
If he's in the UK.
I mean, maybe Parlo. I don't know, buddy. Okay.
Yeah. Might detect him as being a 13-year-old boy.
Okay, so
I sent you your dinner in DMs. Is it gonna be like coal? What have you sent me? The fuck is this? What is this? Looney, what is this? If this is meant to be gravy, this is American gravy. Because you fucking freaks have white fucking crusty cum gravy.
oh, let me see. Can you send one more message to my like username, Schlepp? I mean, fuck, Ruben. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Okay, so perfect.
This shit's
Right,
messing
so
the fuck
then I will go ahead and call from there, and we'll do it like that. Is that cool? Well, he's like still figuring out how to fucking make it. but we'll start with this, and then we'll go from there. How's that sound?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, cool. All right. So allow access to my microphone and everything. My camera's off. All right.
I got it synced. I got this shit.
Okay. So Parlo figured it out. All right. So Parlo,
Where's my tag on? Where the fuck is my tag on here?
you have to go to settings.
Oh my god, they're still troubleshooting. What am I doing?
Yeah. Okay, I got it. That's
Okay.
Oh, I don't know what to do.
Actually, I didn't think that they can hear me. Can I go?
Dude, this is so gay.
Sorry.
This.
No, not clear. I
Sim.
His camera. All right, are you in?
Yeah.
Video.
Have like a
That was-
video
that
where
was-
you're showing yourself for like 3 hours.
In him for this video. And he, by the way, he's the same age as you.
You said that he
How
was
old?
19.
Okay, and you were 17?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a
Elliot-
2-year age difference.
No, Elliot was also in.
Burger and mushrooms? It's burger and mushroom soup. You need help, Looney.
When they were 15.
Okay. So there's a 2-year age difference between you two. You're asking him to see this video of a surgery. That you were being groomed into getting.
I didn't ask to see it, and he also denied ever showing it to me in the live chat. So I don't know why he was lying.
No, he denied sending you transgender gore porn because that's not what that is.
Okay, so he played. Okay, so you do understand.
So if he played a video of a surgery that you were being groomed into getting by a pedophile to show you how dangerous and harmful a surgery like that would be.
What is this point?
No, I was.
As difficult and painful it would be? Do they just think anesthesia doesn't exist? What are you talking about?
I told you it traumatized me because it was literally like explicit gore. I mean,
So the video convinced you that this is not what you wanted, and he broke Nathrix's influence on you through this video, which you asked.
I was never planning to get gender assignments.
Then why were you asking him for the video? Why did you want to
I
see
wasn't
it?
asking him. Nathrix
Well, that's not what he
recommended
tells
me
me.
estrogen. Of course, that's not what he's going to tell you.
Okay.
It wouldn't serve in his benefit to do so. It makes him look worse, demonstrably. I bet he didn't reference how Cole was in the call watching as well.
Well, how is it medical room by a robot child predator transgender gore porn?
The additive context of how he kept laughing
What
and
is
pushing me towards you, saying, well, you
this?
don't want to be like these freaks. You don't want to be this. You don't want to be this. Looks disgusting.
Well,
Why
yeah,
would
you
you
had
do
a child
this?
predator trying to convince you to do this.
They didn't.
I mean, what do you think it was going to stop at estrogen?
Nathan, well, she wasn't convincing me to do. She wasn't convincing me
This is so gay.
to do that. She was.
I noticed you keep calling Nathrix a she. Do you believe that Nathrix is actually trans?
No, it's word of the tongue. You already saw me in RYC stating that what she does is a fetish. She gets after the fact that she takes.
So why are you playing?
Like, for example, when he went under the Nataresho alias and went as like trans, I used to keep calling him like a year after. It's just, I mean, I'm not trying to play into it. It's just something that muscle memory, really.
Muscle memory. Okay.
Well, not muscle memory. Like, it's just something that gets off my fucking tongue.
Okay.
What's the words where she's obviously getting off to the fact that she's trans? She was literally telling us when we were.
Autogynephilia.
Yeah,
You
autogynephilia.
still say he.
Okay, he. Every time I say she, defaulted to he. He was talking to us in cool when we were minors about how the estrogen would give him developed breasts, and when people brushed past her, she would start moaning. People like Vinny P, aka Lemmy, Lemmy Cole, all of those people can attest that she would state that on call with us when we were minors, and she pressed me and Mango Pool for like what did we do like sexually when we were children, and what she's
Okay.
like 5 years.
Well, it sounds like Vic did you a huge favor by showing you what the surgery actually entailed. And you're repaying him by saying he sent a minor transgender gore porn. Can we both just agree that that is not transgender gore porn?
It's an explicit video of someone getting their cock chopped off.
It's a medical procedure.
An extremely explicit skin grafting trans surgery. I don't think a 17-year-old should be exposed to that kind of content. Also, with the context that it's like him going, "Ooh, look at these disgusting freaks. You would really want to do this to yourself?" And then he kept pushing me to watch it. He was like, "Look at this, don't look away, look at this, look at this, look at this."
He told me the opposite. He told me he didn't want to show you the video, but you kept bothering him about it.
No, I literally distinctly remember what he was doing. He was kept pushing me. He was like, "Watch this, look at this, look at this."
Oh, Vic wants to
Why
do
don't
it.
you look at this?
Vic, if you can make Oh, I think I have Vic on tele. Can we invite Vic? Maybe he can talk about this.
That's fine. Does the group link show up for you too, Ruben?
Dog, like, I don't understand, right? Because again, Parlo could be disgusted by a medical thing, right? But I don't understand why it's being called, like, gore porn or whatever the fuck. I don't understand. Parlo transphobe confirmed. I don't know too much about Nathrix. Here they're claiming that apparently it was less so a thing about, like, transitioning and more of a fetish instead? Question mark? Again, I still think Parlo's within his right to be disgusted by a medical, like seeing something medical anyway. I don't like any of the people talking right now in regards to this, like saying, "Oh yeah, we stopped you from getting groomed." Huh? Parlo sexualizing educational stuff is unsettling. I think it's just a misunderstanding of what the fuck he's saying. Again, I don't like seeing gore and stuff like that as well. What, you don't find medical operations sexy? No, I don't actually. I think it's just the fact it is just a gore video in general, by the way. I think it is just the fact they saw a gore video. I understand that people are complaining about what they're calling it, but I think at the end of the day, no matter what he calls, if we remove what he's calling it, I think Parlo's within his right to not want to have seen a video to do with a medical procedure. I think that disgust is allowed in any way. Just because it's got the trans thing on it, I don't really care. Did they let you keep it as yours as a trophy? I'm gonna keep yours as a trophy.
Just for me.
Let me check. Let me see if I can add him.
Yeah.
We can add Vic. He can tell us.
He also screen shared Tankfish's porn, gore cannibalism comics to me and Cole on a Discord screen share. This was in early
Let's do this
2020.
one at a
the
time,
fuck?
okay? Because we're still on transgender gore porn.
Yeah.
So Vic has been invited.
Okay, great. Vic is here.
Hold on. That's not you can see my hair for like 2 seconds. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, that's scary, dude. Jump scare.
Yeah.
All right,
So
we have a bit of a discrepancy here.
let me yeah. Can you guys give me some backstory? Where are we at currently at the story? His
So
ordering story.
we covered Nathan confirming Parlo and the transitioning, and now
Uh,
Parlo is saying that he did not ask to see this video, and that you were like spamming him with it or something.
No, that is not true. When I was showing Parlo that video, he specifically kept prodding and basically negging me on, saying, "Hey, can I see this?" And I kept reassuring him that, I mean, this is really heavy shit. Like, this isn't like, are you sure you can handle
No, Ivy, you misunderstand. I'm gonna nail it to a wall.
this? Are you sure? And he reassured me, saying, "Yep, I can handle it. My name's Parlo, by the way." I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
say I
this
won't."
really happened. Mhm.
It did happen. That did happen. You
I
kept
literally
fucking-
remember you on New Year's Day. This was New Year's Day, by the way. This was New Year's Day. You literally told me to get on.
New Year's
and then
Day.
you kept-
Hold on. So you said this happened in
2022.
2022, and now it's suddenly at the start of what? No, this
New
did
Year's
not
Eve.
happen at fucking
December,
New Year's
yes.
Day.
Yes, it was. No, it was literally New Year's Eve. Sorry, New Year's Eve.
So you're telling me
You
this
told to
happened
get on call.
at basically the tail end of 2021?
No,
Meaning
2022.
No, you're not. Attached.
2022. So nearly 2023. Okay, okay. I'm just making sure that the timeline is correct here.
Wait, 94 Scythe is in chat, Paul. Okay, never mind. I thought I had them banned. I'm gonna correct that real quick.
Came in here to check up on his dick.
Lol.
Fucking talent. That is
That's fucked up, man.
Yeah, no, you just can't leave this little guy alone. Jesus
I
fucking
know.
Christ. Take a hand. Anyways, no, Parlo, you 100% prodded me and fucking negged me on to show you, and I kept telling
you
you, like,
kept telling me to watch it. You
Oh
kept
wait,
saying,
so
"Come on, little guy,
so Natty Forsyth is Nathrix. Got it.
watch it. Come on, buddy, watch it. Watch it. Watch it. It's literally what you were
Well,
doing.
that didn't happen.
I re-
You and I both know
Yes,
that
it did.
didn't
I
fucking happen.
distinctly remember that is what you said. It was
Parlo,
really
whenever you get in a heated
argument.
argument with anyone, you seemingly change the story or twist it into a narrative that makes you the fucking victim. You know exactly what you're doing. I'm not going to tolerate your retarded fucking fantasy of you saying, "Oh, this is how it happened." No, I was there. I know what happened. I also like how you keep mentioning how, well, this is a fucking name, Coel. You keep mentioning as if he was like present during the entire call, by the way. That's not true. He joined later on, which I immediately told him to fucking leave. And then he did. And you're acting over here as if I'm like trying to force him to watch the content, which I immediately told him, like, you need to get the fuck out of here because you're not supposed to be here. This is a private voice chat. But since it's your fucking server and you're
quite
brain dead, and you
literally
don't know how to lock a
screen
channel.
You quite literally screen shared Tankfish's lolly porn, gore cannibalism comics in front of me and Elliot in early 2023.
Wait, you're telling me that I gave you the material that you requested for an evidence video that you were planning on making for Tankfish?
I didn't require that as evidence. I didn't require that as evidence. You
Parlo,
looked at my document.
ass.
Parlo, you do shit like this, and then you wonder why people celebrate you having your channel deleted.
Like, why are you?
Bro.
Like, me and Ben both know you. We've interacted with you for years. Why are you fucking lying about this? It just, you lose credibility more and more as you keep continuously lying about this stupid shit. First, you fucking lie to your audience about the GoFundMe shit, and you fly a retard out to have gay butt sex with,
No.
and then you go on camera
Jesus.
bitching to your audience for 3 fucking consecutive hours saying, "Oh, I'm so
Literally
sorry."
just admitted to
No,
screen
you're not
sharing lolly
fucking
porn
sorry.
gore
I'm
comics to
literally-
2 children.
No,
What?
why are you talking about children? You don't give a fuck about children. You sent fucking,
Oh,
you
well, you're
literally sent
deflecting.
self-harm. No, let me finish.
Wait,
You sent
what is
self-harm of yourself to
this?
fucking children. You exposed yourself, explicit photos of yourself in the Discord server, Homotopia, where there was children present. And then when we questioned you about it, you want to know what you said? No, you want to know what he fucking said? He said, "It's just gym progress." You know, in my pornographic Discord server, it's just gym progress, bro.
I genuinely find it funny that you're deflecting this much away from what you did. If I ever did this, no. You getting this fucking way to try and shout over me is genuinely pathetic. You screenshot lolly porn cannibalism comics to a 15-year-old and a
Jesus
17-year-old while
Christ.
you were 19, and then you.
Hold on. How
How
old
was
was I?
15?
What's a
How was
second?
15? How was 15?
How old was I? No, answer my question. How old was I? Was I a fully
Ruben
fucking
said you were 9. Ruben said you were 19 at this time.
19 or 18?
Yes, you did.
Shit. What? Wow, wait, so you're telling me when I was 18, a year apart from you, I showed you this horrific thing after you kept telling me, like, I'm questioning my gender identity. Maybe I should get surgery. I asked you, do you know what that actually entails? Have you seen the end result? And you're like, no. Should I see it? I'm like, I don't know about that. It's pretty fucking heavy. And then you kept prodding and insisting.
Pretty heavy, like when you showed 4chan furry porn comics as well. Yeah, dudes, totally.
The end result of that? That's like... I don't know how I feel about all of this, I'm not gonna lie. It says a lot of like he said, she said type of stuff. Also, what a great screenshot of Himpleton, by the way. How do I even explain this? I don't like the deflecting tone, for one. He was deflecting that question. He doesn't deny showing it to him. He said he needed the end result. If I'm being good faith, maybe Parlo just meant what it looks like after the fact. But again, I don't understand. This is all kinds of levels of fucked up. Anyway.
distinctly remember when you kept pushing me to look at it and keep looking at it and keep looking at it.
Okay, let me ask you this. Why the fuck would I pressure you into saying this shit? What do I have to gain from doing that? Really, answer. Am I like fucking Matrix where I try?
Why the fuck would I want to put myself into your shoes? It's your own allegations to respond to, and deflecting doesn't make yourself look any better. What, bring up homotopia? Bring up homotopia? Really?
You're just blindly accusing me. What
Blindly
fucking
accusing you?
motivation
You've just admitted to two things. You've just admitted to two fucking things. Two distinct things, by the way, that I had etched against you, which was true. You've completely validated what I was saying. Yes.
Parlo, your version of both of these stories is complete bullshit. That's the point of this channel.
He just admitted on stream in front of 100 people. He's just admitted to screenshot.
Oh yeah, I'm sure all these 100 people are really rooting for you.
DMs lol. Okay. Jonked. Yeah.
Fucktard, they're really like, oh, let's go.
It shows the double standard because if I ever did this, I'd be fucking hung in a noose for it.
Okay, so wait, clarifying question. Wait, let me just ask a clarifying question real quick.
Bruh.
So Vic, how old were you when the this incident with the group chat thing with Cole and Parlo happened? Just to make sure I'm clear.
We're going off the timeline that he provided. He's saying that this happened at the tail end of 2022. I would have been fucking what, 19 or 18, one of those ages.
Oh, you said 18 earlier, so it's now 19.
And so, okay, but Parlo, calm down. So,
yeah, Parlo, it's not your turn to talk.
And then the follow-up question would be, so it was Parlo in the chat, and it was also Cole in the chat. Is that right?
Coel was not present at the call in the beginning, and later on he did join, and I told him to leave, in which he did.
Okay. So as soon as you knew that he was there, and he was 15 at this time, and as soon as you knew that he was there, you told him to leave because
I immediately told him to leave. I'm like, you should not be saying this.
Okay. Just making sure. I wanted to clarify that before we proceed further. Okay.
Not true. We were both watching while he was scrolling through the manga. We were both watching while he was scrolling through.
The manga? We're talking about the surgery.
No, we're talking about the lolly porn comic that you were screen sharing. The one that was from the Tankfish meme image he was posting of the "What does the numbers mean, Mason" on his Twitter.
I don't remember Coel ever being present during that. I thought you were talking about the surgery.
No, we were shocked when we saw like literal images of like shooters like attacking each other. And, like, what was it?
Hamilton, to verify,
attacking
we are
each
talking
other
about the surgery and not that allegation, correct?
The surgery was the first part, but I didn't realize that there was also some kind of contention that I guess Coel was there for the lolly thing too. So now that we've talked about the surgery,
I was under the impression we were talking about the surgery. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's okay. So that's fine. We covered the surgery. Let's move on to like the lolly thing now, so we can talk about that and not be confused.
So Matrix is back in chat.
Okay, let me find out.
He's at Natashrio.
Okay, yep. Looks like Tyrone 9000, my loyal mod, has banned them.
Nice.
Perfect.
Lol.
I think Nathrix could, need a skull transplant. I mean, he looks fucked up. You should see him. He's a weird looking motherfucker.
But so let's move on to this. I guess the lolly screen share thing. I guess let's talk about that. And then Parlo and Vic, you guys can talk about that. And if anything gets out of control, I'll moderate.
I'm assuming he's trying to reference. I'm guessing the tankfish stuff because I remember the tankfish. Yeah, I think he's regarding this in the tankfish evidence.
Tankfish was a Roblox YouTuber who, at the end of every video, would post codes, which would just be like strings of numbers. And people found out that they were codes to like hentai comics. There's like a hentai website where every comic had like an ID that was just a string of numbers. And so he was basically like sharing porn links with his fan base.
What the fuck?
Including Lolly, correct?
Yeah, and
no. Those codes didn't lead to Lolly. It was an image from his Twitter that led to Lolly.
Okay.
Lolly in his Discord server.
I see.
There was one meme that he didn't make, but he referenced from. It was already a post from Reddit, and he.
I mean, it wasn't even a reference. He just reposted it entirely.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And he basically got away with everything because no one called him out.
I called him out.
You told me that there was no point in calling him out because he wasn't a pedophile. He was just porn addicted.
I told you that.
Yeah.
I remember telling you that.
I went to you in private messages on Twitter, I remember, and I said, should I call him out? Because his moderators were trying to bring up my self-harm shit to deflect away from what he did, and you told me...
He'd share... Okay.
There was no point going after him because he
Dude,
was correcting
me and the whole like Roblox YouTuber Discord server was calling him out.
Well, I know Green Liver Caps was telling him that.
Didn't you also announce on Runker that he was doing this shit too?
Yeah. So I don't know why you're trying to paint me like I'm a tankfish defender.
I didn't. I said that you just told me not to do the video. I also want to bring up that the nuke codes weren't the worst thing that he did. He promoted porn to children in his community posts, and when someone stated that their 12-year-old brother is going to be exposed to this content, Tankfish said they'd be more cultured. And for some reason, despite him promoting his Discord stuff with the promise of giving them femboy porn if they joined to the certain channels, he's just managed to get away with it completely unscathed.
Okay. So anyways.
Why does Potimer also get that treatment?
So what does this have to do with Vic?
Yeah, what does this have to do with that? I thought we were talking about the evidence that I provided to you, and then you're trying to twist and saying like, oh well, you're trying to expose me to like fucking lolicon and porn and all this horrible shit. Like, by the way,
This wasn't evidence. Out of curiosity, you checked the links yourself because you stated this guy was a porn addicted degenerate, and then you started screen sharing one of the specific codes because people were saying it was the worst one on there. And then out of morbid curiosity, you checked and you continued to screen share like for numerous minutes upon minutes, knowing, flicking through each page when it progressively got worse. And you didn't shut off the stream. You just continued to screen share it. I
I
don't
don't
know why.
remember ever streaming this. Can you prove that, or are you just gonna say that I did this and there's no proof? Because I do know I did send you the link, but I don't ever remember streaming it.
You 100% stream them.
Wait, what?
You just continue to screen share it. I
I
don't
don't
know why.
remember ever streaming this. Can you prove that, or are you just gonna say that I did this and there's no proof? Because I do know I did send you the link, but I don't ever remember streaming it.
I sent you the link. Why are you sending him the link?
You 100% stream the manga. It was
Okay, I 100% streamed the manga. You hear that, everybody? Apparently I did that, so my apologies.
Cole attests to it.
Okay, I'm gonna be real.
Wait, why are you... What? I can't tell if he's being sarcastic or he's conceding.
You hear that, everybody? Apparently I did that, so my apologies.
Cole attests to it.
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. Any witness testimony is as reliable like a fucking billionaire from Epstein's Islands alleging they didn't do anything on the island. Why the
Okay,
fuck?
so
would I
are you
believe
gonna
anything-
go? Okay.
Like,
wait,
why would you believe anything Coel has to say? You're clinically insane, and they're still associated with you. What the fuck are we talking about? I'm sorry, I just don't trust your testimonies. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't. Is that unfair for me to say?
If you're gonna opt with the plausible deniability, and there's no point in arguing this any further.
I'm just saying. Given everything that you've been doing and you've been losing your fucking mind, I don't see why I should trust any testimony that you're giving out here. I'm sorry.
I'm not giving out. It's what Cole did, and you used to be really close friends with Carl.
That is.
You used to work on games with him. Yes, you did. You used to work on games with him.
I barely knew him. We made one game, and then he won 50%. I'm like, nah, and I just stopped talking to him. That's as much as I know. You are more of a friend than him than he is to me. I don't know who the fuck he is. So
I mean,
that's
if you want to play the game of just flagrantly denying anything he has to say, then like there's nothing we can.
It was sarcasm, yeah. Sorry. From the dry talker, yeah. But no, dude, he still even admits the fact he sent him the link. I think that's still criticizable.
Even a lot
go around in circles.
What happened?
Well, I distinctly remember you screen sharing for like numerous minutes the lollipop conversation.
Yeah, well, you distinctly remember a lot of things, and it turns out it was, vastly
You distinctly remember
It wasn't
transgender gore
vastly
porn.
different.
Yeah, I sent you
Yeah, it was
transgender.
literally skin
Dude,
grafting
that
of a
that
trans
surgery,
man's
by the way,
penis.
South Park included that video of that surgery in an episode.
Sorry, you weren't there.
Are you gonna say that South Park showed all their viewers transgender gore porn?
You weren't there. You didn't see the video. I saw the video.
You weren't
It was
there,
a
John.
trans man getting
You wasn't
skin
there.
grafted.
Ben, I'm sorry you weren't there. It's
Yeah,
rough,
have you seen the South Park episode where Mr. Garrison gets a vagina? And they show the video. They actually show a real video of one of these surgeries. And they didn't even have to censor it because it's a medical procedure.
Is that?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that just because South Park does it doesn't mean that you should. I don't know, man. I feel like you should have some level of responsibility to not show that to someone, even if they are asking for it. Just because someone asks for it does not mean that you should show it to them. That's what I think, anyway.
Or did you just show something else similar to that?
Again, I think you can critique what they're classifying as, but personally, I still think you shouldn't send that. Also, South Park did? Did they? Hold on. Oh. South Park did feature real medical footage of gender reassignment surgery in the 2005 episode Mr. Garrison's Fancy New Vagina. The episode originally included over 4 minutes of actual live footage from a real sex reassignment surgery. This extended version was cut down to just 3 brief 1-second clips after Comedy Central objected and the creators realized the content was too graphic. Exactly. So just because South Park does something doesn't mean that it's excusable.
No, it was.
I mean, you can find this stuff on YouTube if you...
Yeah, it is. There is, but they're all idiots. I don't think saying idiot. I don't know. Bruh. Unless there's proof, I don't believe anything Parlo says. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, but these people are admitting to it. These people are admitting to showing the content. I don't know, man. I still think you shouldn't be sending that to someone who's 17. I don't think anyone should be showing, like, medical procedures to someone who's underage. I think that's really irresponsible, personally, no matter what. Why are you streaming so early, lol? Because I slept in. So I decided to stream.
You look it up.
I can, no, I can show
wasn't
you.
on YouTube.
No,
It wasn't on
no,
YouTube.
I know
It was
the
blinded
exact.
explicit
I know the exact video that I showed him. It was a video by Mr. Medicare on the whole trans surgery shit. It is on BitChute. You can watch it. It is there. It's basically Jim just going over his viewpoints and his beliefs on the whole transgender shit. I showed that to him. Like, is this what you want? After he fucking prodded me into showing him, he's like, yep. So that is the
I
exact.
did not say yep. I did not say yep.
Allegedly.
Like, I mean, Parlo, do you understand that the problem with this is that it's a massive he said, right?
Yeah, well, at least we made progress in admitting these two situations did happen, but of course there's going to be like denials from
Well,
their side of it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I do remember what
You're
happened.
saying, dude, Parlo, if you walked in on your parents having sex, you would accuse your dad of showing you porn.
Okay, well, and to clarify real quick, we didn't get to that point, Parlo, because with one of the situations, Vic says that it did happen. With one of them, he says that it didn't.
Like, I remember him screen sharing Lollyborn comics.
Well, I know, but like, is your memory like proof? You know what I mean? Like, what are we gonna do with that?
Yeah.
I don't know. Are we really going to take the word of a guy who lied about the fucking GoFundMe money and then he flew a guy that looks like the Chud in real life and had fucking gay sex with him? Are we being serious? Like, I'm genuinely trying to level with you, Parlo. Why should anyone take your word for fucking anything? I would love to believe you on this, but it's just like, really? I don't know. You have a massive history of just flip-flopping. Suddenly you're friends with somebody. Oh, they're the greatest person in the world. Suddenly you're not. Oh, fuck this person. They're actually evil. And that's what they did to me.
Listen,
just
listen. I'm not gonna like make a judgment on a gut feeling here, but I don't know. I really don't like some of the wording. Just like, oh yeah, I would love to believe you. What do you mean? What do you mean you would love to believe him? This would implicate you. That just feels weird to me. I don't know. I'm not trying to imply anything here, genuinely. It just feels some of the wording is, like, really weird. But again, I'm not going to sit here and definitively say that, like, one person is right, one person is wrong in this situation here. Because it is, again, he said, he said.
Incidentally, I've been collecting blackmail on all my friends for fucking years when it's oddly convenient to come against them. It's pretty strange, don't you think? Why does this keep happening? How come every former friend or colleague that you know, suddenly you just have picture-perfect fucking excuses or accusations to throw their way? Why is that?
Yeah, and why do you always loop me into this shit? Why do you always say, oh, Ruben and Schlepp knew? Ruben and Schlepp knew about all this.
Quick question. What the fuck did Ben or Michael do? What the fuck do they have to do? They're minding their own business. What the fuck do they have to do with this? Why am I being roped into
He's mad because we made fun of him in
I
private.
guarantee you, nobody on this stream knows who the fuck I am. What the fuck? Why am I being roped into this?
Parlo, thoughts? Response? Response to all this stuff that Vic
okay,
said?
first of all, one I know was complicit in my channel getting terminated with Mugen after Mugen uploaded porn. Wait, no, hang on. No, wait, hang on.
Okay, go ahead,
First of all, Mugen uploaded porn to my channel. Then Mugen sent the unlisted porn to a bunch of adults. One I know was one of them. It was very obvious who the other people were. Then they spam reported the channel, got it terminated, and then they leveled the excuse that they were actually doing it for my mental health. Yet they caused criminal fraud, and they took a lot of my editors out of jobs. They completely lobotomized my channel, taking away my platform, so I wasn't able to defend myself. And they did this after the fact that they knew that I'd be responding. And Mugen after that went on like a harassment campaign, just continuing to like demean me as well. So I find that odd that he attempts to levy the excuse that they did this for my mental health. Yeah, they caused tens of thousands of dollars in damages.
Why did you give Mugen access to your channel? Why did you give him editor access?
Because I wanted his help in dealing with uploading videos, and also I go over this in my response. Obviously, no one watched that response.
Can I ask you a question? Was there ever an agreement to that, or did you just blindly go ahead and give him channel manager?
I told him I need help doing this, that, and the other. He agreed that sure, okay.
Well, but who cares? He still did the action. Who cares about the reason of why he gave him channel manager? I don't. What's the point here?
Yeah,
So-
he posted all of his messages in Chaos Emeralds.
That's actually it seems weird because I don't think he would lie about that considering he has your whole DMs archived and downloaded. So you're telling me if we were to go back and check and find that specific scenario where this happened, we would find it,
July
right?
the 24th, 2025, I asked him for help on my channel, and I would give him manager, and he agreed to it. And then throughout then, we went over numerous things I wanted him to do to help me.
What did you need help with from him?
I'd have to go back to referencing that, but it was
You don't remember?
videos.
You don't remember the guy you gave
I
manager?
do.
What did you need help with? What's going on your channel that you need a second person to manage?
Defense
Yeah,
videos. I
exactly.
also look. Okay, hang on. Let me speak. Defense videos. I needed advice, not only just for my Twitter, but also what I did regarding like PR and
So
stuff.
Mugen was like your Department of Defense.
No, Mugen was the person in private who was telling me. what to say,
Secretary of
what not to say,
Defense,
and I
Mugen.
did
Oh,
advise
so
him.
you mean optional Secretary of Defense because you didn't listen to him, right? Like this guy, you should see the fucking amount of messages Mugen would send me at Parlo just doing like retarded shit.
Secretary
Like,
of
why the
War,
fuck are you listening? Oh yeah, by the way, guys, make sure to like the live stream so it gets recommended so more people see this. Thanks.
I needed Mugen to help me bomb Iran.
Yeah, my optional fucking manager. I sometimes listen to him, sometimes don't. It depends how I'm feeling.
Well, and, okay, here's something I want to follow up on too. Like, Parlo, you say that like Schlepp was complicit in this, right?
Actually, yeah, no, that's what I'm confused. What do you mean I was complicit
Like,
about it?
yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
Both of you knew what he did, and yet you didn't decide to call him out or hold him to the same amount of scrutiny you hold
I'm
anyone
sorry.
else.
When did that become my job? I
Also-
want nothing to do with you.
Also, wait, just to clarify, how does that make them complicit? Like when we think about like being complicit, we think
Wait, is this Vic guy Schlapp? I'm so confused.
about like being involved in some way or
Yeah,
encouraging
like,
it
the
to
way you
happen.
word that-
You know.
The way you're wording it makes it seem as if I was partaking in it when I didn't do any of that shit. I was asleep when it happened. I woke up and his channel was fucking delayed. I'm like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool, I guess. So.
Oh, you talking about my channel termination?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't fucking do anything.
Schlep in private, I've got screenshots of it, was actively supporting me being deplatformed and was going.
Dude, we made fun of you in private. We made fun of you in private.
Yeah, wait, how's that being complicit? It's like supporting you getting deplatformed is being complicit?
Well, let's clarify because I think this will answer the question. Was that before or after the fact? The screenshots that you have, Parlo.
It was after, but Mugen was supplying leaked. No, wait, hang on. No, Mugen was supplying leaked calls of me when I was calling him about my response to Schlep, and they were formulating ways on how to like deal with my channel. After they leaked calls, because Mugen tries to use the pretext that is mentioned in my video, I stated how I wasn't planning on quitting. He recorded that call, and then he sent that to Schlep, and then they will use it as a pretext to then terminate my channel.
Do you have proof of that? Like that part of like they were finding ways to take care of my channel like before it was turned. Like, do you have proof of that, or is that just like you saying that?
No, I have the proof of Mugen who leaked my calls to people. I literally have the record.
Okay, but what I'm very specifically asking, is about Schlep himself, like, and these other people, this like shadowy.
I wanted to say that Yen is unproblematic, but she was cursed by Jar to get into major drama. No, I haven't got into major drama. I'm so innocent.
Roblox cabal, like plotting on your demise after Mugen sends these calls. Like what you're telling
No, R is not Schlep. R is Ruben Sim.
me is that you have proof that Mugen sent the calls. You're not telling me that there is proof of this, like, you know, the evil shadowy cabal essentially saying that they're going to, like, you know, figure out how to term you. Right?
It was abundantly obvious. It was abundantly obvious.
It was obvious.
What he asked, that's not so obvious.
Okay, I think Parlo is just using the wrong wording here. The most I would say about people, like, behind the scenes that Parlo would consider friends, mocking the fact that, like, he got his channel taken down. I think, as much as, like, you can dislike Parlo, I think him getting upset that people he considered close to him were mocking that fact. I feel like I would be personally upset by that as well. But again, to say that they were like, what was the word he used? You know, complicit, right? I don't know. They don't consider Parlo a friend. Yeah, but I think Parlo considered them a friend is the issue there, Ivy, that you're gonna get. So I feel like the way he felt like he was hurt is a fair thing, but yeah. He is really bad at wording, I'd say so as well. He said he didn't want anything to do with Parlo. Yeah, exactly. Well, there's the thing, right? There's a difference between what these guys feel about Parlo and how Parlo feels about him. Like, I'm trying to be, like, quite neutral in this, despite, like, the fact that I haven't really been a fan of what Parlo's been doing. But yeah.
I've known Schlep since 2020.
Wait, what? Yan KP is insane. True! True. I am in the document.
That's longer
Parlo, yes or no? Parlo, yes or no? Parlo, yes or no?
Yes or no to what?
To the question I asked. Do you have, so when I ask you, do you have proof of the shadowy cabal talking about terming you after these, like, calls were sent? Do you have proof of that?
Wanino stated in his video that
yes or no?
Wanino mentioned that a lot of adults actively reported my channel when Mugen was posting porn to it. It was very obvious.
Okay, so but when you say that, you don't have any names, do you?
Yeah, that's a pretty general term.
Like, that's very general.
Getting trusted people to report your channel, aka literally anybody from MFD. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Oh yeah, okay. Who are the trusted people?
I don't owe you an explanation for that.
Okay.
But I can reassure you, Ben and Schlep had fucking nothing to do with that. So that's
Wait, what?
From MFD. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Oh yeah, okay. Who are the trusted people?
I don't owe you an aka literally.
Do you?
Yeah, that's a pretty general term.
Like, that's very general.
Getting trusted people to report your channel, aka literally anybody from MFD. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Oh yeah, okay. Who are the trusted people?
I don't owe you an explanation for that.
Okay.
Like.
So this guy knows who reported Parlo's channel, but he's not telling him. Again, these guys can be having critiques to Parlo, but again, I really think they're scummy assholes at the end of the day.
I can reassure you, Ben and Schlep had fucking nothing to do with that, so that's your problem.
Yeah, we had a good laugh about it after the fact.
I don't know why you're trying to implicate them as if they had some fucking...
We had a good laugh about it after the fact. I just feel bad for him at this point.
We made fun of you in private. Okay, we could have, like, grave danced on your channel publicly. We could have made fun of you.
By the way, you can't make a VOD on Tactical Templar or you'll doom yourself. Why? Why is that, Jacker Slades?
We could have talked about how the cop showed up because you were talking to a 12-year-old. We could have talked about Nathrix being a moderator of the Homotopia Discord. We've been silent about all of that this whole time, okay? And what have we been repaid with? Is you saying that we're complicit in all this shit, that we knew about different cases of predation and stuff. Like, what have we even done to you besides make fun of you in private?
You made fun of me stating that I was going to suicide bait if Potimus sued
Dude,
me.
in private. That's what I'm saying. I just asked you, what have we done besides make fun of you in private? And your first example is me making fun of you in private.
All right.
Dude, okay, let me explain. In life, people are going to make fun of you. Okay, you cannot have a meltdown every time people do that. You cannot throw a fit and start accusing people of like endorsing pedophilia just because people make fun of you.
Parlo, do you have any evidence of them like publicly like trying to do anything, or is it all just like stuff that you've seen of them like making fun of you in private?
I do find it interesting that they bring up Homotopia and the dupe situation.
I just asked you a question.
Hang on. I do find it interesting that this is being brought up, despite the fact that they've, especially Schlepp in this regard, he actively stated in private that Dupe lied about his age. To me. He was stating that what I did with the Dupe situation was retarded, but he stated that I was not a predator, and he also stated that Dupe verifiably lied and catfished me. But then, to many other people, which was getting leaked to me, he was stating he wouldn't be surprised if there was more to the Dupe situation, and then he decided to add on to that by claiming that there was no way I couldn't have known Dupe's age. So he flip flops depending on like whether the person he was friends with,
I think there being no ID is exactly what you should.
He never asked for an ID. No. Well, exactly.
So you blindly dated someone online without asking for any form of identification?
I already explained this in my defense video.
Okay, well, can you re-explain it to me? It's pretty simple and straightforward.
All right, so I relied on 30
Yes or no.
of them being that they were 16 or 17.
Yes or no, please.
And then I took at face value.
Okay, it's not yes or no. Come on.
So, listen, Alderson, he's incapable. He's incapable of a yes or no, so I'll do it for you. No, okay, right? And then let me ask my yes or no here, which is that, you know, again, because you just kind of avoided the question there and started talking about Dupe, which we can talk about, but like let's just focus on one thing at a time. Is there any like proof that you have of them talking about you in public settings, or like doing things in public, anything, like against you? I mean,
weather sure is nice today.
In terms of everyone like saying things about me in public, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Really when?
Yeah,
I mean, like as soon as I got terminated, consistent videos by one I know, like demeaning me consistently over
Wait,
and over again.
you're referencing the
Bragging about my
videos of me? You're let me get this straight. The videos of me talking into the camera where I just say this would have never happened if Parlo got a skull transplant. That's what we're fucking using as evidence. Are we shitting me? Pimpleton, I can literally send you the video right now.
Okay.
This is what you're using. Are you being serious?
Is that your evidence, Parlo? To clarify.
No exaggeration. Those are actually what the videos are. I think in the last video I just said, honestly, I view this as a good thing because I don't think Parlo should be on the internet, which is a completely fair and valid take. I don't think he should be on the fucking internet. I think you're mentally unwell, and you're a little unstable, you know, just slightly putting it. But I can send you the videos. You can see the supposed evidence that he's talking about here.
Well, and Parlo, to just, you know, clarify here, is there any other evidence other than that, like where it just kind of seems like he's essentially like recounting events, clowning a little bit, and then like being like, yeah, it's probably a good thing because this guy's like a little bit of a spurg? Is there anything else?
Let's watch the videos.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, sure.
All right. Let me make them. They're under membership right now, but I will make them public for everyone to see. Let me go to manage videos, so you can be the judge. Oh man. All right, publish this one. We're gonna publish this one. I think in one of these videos I got stopped by a park agent because I was filming at 3 in the morning. They're asking me what the fuck I was doing. I was really filming in the park. Yeah, no, they're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm filming a video, asshole. You just ruined it." Let's see here. All right, I publicize all 4 of them, so you can be the judge, man. Sorry, 5 of them.
Okay.
And that's what's your channel?
It's the one with my face in it. It's 1IK, one I know.
Okay, 1IK. That's what I thought. Just want to make sure.
That's right.
All right, cool.
Okay, so it's not
1IK.
okay.
Hold on.
Oh, this is 1IK. Gotcha.
But Parlo, while we're pulling this up, can you answer my question?
Chat, be prepared. This is some fucking horrifying shit.
I do have a question. Why did you seek to terminate my channel when you mass reported the porn content uploaded to it? What was the goal of that?
I didn't partake in that.
You did. You said that you mass reported.
No, I said.
Mass reporting the porn that was uploaded to my channel, and why did you support that as well?
I didn't support them in anything. They went ahead and just did it.
Yes, you did. You actively advocated for it. And the thing was that when
wait.
Hang on.
We're going in circles because you couldn't prove that I did that, and now we're saying I did. Apparently, Pimpleton, that's
you put all the videos. You put all the videos behind fucking paywalls, so people have to actually become a member to watch it.
But that's after the fact, right?
You had insider information about the fact that people, your friends,
I can show you the video. I can show you the video analytics where they died, and I put them under membership after they did it. So if you're trying to bring in like, oh, I had a financial incentive, that's kind of.
I didn't. You're making a straw man.
Okay, but okay, Parlo,
sorry,
repeat. Wait, hold on, Parlo, repeat your point real quick, so we can fully understand this.
So he's been friends with Mugen for years, and Mugen uploaded porn unlisted to my channel, and he had the foreknowledge and also the private knowledge that trusted adults were mass flagging these videos to get my channel terminated. I'm asking why that behavior is excused and even defended and legitimized, and why there was like this big grand plan to seek for deplatformation when that's like completely fucking scummy.
Not only is it a violation of trust, but it's also an abuse of a position of trust, which is fraud by definition.
Wait, hold on.
Because it took me out of... Yeah?
So them clowning on you after the fact is...
We're not talking about that. My question to them is why they seek to rationalize and defend that behavior.
But I didn't partake in it.
Yeah, do you have proof of them partaking in the behavior before you were termed?
I can explain.
Like, I guess he's trying to say that I had knowledge of it like beforehand, but I never partook in it. That's not true.
Well, I think
You don't deny
any
knowledge
rational person,
beforehand?
I think any rational person would agree that your channel being deleted is a good thing, knowing what type of person you are.
Yeah. But wait, that's us rationalizing it because he doesn't see himself in the lens that we see him.
And how is deplatformation valid in this case?
Because you're clinically fucking insane, dude. You're crazy.
I didn't hear what you said.
You're crazy. You're unhinged. You need to get help. You shouldn't be on YouTube. It's really that straightforward.
I think there's a different way of doing that. Not gonna lie, I'm not getting this guy's channel terminated underneath his, underneath him, right? Like he hasn't done. I don't know, man. It just feels like there's so many different ways you could have gone about doing it. Other than this.
Okay.
Like, okay.
Like, I mean, yeah, so it's like, I mean, so Parlo, them having like their own opinions on whether or not you should have a YouTube channel, and like, obviously they're coming at it from like this aspect that you were like, in their opinions, right? Like mentally deranged and like, don't really, the platform is like bad for you as well as for other people. I think that's the argument. Tell me if I'm wrong, guys, but like, them having that opinion.
That's exactly what we want. I mean, even beforehand, before all of this, like Parlo can back me up on this, I insisted on him to stop doing drama content. I told him like, you could do literally anything else. It doesn't even have to be drama oriented. You could be just a gameplay YouTuber. You could be a game developer. Just do fucking anything because this isn't good for you. I did that for years, insisting like, dude, this just isn't for you. You're not handling it well. I did that. That is absolutely what I did.
You don't have a say in a situation like that, and yet you took it upon yourself to be complicit in everything I've ever made.
Okay, once again, complicit.
The act of Mugen doing that has taken editors out of jobs, has caused me tens of thousands of dollars in damages. By the way, if you're trying to edge this idea that I can't mentally handle it, you made the situation 20 times worse.
The fact that you're on here explaining yourself is more than enough proof that you can't handle it. What are we talking about?
Okay, and Parlo,
you just terminated 6 years of content.
Hold on.
Purged.
Hold on, Parlo. Let me clarify something to you here, okay? Them giving their opinions on why they think that you shouldn't have a channel doesn't mean that they were complicit or that they acted in some way to term your YouTube channel.
There's no argument of them being made here. That's not what I said.
But you keep on calling them complicit, Parlo. You keep on calling them complicit. I don't know if you don't know what that word means.
I'm stating that Vic stated himself that he had foreknowledge of the people who were reporting my channel and getting it taken down. That is being complicit in the situation.
Do anything about
it. That is being definitionally complicit in my channel being terminated. He knew what was happening.
Sorry, guys.
What are we talking about here? And just like with the gore stuff as well, it's still medical gore. It's quite literally gore by definition, like what we're on about here.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Can we watch the video? By the way, can we see the proof?
Yeah, let's see the proof. Like,
fucking hell, man.
I'm freaked out right now.
By the way, you have permission to use my video on your stream, so don't be worried.
Okay, thank God.
Parlo heads.
Yeah.
Counting or not counting medical gore?
Or should I say my former Parlo heads, as Parlo has been recently up to no good.
Oh no.
Yeah, used GoFundMe money to fly.
You're not showing it on stream, no.
Yes, I am. I'm showing it on stream.
Oh, sorry. It was delayed for me. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's because like my computer is shit, and I'm like doing like 7 different things right now, so it's like fucking itself.
That's with.
Okay.
Now, me personally, I would never be caught dead doing this shit, mainly because I'm not gay, nor am I Parlo. What Parlo should have did is use that GoFundMe money to invest in getting a skull transplant so he doesn't look completely fucking subhuman. If you've actually seen a photo of Parlo, he looks completely fucked up. I mean, I don't know how I don't get how anybody would want to fuck him, to be honest with you. Also, the guy he fucked kind of looks like the Chud. You know the Chud? The guy wearing glasses? Kind of looks like that. Yeah, the guy he fucked is definitely not a...
I went a little too hard on him, sorry.
My personal thoughts on the whole situation is that I think Parlo should quit and delete his YouTube channel because I basically outperform him in literally every metric, physical and mentally. I mean, if you compare me to Parlo, we don't even look like we share the same species. I mean,
I just want to let you know my parents watched my videos and they asked me what the fuck I was doing.
I'm sure, yeah, that makes sense.
He's got a call.
Okay, out of curiosity, what did you tell
him?
them?
Who's Parlo? I'm like, oh, he's this like gay little green guy I used to know.
Well, he's a dragon now, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's a dragon, so.
Yeah, that's a nice profile picture. Was that drawn by Jason Effects? Oh, that's really cute. That's pretty cool, man.
Is Jason Effects evil or something?
He's a furry pedophile.
Okay, got it.
The profile he has a resounding similarity to his art style.
Parlo, was this drawn by Jason Effects or whatever?
Probably not. I think it's just AI.
Okay.
Yeah, there's more videos. It gets even scarier.
Like Parlo, what is this proving for you? You know what I mean? Like what are we like what is
I
what the
have no
fuck?
idea why you're playing these videos.
You told me to!
Yes!
You told me to!
No, in specific, you should just play the video where he admitted that he was like complicit in the situation. The rest are just shitpost videos that are just meant to add story.
No, we need to watch.
I'm not saying that I was. I'm not saying that I was like fucking affected on some spiritual level from these videos.
He was affected by the skull transplant.
Okay, let me.
All I'm saying is I think optically it's pretty fucking scummy to not only terminate a guy's channel after 6 years of work and then pretending as if you're the
But he
moral
didn't terminate
justice
you.
in doing
Parlo,
so.
I think the word that you're looking for isn't complicit, it's bystander. You're saying that Vic was a bystander to your channel.
Did you realize that's what complicity means? If you have
Complicit means he was helping them do it.
and you won't give the names of the people who participated in it. I mean, let's not play semantics here.
And I mean, realistically, what could he have done to stop that? Didn't you get locked out of your channel when all of this was going on?
Okay,
What could he have done?
I mean, I'm gonna cut my shitty little response video into parts, but I bring up this. I stated to Mugen how I wanted to make like a response video, like a 10-minute response video, not a 3-hour one, a 10-minute one. And then I wanted to leave for a couple of months. I wanted to focus on game development, and then I wanted to come back and I wanted to focus on like content that I wanted to do. And he knew this, and he was even seen acknowledging that. But then when I stated to him in a call that I wanted to like get revenge on the people who wronged me, which I think I have every right to do. I mean, some people took the situation and completely lied about me. He fucking terminated the channel. He deleted all the videos, and I don't think he should have done that. I think that's scummy as fuck.
Who's he? You're saying
So
Vic?
what does this have to do with me?
Come back.
You said he
No,
terminated the video.
Mugen.
So you're mad at Mugen?
And,
What am I doing?
No, my point is that you had knowledge about this. Your friends
Okay,
did it.
okay, but he directly. Okay, hold on, guys.
Well, what was I supposed to do?
Yeah,
was I
right.
supposed to do something?
They directly asked you, like, what was he supposed to do about that? Like, what is he supposed to do about that? Answer that.
Okay, well, first of all, he stated that the channel was supposed by trusted individuals. He could have literally given me the full warning. He could have told Mugen not to have done it. Why does he act in the defense of Mugen?
Bro, do you think he would have listened to me? Because as it stands, he hates your guts. You really think me telling him not to would change the result or outcome of this? Really?
You do? Wait, hang on. No, he didn't hate me when he terminated the channel at the time. He hated
Oh,
me
I'm sorry.
after,
You're looking at his
regardless
fucking
of
head right now. I didn't know I was talking to. He foresees it. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Okay, and to clarify, because I think that this will like settle some stuff, Vic. Like, did you tell him to do it?
No.
Okay, exactly. There you go. Right. So he didn't say to do it, and you know he doesn't really. There's not really a conceivable thing.
Yeah, again, the main critique here against Parlo would be he's not complicit. He's a bystander in it. He just didn't do anything. Which again, I don't know. It's just obviously a morally nice or good thing to do would have been to tell Parlo, but obviously he doesn't have an obligation to tell Parlo. At the same time, right? He's not got an obligation to do that.
He could have done to stop it.
Let's establish something here. I couldn't even told him to not do it because I was fucking asleep when it was happening. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? All the knowledge I had was we have a select group of people. They're gonna mass report him. I'm like, okay, went to bed, wake up, and then he's fucking gone. What the fuck was I supposed to do? Sorry.
Parlo, response.
Like, I don't know what you want me to do.
Parlo response.
Even if it was a circumstances that Parlo wanted, I couldn't have done anything because I literally wasn't even conscious.
Parlo response.
Yeah, hang on. Calm down.
He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it.
Okay.
No, I'm just thinking.
Time works differently in the UK.
I'm genuinely just processing like the idea of how any of this behavior could be rationalized, even if anything you're saying is true. And trust me, you've already lied regarding the lolly porn comic situation. Even if you're like trying to water down your complicity in this, the act of what he did was still absolutely fucking disgusting.
Can we have one of my videos playing in the background while he's talking about this?
No. You need to be, unless it's on mute. I don't want to have to mute you. Okay, you have a nice voice. I don't have to mute you.
Thank you.
Well, you know what? I guess we could have it as a little background. Like, just mute your.
Yeah, you could have it on loop.
Yeah, there you go.
Alright, so go ahead, Parlo.
This is so awful.
Peter, Parlo's getting accused again.
Holy crap, Lois, freaking sweet.
Dude.
Okay, go ahead, Parlo.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, what?
How long is he on this call for?
Like, this guy was doing fucking Family Guy shit. Like, what are we talking about here?
Your explanation, like your side of the story, you were explaining.
Yeah.
I'm explaining what?
Your side of the story.
Yeah.
About what?
Oh.
Okay, when you were talking about, it was like fucking, I mean, honestly, you're all over the place too, so it's hard to fucking tell. I'm pretty sure you were talking about me or whatever being supposedly complicit, and then you kind of went off the rails there a bit.
This is what YouTube Shorts do to your brain.
True. All right, so Vic just explained that to you, Parlo.
Yeah. I remember now. It was you saying that you're trying to rationalize it in your head because I had told you that I was literally asleep when your channel got deleted, meaning I physically couldn't have done
play
anything.
what he said in the video, please.
Okay, so specifically the video that you're looking for is going to be, I think, it is the probably got deleted. I would assume.
I'm pretty sure it's the last one where I'm wearing a sick ass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I think it's that video.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's the part where I say he's mentally ill and he shouldn't be on YouTube.
Okay. All right. We'll let it play.
What's going on? So recently, Cow made a video alleging that Mugen uploaded pornography on Parlo's channel for a bunch of children to see. That didn't happen. That is just straight up a fucking lie. Cow is what we would call, in layman's terms, a retard. Somebody who does not know what the fuck they're talking about. Let's test something really quickly. You see that? I was looking around for all the thousands of people claiming that they saw porn on Parlo's channel. Notice how there wasn't a single fucking peep in the audience. It's almost as if that didn't happen. What actually happened is Mugen uploaded a bunch of videos onto Parlo's channel that were then mass reported by a group of trusted individuals to ensure that Parlo's YouTube channel was terminated. Why? Because Parlo is a severely mentally ill and deranged individual who should not be on YouTube. He should not be given a platform. He needs to get the fuck off the internet and get a real job, which is really unfortunate because I don't think the UK knows what jobs are yet. They're not that advanced. Hopefully we could get in contact with the UK Parliament so we could get that figured out and situated for little Parlo. We should also get into contact with a bunch of scientists to figure out whether or not that Cow is actually subhuman, because personally, I can't tell what the fuck he is anymore. I honestly don't think he's human. I think he might be, I don't know, just something. I think he's an alien that's LARPing as a human, and he's just basing it off of drama slop videos to pretend to be one of us.
Yep, Cow catches strays, bro.
Massive.
Anyways, that's been your new daily Parlo news.
I think he's Indian, which
Parlo
is
had
unfortunate.
gotten the skull transplant, this would have never happened.
Okay, so Parlo, we watched that. So, all right, thoughts on that? Now that you've seen it on the big screen.
You got me.
Yep, I think it's pretty morally bankrupt to stand on the sidelines while someone you associate with falsely terminate someone's YouTube channel to get them off the platform. I feel like I had every right to make my response and to take away the platform from beneath my feet before I could respond. I think that's pretty scummy.
Okay, well then let's establish something between Vic and Ruben here, because somebody asked this in chat, and I actually agree that I think Parlo probably is getting a little confused here. So, guys, in principle, like detaching this from Parlo, right? Do you think that the act of Mugen taking over somebody's channel and falsely terminating it is wrong? Like just solely from a principled angle here.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, it depends on the context, but when you word it like that, it does sound wrong.
Right. Okay. And so I like what, my boy here, Spurk Spectating, awesome guy, is saying here is I think that Parlo is confusing, you guys saying Parlo shouldn't have a channel with, I 100% agree with Mugen taking down the channel, right? Like, and correct me if I'm wrong there, if that is what you guys are saying.
Like, I don't feel like having a YouTube channel is good for Parlo.
Right.
I don't think it's good for anybody.
Okay.
But that's not you saying like, oh, like, what Mugen did is a like moral correct thing to do and should have happened.
No.
Exactly.
No.
Exactly. And that's my entire point here. Right.
It's like an extreme.
Yeah,
it's like an
that
extreme,
is the point.
Extreme,
Yeah, for sure. So Parlo, does that clear things up for you at all?
Not really, because when it was being, first of all, I'm not going to mention a YouTuber who was pushed into saying this, but there was a lot of pushing behind the scenes of Mugen's actions to be glorified as if he was doing it for like my mental health and mental well-being and to protect everyone around me, when that very evidently wasn't the case. He did a complete opinion change. I had the proof of this, and if you check the archives between me and him and Chaos Emeralds, it will prove the same. He was 100% willing to allow me to respond, and the call that we had made him basically do a full 180 and do that behind my back. I begged him to stop purging my videos, and he just purged everything. Then when I called him out my server, he said I shouldn't have done that, and that's when he decided to terminate my channel. So it was something which I don't think it was premeditated. I think he chose to do it very quickly with a few people behind the scenes to just completely screw me over. I really don't see how any of that behavior can be justified, especially when it's it's illegal.
So
I should be held for account for the GoFundMe. He should be held to account for criminal fraud.
Huh. I'm kind of confused here. So from what you're wording it, this person told you A, and then suddenly they switched to B. Could you just? I know it might sound ridiculous to say, but like, what if they were just lying to you?
Wouldn't that make the situation more fucked up?
I don't know. I'm bringing it up. It's a possibility. Like,
if that's the case, then it would make him look worse. But I'm giving him like charitability right now because I feel it really gross that I was getting hit on all sides, and I was planning to make a response video and then to leave. And what ended up happening was that my channel got terminated, and I don't have a platform to defend myself on now. And you know what happened then? Well, since I lost everything...
Yeah, I don't know why they're bringing up the point of, like, whether or not he lied or not. Because at the end of the day, Mugen still deleted the channel. What Parlo is saying there is giving him a lot more charitability in the sense of, like, he was originally, like, willing to let him do the response. And then he changed his mind. If he didn't do that and was just like, fuck Parlo, I'm just going to delete everything. I'm just going to delete everything. I don't know. That's probably worse.
think people smelt the weakness.
I
and
don't
they
know.
moved on to
It
make
doesn't
more
really
videos.
seem like it doesn't seem fair for you to complain about that because don't you do the same thing to other YouTubers by goading other content creators to make multiple videos on a singular person you're covering?
I mean, he did say why they 188'd Loki. They said it because that like Parlo said that he wanted revenge on the people that like were wronging him. But yeah.
Do you want to give any examples?
Literally any I mean, for example, Mugen has shown me like DM history apparently where you and Guam. I don't even know what it was. I couldn't even tell if you were blackmailing Guamgo or some shit. But it was almost like you pressuring. It was almost like you pressuring him into making a video. That's what it seemed like from what I saw. I'm not
On
gonna
who?
say
On who do you recall?
I don't know in particular, but I know it was a content creator. I could probably look for it or request it, either or. But I don't know. And me, plus I've known you before, Parlo. You do have a tendency of when you're covering someone, you love getting everyone on board and like, let's all fucking collectively shit on this guy. And then when it happens to you, it's like, oh, this sucks. This is terrible. I don't know. It seems kind of like.
Well, if you could bring a single example of this, then I think it'd be fair
Potamer.
to look into that.
I think me and Ben.
Potamer. Oh, we could talk about Potamer.
But okay, no, I'm not trying to get the entire story around Potamer. We all know the story around Potamer. I'm talking about that as
there's
oh my
a
God.
hell of a lot more to
before you do that, we can do that in a second. We can do that in a second. But what I'm solely doing right now is I'm saying that is a good example of you like looping everybody into it. I'm not saying that you're doing it in an evil way or anything, but you asked for an example.
With the Potamer, first of all, the Potamer situation wasn't something I got everyone to do. Most of the people did it on their own volition. Now, I did say that I would have appreciated if bigger content creators did talk about it because it was mainly me and Guamgo.
So
I
isn't
never
that a
pushed
call for
Guamgo to do
action?
that. What'd you say, sorry?
Isn't that a call for action? Then you just said it.
No, I said I would have preferred that people did that, but I never pushed for it. It was just something in the back of my mind.
Literally implicating that that's a call for action. That's what that is.
Yeah, that is
Simpleton,
what that
someone
is.
just sent me this and asked me to forward it.
Yeah, I just received that. This is interesting. Let's see
Oh,
what
the
it is.
MP3?
What's
Let's see
this?
what it is. MP3. It's just called lying.mp3. Let's see what that is.
I'm just gonna lie. There'll be a few lies in the video. One that I'm sorry to Arham because Arham is a fucking hypocrite and he's made the exact.
It's probably a call that you know who had sent, which is an excerpt of my call with Mugen, which I mentioned in my response video is completely redundant considering this happened 2.5 months ago.
Let's just listen to the audio and then you can explain it, okay?
I'm just gonna lie. There'll be a few lies in the video. One that I'm sorry to Arham because Arham is a fucking hypocrite and he's made the exact same jokes. Two being that I don't own the channel, and three being that I'm extremely sorry for the document, even though the document talked about me being fucking assaulted, and somehow people just don't care about that.
Okay. So, are you saying that's a moot
Wait,
point?
let me listen. Your stream's 20 seconds behind.
So Parlo wanted revenge and the others just struck first. I don't think Parlo's horse is as high as he thinks. No, I think that's... I'm gonna entirely disagree with your point there. What? Like, on the people who wronged him. That specifically the ones who had wronged him. I think the very fact of you striking someone's channel down so they don't have a chance to respond to allegations that could be proven to be false, I think that's insane. Personally, I think that's absolutely insane if that is what in this hypothetical. If that is the intent there, I think that's absolutely insane.
Oh well, sorry.
Oh my God.
Lol.
Oh, okay. So yeah, with the RM stuff in the original response script I gave to Mugen, it was me being like extremely apologetic to him. But I had a problem with the fact that he also engaged in the same jokes. This was before it was proven that he had actually lied about his age and he was considerably younger. So what ended up happening was I remodified these scripts because first of all, the original response was maybe about 25 minutes long. This one was of course 3.5 hours long. So I added a massive segment going over how I am sorry. I mean, a lot of people can attest as well. I never made those jokes again. But what ended up happening was I added an extra part to the script where I basically stated how hypocritical it was for him to have called me out for jokes that he made. And another lie was the channel thing as well. I mean, of course, I'm not going to try and make it obvious that this channel is mine because, well, I'm going to get sniped for ban evasion. It's not really my channel. It's under another person's account. So, I mean, there we go. And then the document, I do find it disgusting how everyone maligned me for the document. A lot of the hatred towards me for this situation has been because of deep-rooted bigotry and, like, homophobia, because people find it easy to malign, like, a gay situation like this is degenerate. But I do find it disgusting how no one focuses on, like, the actual sexual assault shit that I bring up or, like, the emotional manipulation that I faced. And instead they hyper-focus on, like, the Cinderella thing, which is on, page 25. They cherry pick what they want to cherry pick, and then they swipe all nuance away from it and make it look like, oh, Paul's talking about his sex life with children.
Oh no, I'm not talking about how they did it. It was more part of an overall sum of it. I don't know exactly what you mean in that regards, but sure.
It's got breaking news.
Okay, good.
Apparently, it's been discovered that Parlo and Mugen were in a gay relationship leading up to his channel being deleted. Is
What?
this true, Parlo?
I never dated Mugen. He wanted to be in a relationship with me. He even actually asked to like come visit me, and no.
So you two were
he
not
said that.
dating.
No, he said that
he said he wouldn't be making videos like helping me or like defending me unless we got in a relationship, which was
What
really
the
odd.
fuck?
And then he was going to YouTubers and saying that I could be like a maiden for him, like I could be a kitchen maid for him. He even said, I think this was the one I know, he was mentioning like our positions. It was really fucking gross behavior.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I saw leaked DMs of him talking about positions. It was fucking gross. It was fucking gross.
I have not a clue what positions.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Imagine my fucking shock. Imagine my fucking shock.
That sounds readily out of character for him. I don't know if I'm going to take your word for that. But no, you were in a relationship with him.
I wasn't.
Actually, no, there's DMs. We can get them. I mean, unless you really want to die on the
Yes,
Let me see if I
please
can.
Okay. Okay.
Foreign lovers, they will love once more.
Okay, so Parlo, since Parlo, I know that you're a fan of precise wording, so let's just be a little bit more precise with this. Maybe you weren't in a relationship with Mugen, but did you guys ever have like any sexual encounters or anything like that?
I've never sexted him.
Have you ever flirted with him?
I can back.
I've never flirted with him. He sent me his social security number, his ID, and his face, and he was
What?
No, he sent me all that shit immediately and pressed it on me. And I was going to YouTubers in private and saying, "Dude, this guy's really fucking weirding me out." I have no idea where they're getting this fucking dating thing.
I don't care about that. Few lies. I'm just gonna lie. There'll be a few lies in the video. What?
Sorry.
You're fine. So, okay, so we're waiting on the proof for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So
I don't know. I really don't know why this is being brought up because out of everything stated, this is like the.
Well, that implies you were cheating on him because you flew a guy out using fucking misappropriated GoFundMe.
Yeah, so he was bitching about that, and he was like, "Oh, you could have given all the attention to me. I could have been a good boy for you."
Well, yeah,
But I
because
was
you were
never
in a relationship.
I wasn't. You're literally
What the
flat out
fuck
lying.
is this,
I was
man?
absolutely-
No, not,
I was not fucking in a relationship.
Ben,
with him.
this is I don't know.
I'm waiting for the proof, dude. We're all waiting for the proof.
Okay, all
We're all
right.
waiting for the proof.
Look, wait until the stork comes in. It's gonna look like
Yeah.
fucking 9/11. It's not gonna look
Yeah.
pretty for you. It's you
Okay.
pretty much flat out told him like, oh yeah, I am.
Well, okay, let me ask you this. Of all the people you could have given access to your channel to, why did you pick Mugen?
Because Mugen was willing to help me through a lot of situations that were happening in 2025, like really annoying, tedious situations. And I went to him and I was like, "Can I have you as like a PR manager? And any advice you have, I will probably follow it, considering you know what to do. You've been in drama with like this before with ZZ and shit like that." So I gave him manager for my channel so he could help me with videos. And shit like that. I couldn't take manager permissions off him after the shit was taken from me because I was stuck in a loop two-factor authentication issue. So
okay,
so you two have been best buds for a long time.
Well,
I know I stopped speaking to him to the lead up of the channel termination. I stopped speaking to him for a very long
No,
time.
that's not true. You spoke to him a little
I
bit.
had
You were freaking the fuck out on him and saying that you'd sue him.
No, wait, you didn't listen to what I said when he terminated the channel. The lead up to that, for a period of time, a month period of time, if not two, I barely spoke with him.
Tyrone,
Because he was
9000.
weirding me out.
Can I just bring up a point here? So my question is, if you thought the guy was weird and he was making you really uncomfortable, at what point in
Okay.
time did you decide to make him channel manager? Because something's not aligning here.
I told you, channel manager in July.
Thank you very much, Cavalry is Queer, for the $5 American. Cringy. True. Thank you very much. Enjoying myself. Hashtag Yen Mindset. Hashtag Fireplace. Hashtag Cooking Live. Fair enough. Oh, wait, you broke your fast, Tycho? Fair enough.
Okay, and then I got waited out after the fucking police situation.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that was one of the first things that he laid onto you, was it not?
What?
The whole ID and everything, and him showing like his identity, proving to you that he wasn't lying.
Lying about what? What's the point of this?
Proving his
Why
age,
did
who
you
he was, and everything, and then you thought this was weird, and then you make him channel manager. I'm pretty sure within like one of your first interactions with him, he did this.
No,
So-
he sent the images of his face, then we did channel manager, and then over time, past July, July was actually towards reasonably the end of it, but he kept pushing after for like a relationship, and that he wouldn't defend me unless like I was in a committed relationship with him, and I always told him no, I don't want that, I'd always create excuses.
Something comes off here because he made it abundantly clear from you since day one that that he did this with the intention of being with you, and you seemingly had no problem with that. You didn't. There was not a
What?
single time where you told him no. You never.
There's so
explicitly
much
said no to him.
he said,
Wait,
she
so you
said
argue he's never
here.
dated. Is there any confirmation of dating? Because I never dated him. I never.
You
dated
literally
him.
said it in the
on that right now.
heavily implied it.
Heavily implied it. You went from saying I said it to
We're just
heavily
asking
implying it.
questions at this point, Parlo. I don't know if you guys were in a relationship. I'm waiting to get proof of that right now.
I couldn't have in a relationship. I mean, I know because it's, fucking me. He wouldn't do a defense video of me until I was in a relationship with him, and I told him I'm not in the mental headset for that because I'm getting consistently defamed.
Okay,
I'm
but you
not-
weren't in the headspace to fly a guy over for sexual contact.
Oh yeah, because this is after I got 2 strikes on my channel, and the shit was very lax after
What
that.
does that have to do?
And you were in a better mental state with 2 strikes?
With 2 strikes, I promoted every video on my channel, and the only and also it's actually 2 things. First of all, I was in a hell of a lot less drama at that time. What was the main thing
Dude.
that was bugging me was the police situation. But if you'd watch my response video, because a lot of things that you bring up,
It's like 2 hours long.
Okay, you could use the transcript. You could do F13 and look in the transcript.
A
But
3-hour transcript. That's okay.
yes, you can do Control F, search up the words that you want. And
Yeah,
then you'll
guys,
find
let's do some predicative keywords here. All right. Gay, sex.
Okay, dude. But I met up already because I explained it. It's because I wanted social interaction because I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if I was going to.
Well, let me just say this real quick because you said this to me. You said this directly to me on a stream before, right? Like you.
I feel like they're just all fucking with him, I'm not gonna lie.
You said that the reason that you wanted to do this was because you thought that you might be like fucking like going to prison and you didn't know if you were going to be a free man for much longer and you just like wanted to, you know, you wanted to get some ass, okay? But like, that being said, right? That being said, does that sound like you're in a better mental position? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just, you know, to.
I was in a position already.
Yeah.
Well, Parlo, someone's asking what were your bail conditions?
Why do I need to disclose that? What relevance does that have?
I don't know. Someone asked it.
Yeah, no reason. What are the conditions?
Don't think I need to disclose them.
Why are they bad?
What do you mean, are they bad? They're pretty
Well,
lax.
if they weren't bad, you know, then what's the big deal? What were they?
They're pretty lax compared to like what other people would get.
Okay, well, if they are, I mean, if you're so relaxed, then.
I'm not going to engage in this conversation because it's obviously a charge.
Carl, that sounds really nice. You're just making me really hungry. I think once I'm done with the stream, I'm gonna go to the bar, or I'm gonna get myself some ham and cheese panini.
Question.
Why are you suddenly getting real quiet about it? You could just tell us.
I'm not getting quiet. I'm actually standing my ground. I'm not going to like go over this because why the fuck are we changing the
You're right.
subject?
No, part of it, we're bullies or something.
Well, hold on. Do you understand why they're asking that?
I adhere to the bail conditions consistently. That's all you need to know. Not a single one of them has been violated.
That is fucking
So, okay, here, I actually I feel like I've asked you this question before, so I mean, you can just clear it up for like a bigger chat now if you already have, right? But like, you bought like multiple devices after, you know, this incident happened.
I know what this is going to lead up to. Yeah, continue.
Okay,
I've already had this because
thanks, Nostradamus.
I've already got told by YouTube because I know what person's fucking asking Ruben to say these questions.
Okay, all right. So
I do.
Parlo,
Yeah?
before I fucking do like the dick rectum surprise on you, like let's just shut the fuck up so I can ask the question. Okay?
Oh my god.
But for a second, like, you bought multiple devices in a, you know, when you're being questioned, investigated on something related to, you know, potential, and I'm not saying that it happened, okay? I know that you got, you know, like, fucking, what's it called, like, catfish, you got catfished, right? And all that bullshit, but like, you know, you're being questioned for potential, like, you know, sexual messages with a child, right? That was what we were being accused of and investigated for, and in most of those cases, they usually don't allow you to get more devices, right? So,
and they don't allow you to communicate with children.
Correct. So.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, this is exactly what. Yeah. So no, none of the conditions had anything about that online. It was,
Wait, what?
Yeah, what were the conditions?
Always update where I am. Don't stay in a venue like, you know, a house that has someone who's below. If you go out, if it's like necessary and there's like someone there who's below the age, then like that's fine.
They said don't stay in the same home as someone who's under the age of 18.
Yeah.
But they didn't say anything about contacting these people over the internet.
No, there's no.
Even though what you're being investigated for was related to internet stuff, and I'm not saying that's a gotcha. I'm just genuinely asking. Okay.
No, it's not a gotcha because yeah.
Okay.
What? Really?
Yeah, because yeah.
Well, because
That's-
yeah, I have the fucking condition.
That sounds weird, right? Because if you're being investigated for communications online, surely then they would stop you from being able to access stuff online. I don't know.
Yeah, because I have the conditions on my table along with the cease and desist.
On your table, like right now, you have it on your table.
Yes, I have it in a file. I have it in a file. Like what?
Can you take a photo and show us? Is that okay? Yeah, can you take a screenshot?
I just think it's suspicious that the police visit you over this. I guess you're arrested, and then
Like you can see why we're a bit, you know, like, are you sure?
And then
Like,
you know,
it's
you go
extremely
out
uncommon.
immediately after this and buy a laptop. And typically in these cases, they'll ask for like software on your computer or some way to monitor what you're doing to make sure that you're not still communicating with minors.
At the very least, I mean,
But you
sometimes.
I've already made it abundantly clear.
And then you do a state in a server with all these kids explaining your escapades with Wolfgang. And now you don't want to tell us what your bail conditions are.
Have I literally just told you?
Can you show us? Like, take a photo and show us. That's okay.
And this is while you were asking your fans for money to pay for living expenses.
I'm actually gonna beat you up, Cal. You just made me extremely hungry. Have I got leftover pizza? I do. Okay. Awesome.
I wonder where that went. I guess we'll never know.
That was well, it's actually being paid back if you'd actually watched the fucking video, but that's
I don't
fine.
think that's the
Any of
problem.
that from it.
No, and that's exactly what I said when I was reviewing. When I was reviewing.
Yes, no, wait, no, hang on. So the three are no unsupervised.
Once again, you're just reading it off. I'm asking for a photo.
Yeah, what if you took a photo and like and you know censored any like evil like personal information? Yeah.
I have the conditions. Yeah, I'm at no obligation to send them.
Okay.
So we can move on. So we can move on.
Okay, well then let's move on. Let's move on to exactly what we just kind of like touched on a little bit, but didn't really get into, which is the fact that like you just kind of deferred to, and you said this in your video too, like, oh, it's been paid back, but like that doesn't change the fact that like you make this point in your video where you're like, oh well, when I bought the freaking gaming computer and I bought the like ticket for Wolfgang and I bought the passport for Wolfgang, I used my own money, and like, do you not understand what the problem is?
I tense like an abused dog, and for what? Wrong Carl? Yeah. Oh shit! There's two Carls in my chat. Fuck.
You did say that you were 15 minutes into the video, so this explains why you bring up this point when I've already gone over this.
But you literally from it. No, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. No, I have the talking stick. I have the talking stick.
I've got to go soon, so make this fucking.
All right, I'm making it quick. Just let me talk, and then we're already done. Right? Like, okay, so Parlo, in that 15 minutes, you make the point. So even if you make a different point later, it's your fault for making this point in the first 15 minutes, where you say I paid it back, and on top of that, you don't see the fact that you buying these things with your own money, which you heavily emphasize in that point, doesn't change that you are begging for the necessities when you're not buying necessities with your own money. You're buying leisure shit, and then you make a GoFundMe where you're like, oh, I need help with rent, I need help with meds, guys, and then you're buying Uber Eats and shit like that. You're not even going to fucking grocery or anything. Like, I mean, what the fuck is this? Like, you can't really, like, you're not seeing the point. You're not seeing the point.
Also, it's really strange how you bring up the video, yet you come back to it and bring it up again, which is why we're even talking about it.
Right. And you call it your, like, stupid little response video. Like, what, just, okay, respond from that, please.
Yeah, I bring up how money's fungible, so even if I use my own money, which I very much did, money still comes in to recuperate the lost costs in that.
Matter. It's irrelevant.
And plus, why wouldn't you say it in the first fucking 15 minutes then? Right? Like, if you're gonna make this point, and then you're just gonna make these excuses for it, and then later on in your 3.5 hour long, like, Star Wars length fucking epic, right? Then you talk about it again? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, why do you make one point one place, and then later in the video you make a different point? That doesn't make any sense, dude.
I went over systematically what happened with the finances, that the money from the GoFundMe was not used on the fucking plane ticket. That is objectively true.
All right.
And I bring up, like, I've gone over this GoFundMe shit a million times. I'm not going over this again. End of story.
Okay,
Money's
okay,
being paid
that's
out.
fine. That's fine. Let's move on.
No, wait, hang on. I admitted I fucked up. I'm never doing a GoFundMe again. It was a massive monolithic mistake. But like going over this for the 50th fucking time, it's so fucking mentally draining.
All right.
More attention has been brought onto this than like most fucking pedophile situations.
Okay,
in this community.
What? Fuck off, man. Sorry. Mid pizza. What the fuck are you on about, man? I hate when people bring that up. It's just like, it's equivalent just like, there are children starving in Africa. Why are we talking about this? There's bombs being dropped. So fuck off, man.
Holy virtue signal. Okay, listen. I get that you have to go, so like I have another important thing that I want to bring up that I also want the two of them to kind of like, you know, bounce off of and get their own thoughts on. You have a very loose definition of grooming, okay? You were pushing initially grooming allegations onto Wolfgang over the Avalon stuff, correct?
Yes.
Yes, you were. Right. So now, here's something. How long have you known Avalon?
September.
September of when?
July.
Of when?
2025.
You only knew him since September?
Yeah.
He was like your channel like manager guy. Like he was like the guy who like wait, so you knew him for like less than a month and you made him like your guy?
No.
Wait, but walk me through the timeline then. Wait, this
wait, it was July.
So, okay, that doesn't change anything. Like, okay, walk me through how long did you know Avalon until you like entered a contract with this guy?
We entered a contract, I believe, in check.
Dude.
I believe there was a couple months later. I don't know when though.
A couple months later? That would have been in September, so it would have been 1 month before you guys met up. Is that the case?
I genuinely don't know when the contract was signed.
Dude, can't you just pull it up?
I don't fucking have the contract on me. I don't know when it was signed.
You don't have the contract?
I don't have it on me.
What? Okay. Sure. Yeah, like, I mean, I find that doubtful that you can't very easily pull up the contract, right? I get that you don't have it on you.
I mean, I don't have the contract signed.
Control F?
Literally. Fuck off.
Search the transcript of a 3 hour and 20 minute video.
Like,
and you're over here and you can't find a legal contract you signed with a legal manager.
I searched the word contract Indians. I can't find anything.
Okay, fine, sure. Ask Avalon. Okay, well, let me tell you this. Ask Avalon to send to you right now. Do that right now as I'm asking this next question, okay? Because here's the thing. I mean, it does change things a little bit. I cannot, like, you know, I believe in you when you say you've only known Avalon for a few months. It, like, kind of blows my fucking mind. I will be honest. But, like, isn't there still an element? You were talking to this guy for several months when he was still 17, right? And again, I'm not making an argument here. I'm using your own logic in past cases, including the one with Wolfgang here. Is there not an element in which if this wasn't you and you were talking about someone else, that you'd probably say that you pre-ordered Avalon? Because a couple of weeks after he turned 18, you were fucking him, right? So, like, I'm just saying, by your own standards here, is that not, you know, probably a little bit morally,
Wait, he did that?
Oh, you didn't know that?
Fuck no.
Oh yeah, they fucked. They fucked. And guess, no, here's something that's even better, man. No, here's something that's even better. Everybody in this situation sucks, man. Here's something that's even better. Avalon, from the beginning, was making a plan to cuck Wolfgang and have sex with Parlo. Okay? And Parlo, to be fair, was unaware of this plan. But, like, no, I mean, it is the gayest of ops. It is quite literally a gay op. Like, that was the plan, right? And, yeah.
Parlo, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. So like Parlo, by your own standards here, did you not pre-order Avalon? You were talking to this guy before he turned 18. You were having like all these conversations with him. You were engaging in a business partnership with him, and then 2 weeks after he turned 17, y'all are fucking, right?
Jesus fucking.
And I brought this up to you before. I quite literally told you while you were making this video, I was like, you need to be extremely fucking careful about implying and directly saying that Wolfgang is a groomer, because you got a lot of stuff where you're like, oh well, I'm not gonna say he's a groomer. I'm gonna like leave it up to the audience. But then you would say these things where you'd be like, well, the audience is gonna think he's a groomer, but I'm not gonna say it. And it's like, dude, I have been telling you this from the beginning. As soon as I found out about that, you fucking Avalon, which you left out of the fucking story for a very long time, which is extremely important when you're using Avalon as like a key witness and stuff like that. And then
get him,
like, what are you doing?
You admitted that the key witness shit is not fucking. It's not watered down by the fact that we did anything.
Because I told you that it was imperative that you talked about the fact that you guys had this fucking like sex relationship.
I haven't watched the video. We're judging you without even fucking watching the video.
I was 15 minutes in, and you already used Avalon as a key witness, and you didn't disclose your relationship. You talked about it vaguely. You never said anything about it. You literally just said
it's addressed for a solid 20 fucking minutes.
Okay, it's addressed then. But in the first 15 minutes, when you already use him as a key witness, within the first 15 minutes, you don't address it once. You literally just go to it in vague sense where you're like, oh yeah, with the stuff that Avalon and I did. Well, he wasn't 17 when we did it. He wasn't 17 when we did it. So
there was a clip of you and numerous other commentary channels saying that like this stupid gay retarded excuse does not fundamentally change anything whatsoever.
Okay, yeah, but and on top of that, by definition, right, it does kind of change some things. Not from your end, Parlo, I won't say that, but what it does change is the fact that this guy is on record lying about shit multiple times, right? And then you're gonna use him as your star witness in parts of your video that are exclusively testimony based, right? So why the fuck would we trust him when he was lying to every—
Yeah, again, the main thing that, like, I know what clip they're referring to. Like, Himbleton and Fauci and Dickers talking, right? Again, the main point there is that, like, it's whether or not it's credible based on the Wolfgang, like, stuff. About, like, in terms of, like, a witness. Fuck, there goes my mouse. In terms of them being a witness, right? In terms of, the actual SA claim. Still, Parlo decides to use them as a point anyway, despite the fact that they have lied about stuff. Like, for example, the part just like, oh, did you engage with me sexually or in a sexual manner before the age of 18? And then Avalon says no. That's a key point where Avalon is an unreliable narrator. All of Parlo's evidence for why he's not a groomer despite claiming Wolfgang is just him asking Avalon, can you confirm I'm not grooming you? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
everyone, including you, when he didn't tell you about the fact that he had this evil gay op plan to fuck you?
Jesus, dude.
Thoughts, Parlo?
Yeah, I'll give you my thoughts. Well, first of all, despite the fact this entire gay up thing, well, yes, I absolutely do voice in my video how it was completely retarded, and I do think it was pretty fucking immature. I still do think that his opinion in the situation is very strong, because I also cooperated with Spa and Crypt, who were also present there at the time, who could attest to seeing a lot of advances that Wolfgang was making at the time. I do think it's really retarded to say that this was fucking grooming as well. What, we're going to conflate a 2.5-year age gap to grooming, yet we're going to all remain silent with, like, well, actually, we'll stay away from that. But I would like to hear why the fuck are you claiming this sounds like a grooming situation?
By your own standards. No, I verbatim said.
No, wait, no, Himbleton, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you.
Fine.
Okay, well, if you establish the connection with somebody, knowing that they were underage, and then willingly engaged in sexual contact with them, I don't know. That looks pretty fucking bad. Like, I don't know how else to say that. Looks, I don't know. I personally I wouldn't do that.
Right.
I don't know, man. That's pretty.
We're gonna demean it to
I'm not gonna explicitly label you a groomer, but you're fucking cutting it close, dude.
No.
That's unbelievable. Okay, we're gonna demean
you know what I will say? You know what I'm gonna say? No, you know what I'm gonna say? Because I'll go harder than that, Parlo. I will say that by your own standards, I think that you would look at a case like this. If it was somebody that you hated, I bet that you would. If this was Wolfgang and you remove all of the stuff that Wolfgang did before he was 18, and you solely put your position into it, if it was Wolfgang, I guarantee you would do the exact same thing where you'd be like, oh, I'm not gonna say it's grooming, but everybody's gonna think it is. Because, like, yeah, dude, you were talking to this guy for months beforehand, and I'm again talking about your own standards here, because I don't believe it's grooming, but, like, by your own standards here, you were talking to this guy for months beforehand, and then a couple of weeks after he turned 18, y'all was fucking, bruh. Y'all was, like, you know, like, it was the donut and the sausage, okay? Like, I don't know who was hopping on. I don't need to know, I don't want to know, but, like, the point is that there was penetrative sex, okay? And it was happening 2 hours before Wolfgang landed on his flight, dude. And I know that because Avalon fucking bragged about it, all right?
Bragged about it? He has some fucking weird-ass friends.
Yeah, by the way, this guy claimed that he had a $1 million contract with Mr. Beast, okay? So, like,
this is so mind-numbingly retarded to me. Why did you include this guy?
Hello, hello, can you hear me?
I guess, yeah, we can hear you.
Dude, Jesus Christ.
So did you hear any of the stuff that I just said, or did I need to repeat it? Parlo?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. My shit, my shit. Type out. You're gonna have to repeat that again.
Okay, great.
Just summarize it.
Okay, summarizing one more time, very quickly. So, by your own standards, I genuinely think that if we remove everything that Wolfgang did before Avalon was 18, and we put everything that you did into Wolfgang's position, where, one, you were complacent. I'm going to use the word complicit, because this is what complicit actually means, by the way. You were complicit in the fact that there were sexual conversations going on with Avalon present right after he turned 18, of Wolfgang jacking off and, like, stuff like that, and you said nothing, okay? You did nothing. You, like, that's undisputable. On top of that, a couple of weeks after this guy turns 18, after you've been talking to him when he was 17, 4 months, y'all are fucking, okay? And so by your own standards, I guarantee that you would have done the exact same thing to somebody else as you did to Wolfgang, where you'd be like, oh, I'm not gonna say it's grooming, but it's kind of, you know, the audience is gonna think it is, right? Like,
so you're just basing this off your own subjective opinion. You're saying you guarantee.
No, I'm basing this off your fucking past, dude. I'm basing this off your past actions, dude. That's what I'm basing it off.
What past?
Your loose idea on what grooming is. Your loose idea on what grooming is. You tried to imply that Wolfgang was a groomer, and, like, he's not the one who had penetrative sex with the 18-year-old after he turned 18, like 2 weeks after he turned 18, is he?
He's got a point there.
Like,
my entire problem with Internet Jason came with the fact. Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Hi.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yes. Great. Next time my fucking Wi-Fi. Okay, I'm getting sick and tired of this fucking Wi-Fi. It's pissing me off. Next time it crashes, I will screenshot it to prove that I'm not.
I don't doubt that it's crashing. Just talk, dude. Fuck.
All right. Okay, Jesus Christ, fucking hell, calm down. So regarding
Bro.
Jason, my problem came to the fact that he met Avalon when he was 16, had him admin in his Discord server while he was posting like straight up porn to it in front of numerous other 16-year-olds as well. They just openly allowed furry pornography. And then as soon as he was 17, he was making like consistent sexual jokes to Avalon, and this is brought up in my video.
Again, I think there's a major difference between poorly managing a Discord server, exposing minors to pornography, and actual grooming, if that makes sense. I think that is a major difference there, because in terms of grooming, it is mainly referring to a direct one-on-one contact with the minor, or like, say for example, if Wolfgang was directly messaging Avalon in the server, being just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna touch you, or yeah, like that kind of stuff, right? That would be a case of grooming. There could be an argumentation made for a normalizing of behavior, in terms of sexual content. That could definitely be a case to be argued. But also, in the same breath, when it comes to Avalon, there is stuff brought up with, like... That's a different critique, actually. Never mind. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely... I don't know, man. I feel like I'm getting caught in, like, the weeds of, like, wording here of what I would class internet adjacent as. I wouldn't say he's a groomer, personally. I would say that he's definitely suspect at this point. I don't even know at this point. My head hurts. My head hurts.
When Avalon was turning 18, he then conditions Avalon to the idea of a three-way. And I didn't know about any of this at the time. I had no knowledge of any of that. I prove via screenshot and metadata of those screenshots that I took them after the Airbnb incident, because I didn't even know what was happening in the Oktoberfest group chat, despite people claiming that I did. And Wolfgang was the one who came to me first, stating that Avalon wanted to, like, engage. I never went to Avalon first to instigate that topic of conversation, because I was under the idea that he wanted to first.
Okay.
This is all brought up in my video, by the way.
Yeah, don't worry. He didn't engage first, so we're all okay.
All right.
Well, we got
Yeah, thank God.
Well, you were trying to push the idea that I was conditioning.
Lol? Also, I'm a bit confused, because there was a point where, like, Parlo was just like, oh, I wouldn't be opposed to having a freeway, right? When it does specify Avalon. I don't know, man. 10 days after they turn 18, you fuck this guy, and yet you're somehow gonna call them a groomer because they were 17 and he was... What? How old was he? He would have been 20? I don't know, man. It's a bit of a... I don't know. I'd have to relook at it. It feels a bit dicey.
Well, you're obviously trying to tard wrangle this retarded groomer comparison.
Whoa,
if you want to demean it to your age gap, you're gonna have to. If you want to demean it to your age gap, you're gonna have to do a whole lot of cleaning.
It's not about the 2-year age gap, you dumb fuck. Oh my
Demean
God.
it?
Like, dude, it's about the fact that you pre-ordered him, bro. And again, I wouldn't say by my own metrics that it's grooming, but by your own.
Yeah, we're going by your logic.
Yes, we're going by your logic. Like, my God, man. Like, why is this so fucking hard to grasp?
Well, let's be real. If you came across somebody doing this and you're like, fuck this person in particular, you would not hesitate to fucking lambast them and say, yeah, this person's a groomer.
100%.
Like, me and Ben, we both know you. You would 100% fucking do something like that.
Yeah.
Come on, dude. Really?
Hey, Parlo, before you go, you know who the op block is, right?
Oh?
Yep.
All right. Are you cool with him asking you a question?
Yep.
All right. Are you guys okay with that as well? If he gets added to the group real quick?
Sure, yeah. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, my question.
Okay, thank God. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. Fal, you fucking look and add now. Okay, so that. All right. Well.
I believe the terming that had been brought to the table is spawn camper. Yeah, I could definitely. Yeah, I feel like I'd be more comfortable using that. Yeah.
Wall rating. So Parlo, you don't think that like you would? Man, like what? You don't think you would do this? You really don't think you would like say that about somebody if it was somebody else like in the conversation?
No.
You don't think
Prepare for the worst Fauci audio of all time. Okay.
Is in circles close to certain people who already has allegations of waiting for girls to turn 18 and shit like that, and
So you don't care about that when that happens?
Also, I've just increased the volume. Is that any better, you guys, by the way?
I do believe the age gap in that situation is worse, because I believe that they're
How much worse?
25, 26.
Okay,
25,
26.
26.
Okay.
Yeah, I do find that weird, but I wouldn't go
But yeah.
calling them a groomer, because that would be like that'd be
Fucking
reputational
hell.
suicide.
Oh, yeah. No, good thing you're not in the shit right now.
I've got.
I wouldn't want to fuck
Parlo, it's me, Fauci, your top guy. You featured me a lot in the video. Thank you so much. So, Parlo, I have a question for you, because I watched your entire
Oh my
video.
God.
Can you walk us through the timeline of you meeting up with Avalon and hooking up with Avalon? And the continued things that happened during the IA trip. Because coincidentally, and I'm going to call you out for this, you included a new story in the IA thing, which is you denied him he ignores you, and then you're crying on the floor. Your words, not mine. And that has never, in any of your accountings, been told once. So
I did know. I did that. I did in the Dickers live stream. I remember in my first argument with Wolfgang, I brought up how because of like Avalon leaving after the shower situation, I started feeling really bad and I started breaking down and crying on the floor. And Wolfgang admitted that he was like blanking me while he was in the room. He was just ignoring me, like blanking me. Yeah, blanking me.
But you described the crying, just to recount your video, you described the crying on the floor prior to the shower incident. So now you're saying it's after the shower incident? Because in your timeline of events...
You might have misheard that. It happened after the shower incident.
He said you might have misheard that.
It's your video, you placed it at different times. So just as clarifications, so the shower incident happens, and then you telling him that you are uninterested in him happens. Now describe...
I've made abundantly clear it happened after the shower situation.
Okay, so can you please describe to me your sexual encounter with Avalon? I don't care who's pitching, who's catching.
I'm not going to mention that because there's like provable minors in the chat. I'm not doing that.
Okay,
Provable.
What the fuck?
Provable minors in the chat. Fuck off, you fucking little faggot. Piss off, man.
You're telling me
there's minors in my live stream? Okay, no, fucking ban them, dude. Like, I'll fucking ban the minors, dude.
Okay, we've got 77.
Hold on. I'm gonna both everybody shut the fuck up for a second. No, I'm gonna talk because I'm God here. Okay, this is my stream. All right, so listen to me right now. If we ban the minors from chat, they're still going to watch the stream, dude. We are not asking you to give. Wait, hold on. We're not asking you to give explicit sexual details about your encounters. We are asking you for a specific timeline of how it went from when you and Avalon first met up in the Wolfgang trip. That is what we're asking for. A timeline, not positions, not rusty trombone. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. Okay?
So explain why you want to know about this.
When did you specifically have your sexual? When did you specifically enact your sexual encounter with Avalon?
You heard in the video that it was the 13th.
When specifically? When IA arrived? Is it before he arrived?
Before. It was mentioned in the video before.
And during the time, and I'm asking you this specifically, during the time that you, because Avalon, if I remember correctly, and Hilton corrected me on this, I believe Avalon says that you guys may have like made out while IA was still there. Now, I'm not remembering fully correctly, but during that time, did you and Avalon have any other intimate encounters in the Airbnb, even with IA present?
No.
No. So no kissing, no making out, no anything like that. So when he's in the other room, fucking begging for you to come.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Hang on, stop schizoing. No, stop schizoing out. You said any other.
Stop.
You are schizoing out. You literally.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, that is fucking funny. Baldi's reaction there. I'm not skittering out!
Out, no anything like that. So when he's in the other room, fucking begging for you to come.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Hang on, stop schizoing it. No, stop schizoing out. You said any other encounter. You are schizoing out.
Just answer the fucking question, Parlo.
No, because he stated first, is there any other than the kissing? Well, the kissing, yes, but other than that, no.
But you just denied it.
Oh?
Wait, no, I didn't understand the question he said. I'm stating like fully right now, yes. Why are you trying to be faggy about this?
I'm not being faggy!
You don't even believe in God. Why are you doing on God?
Yes, I do. What the fuck I do?
You do now? You do believe in God?
You believe in God? You believe in God? We'll do a sodomite.
He's born again. It's fine. He's born again. It's fine.
The reason I'm asking is because it's really convenient, and this is what Hippleton is trying to explain to you. You leave these parts out of the video that your prime witness is also your fuck buddy who is attempting to gay up Wolfgang. Let it be very clear, you know my feelings on IA. I think he's a fucking scumfuck. I don't like the guy. My issue is that in your video, you don't describe these things. You don't describe the fact that you still have an intimate relationship. I'm not asking about that.
He's roboting.
Intimate relationship while IA is even there. Like, this is the one thing that like kind of just gets like brushed under. Yeah, he's a fucking pest.
Dude.
I thought that was my connection again.
God is censoring.
It's the deep state censoring.
I'm on my phone. What I'm trying to say is that you two are having an intimate relationship while he is there, and you are leaving that out of the story, and that is a huge issue. And again, we are all of agreement that IA is a fucking sex pest. That's my purest belief. He's a sex pest. However, you do not disclose the brevity of your relationship with Avalon. That is a huge red flag. Do you understand why that's a red flag?
I do understand how that does affect to some point people's opinions on Avalon's recounting of the entire situation.
Okay.
I do understand with my reputation how no one will take.
Okay, thank you, Parlo.
What I'm saying is his recounting of what he saw that day, with also the fragmented evidence I also show in that video. It 100% is what he did in that specific situation. He couldn't help as well, but eventually admit to what he did as well in many intervals when he was confronted. So even if you don't want to take Avalon at like fact, his that leaked recording of like the shower incident where he loosely admitted he apologized for the shit and all of that, it builds up the picture. Of course, I didn't know what Avalon's like plans were private and shit like that. And I understand how it looks weird, but I did make it clear in my response video how I didn't want to be in a relationship with Wolfgang until at least, January or December. This is the same shit I did with Mugen as well, and I find it interesting we still haven't got any evidence that I was in a relationship with him.
You told him that? As in you were planning to be in a relationship with him?
No, I said if there was ever going to be a relationship, it'd be when I was under like a clearer mental fucking...
But you said that you flat out denied it.
Yeah, I denied that being in a relationship because there fucking wasn't. Like, why are you trying to bring up some non-existent contradiction? No, I literally stated how I'm not in the right mental place to ever have a fucking relationship during the time when he was pressing for it.
Lol.
I don't have one.
What do you mean?
What's your point? You're bringing up fucking Mugen. I'm stating Mugen, no. Wolfgang, no.
I'm just so confused. Why does your mental state matter, yet you still go ahead and do that shit regardless? Why is that relevant?
These are two completely different people with two completely different time zones. There's like a numerous attributing factors.
I'm going to ask you a question. I'd like you to just answer as truthfully as you can. Are you and Avalon still engaged in some form of romantic, intimate, or sexual relationship?
Like,
Oh.
as of right now.
As of right now. Because you, or have you had encounters? And then a second question, have you had encounters post IA's visit?
Yeah.
Ooh.
What? So
Oh.
what you're telling me, and I'm not
Back
trying to laugh,
shots?
is that you are in some form of non-professional relationship with Avalon. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Would you describe Avalon as your boyfriend?
No.
Oh.
Okay. Hey, listen,
Wait,
that's fine.
what?
I know Avalon practices polyamory. It's an open relationship. That's perfectly fine. You're a young man. You're probably exploring things as well.
Okay,
But wouldn't that be
okay.
important to disclose that you are continuing to have sexual relations or
Dude.
intimate relations with the person who is your star witness
He's
to the thing that
tweaking!
occur with the person that you are
Me
accusing,
having this sped up is evil, bro.
especially when it comes to his allegations.
I'm not sure the additive context of there being like things that are
Clear
continuous
bias,
would really
clear
affect
bias,
it.
clear bias, clear bias. That's the addition.
Giant conflict of interest here.
Yes.
Yeah,
Clear
yeah,
fucking bias,
yeah.
Yes, that is, it's implicitly obvious, Parlo, so I'm gonna spell it out. There you go.
Well, despite the fact that they were still under contract right after the situation transpired, and he remained consistent with his story about what
You should have
Wolfgang
made
was
that
doing the
clear.
entire time.
Wait. Are you still under contract with Avalon?
Pardon?
Are you still under contract with Avalon?
I believe so. Yeah.
You believe so?
Yes.
Is sex a part of your contract, yes or no? So, what does having being under the contract matter? Because technically, you are under fraternizing. Are you telling me there's no fraternization clause in the contract? Because isn't that an unprofessional boundary?
Sorry, what is this question meant to entail?
Wait, I need to find out where that timestamp is where he starts bugging the fuck out. It's just a bit behind, like, 220. Or can someone clip that? Wait, 220. Hold on.
What is this got to do with anything? Hold on. Yeah. What?
Can you answer the question, Parlo?
I genuinely have no idea what you're trying to pry regarding.
Doesn't matter, just
This is
answer
a
it.
retarded fucking question.
Is there a fraternization clause? Is there a fraternization clause?
I don't know what the fuck that is. This is a genuinely retarded question. I think we're done. I think we're done. I think we're done here. I think we're done here. We're done here.
Why are we done? Because you're running away? Because we're asking you questions you feel uncomfortable with?
No, because I don't know what I don't know why I'm getting bombarded with. Like I don't know.
Okay, wait, hold up. Can we get an explanation as to what that entails then? Just so you can understand, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, fraternization clause. Yeah, let's
give them a quick
So a fraternization clause is oftentimes in contracts, you cannot have sexual or personal relationships of that variety with someone who's representing you. It means you can't fuck your agent. A lot of like entertainment companies do that.
Don't worry, I've already done it.
That's right. And the reason you do that is because it can call into question a lot of different aspects of that relationship. It's a reason I'm asking that. Because again, it seems to me, and it is okay that we all agree IA is a sex pest, but it does seem to me that you are not fully disclosing your relationship with Avalon. You briefly go over it in the video. You don't mention the fact that you guys are doing something while IA is still there, most likely in my opinion, most likely in the other room when he's fucking walking back and forth and begging for you to come in. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Again, you don't have to confirm or deny that, and that's okay. But like, this is part of the issue is that when we are picking and teasing the truth from you, your video doesn't seem as airtight as you constantly promised, because it doesn't feel like you're being as honest as you can be in preparation for questions like this.
Yeah.
Well, I never heard of what a fractionation clause was because I'm 20. I don't think 20-year-olds need to know what the fuck that is.
Well, now
I know. But I'm kind of getting like molested here on all sides for shit I don't fucking know.
Okay, but now you know.
And then I meant to act as like.
Trust me, I am straight as an arrow.
Yeah? You are not my type, please. That's not the point. The point is this, and the reason I'm asking you this is very clearly there are issues with some of your accounting due to the nature of certain parts of your relationships. That's my problem. Also, just as a point of clarification, because it doesn't seem like you kind of understood, the issue wasn't people were thinking that you straight up scammed people with the GoFundMe. The issue was that you had money enough to spend on luxuries and then ask for the GoFundMe money.
Okay, before I go, I just want to go over this for the millionth fucking time.
Stop. The luxuries are what people have issues with. I'm giving you the clarification point. I'm not beating you. I'm not molesting you. You're still not my type. What I'm telling you is that you are blatantly misrepresenting what people's complaints are.
Right, for the millionth time, and then I'm done. The GoFundMe. Okay. Lots of people, lots of children, thousands of children got the impression that I took the money. Let me
finish. Wait, this is only important because I have like one clarifying question after he's done with this. I don't want to leave just yet, and I promise it'll just be between the two of us, Parlo. But go ahead.
Oh, really?
Right. So a lot of stupid children are going around saying that I used the money from the GoFundMe to pay for the tickets and luxuries, yada yada yada, blah blah blah. Now in the video, I proved that the money was my own money, which I used, and then I got the GoFundMe money and it recuperated the costs. I've had this conversation with IRLs and so many people, so many fucking times. I genuinely am never going to address this again because I want to make it very clear right now. I'm not doing a GoFundMe again. I fucked up majorly, and I was in a bad financial position regardless because Cormanx had basically made it so I had 2 strikes on my channel. Okay, and that essentially caused me a lot of financial loss. So I had bought the new appliances obviously because they got confiscated. And that put me in an even worse position because I'm not good with my finances. So I ended up basically fucking myself even more by doing that. That wasn't indicative of the fact that I was doing well with money. It was indicative of the
You wanted Himpleton's thing? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Thank you, Jack Slades.
fact that even when I was in a bad financial spot, I made it even worse and complicated it even more. And that's no one else's fault because it was my own money that I fucked up myself. And I mean, like, I'm 20 years old. There's no excuse for that. I'm just giving the context there. And all these retards can go, oh, we don't believe you. I show proof in the video, so you can basically go fuck yourself. But the point was, and I'm so done with people claiming I'm lying when I show proof of this, or like payment receipt wise. The money's been refunded. I will never trust myself to have a GoFundMe again. I think this point's been, like, it should be criticized, but it's really been done to death. And I do bring up how money is, of course, fungible, so it recuperates lost costs. So the money that was put in the GoFundMe technically did go to my account to replenish the money that I had spent on the plane ticket. And although I never stated that I was broke, I do admit in the video as well, it's 100% like on me that people believe that I was in a really bad financial spot.
Right, so what you phrased
really
it.
bad.
Yeah, so he phrased it wrong.
Said that it was inherently deceptive.
Correct. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do just a tiny little speed round real quick. Okay. This is gonna be real quick. All right. So the first thing is, what is your next video gonna be on Parlo? This is important.
Yeah.
What's my next video gonna be?
Yeah. What is it?
If you'd asked me that a day ago, I would have given you an answer. Now that you asked me,
well, let me phrase it this way: what is it, and why isn't it about your association with Defender? How about that? Can I answer that way?
Because the Defender will be at least an hour long.
Yeah, make it because it's far more important that you had associations with a doxing squatting like group, a high-ranking member, and that was involved in multiple situations of like CP blackmail and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Far more important than whatever.
Yes.
People are calling me
Address the Defender stuff.
Okay? I think that's far more important.
Address the Defender.
Multiple times, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I would highly encourage you to make that your next video. But I'm not gonna be surprised when I have these people called me Adolf Hitler Part 3 in my subfeed. Okay. But next question, since we're doing lightning round. So here's something that I want to talk about real quick. I genuinely feel like you presented the sexual assault claims very deceptively when you talk about the finger in the asshole thing. With internet just thinking that he had consent from you because of your physical, like whatever, like the way that you moved your asshole towards his finger or whatever. Like, does that you don't really give mention to that? And maybe you do in the later parts of the video, but like in everything that I've seen in the times that we've talked to each other, you don't make any mention of that. Like, is that sexual assault or is that a misread?
Sexual assault.
Why is that sexual assault?
Did you ever tell him no?
Because he actively moved on me and made advances on me without my consent. He openly lied stating he had my consent, and he openly lied for 3 weeks straight before he admitted he didn't have it. He also lied on the behalf of Avalon, stating Avalon consented to see him masturbate on call, and then he eventually admitted that never happened. He has a courtesy of just lying about people.
So right. So what you're telling me is that he said that, so no, he lied to try to make himself look better. That doesn't necessarily make him sexual assault. He lied and said that he had affirmative verbal consent, but even when he finally told the truth, he maintained very heavily, and this was in a call where he was being honest about everything else. He maintained completely and thoroughly that he thought that he had consent from you in terms of the way that you were giving him non-verbal physical signals.
I never gave him no, it's complete fucking.
Okay, so it's a he said. So, but when you say, but real quick.
I said, and he.
No, this is a he said because he still maintains that he had consent. You still maintain that you did not give consent, right? So you frame it as if he tells the truth and says that he never had consent, and that is not the case. He admits that he lied about the fact that he had verbal affirmative consent, but he still maintains that he had non-verbal physical like signed consent.
He never had a non-verbal consent, and there was no indication of implied consent.
So you didn't even tell him no, anything like that? No?
And plus, with the context of your relationship and the fact that you flew him out there for like butt stuff and sucky, yeah, no, there actually is context around which there would be implied consent, 100%, yes.
Yeah, so it's like, wasn't that the whole reason why you flew him out to begin with?
My video explains like categorically.
Okay, well, if you keep referencing the video, can you just tell us up front?
You're giving an extremely bad faith charged question in order to
just answer the damn question. Was he flown out for that purpose? Was he flown out for that purpose?
Nice Potweiler.
It's just yes or no. That's it.
We were all planning to go around London between the 11th of October to the 15th.
That's not the way that you phrased it to me. That's not the way you phrased it to me.
What were you planning?
Mentioned in my response video.
I don't care if it's mentioned in your fucking response video. That's not what you said to me. No, I don't give a fuck what you say in your goddamn response video. Before your response video came out, the way that you phrased it to me on my stream and privately is that you wanted a piece of ass. Okay, you literally said that. You thought you were going to prison. And you thought you might be like fucking raped in prison and stuff. You told me that as well. And you wanted to be able to have like some freedom ass. Okay, you told me this. You told me this. Okay, so I don't care if you decided to change your mind for your fucking response video. That's not what you said to me.
Okay, so to be clear, it was for sex then.
Yes, by his own words. Yes.
Then why the fuck are you lying to me? What the fuck? It's so stupid.
Well, I'm literally not lying to you. There were numerous factors.
Nicholson has no reason to be fucking making this up.
Yes.
I guarantee.
It heavily affects my reputation. It heavily affects my reputation. I'm almost positive that this is on a stream. I'm almost positive. Hold on.
2 reasons. Stop speaking over me. It was 2 reasons. One, because it was a social event with everyone going out, and also because we were flying him for that.
But that's not what you told him. You word for word verbatim that you thought you were going to be locked up and that you wanted to commit a fucking sex act. What the fuck?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what you told me.
Yes.
I remember that.
And then it's explained in the video that like sexual messages that were sent before the situation.
Okay, all right, fuck it. Let's concede that there could be another reason. That's a big reason, and thus it still allows that context in which there is like like there is this. You guys talked about sucky. You guys talked about butt stuff. You talked about how you have to be delicate on your penis, on your freaking wiener.
Bro.
Again, I responses were responses, and also sexual messages that were sent before I saw them are completely.
This was not before you saw them. This was not before you saw them.
Consent can be revoked at any time.
Consent can absolutely. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Parlo consent can be revoked at any time. But when you do absolutely nothing about it, it is a he said. Okay, like you don't have the supporting thing that you like try to push him off and you said no.
That's not what I'm understanding either. If he was engaging sexually with you, why didn't you fucking make it known that you weren't comfortable or push him off or anything? Why didn't you make it clear?
I did numerous times.
Whoa.
I moved away.
Wait.
Yeah, I moved away.
This is new. Wait, this is new.
I said I went rigid and I moved away. And then
no, you said you went rigid. You said you froze.
Yeah, this is different.
I said rigid.
You did. Okay, so rigid, froze, very similar. But like you did not say that you moved away. And on top of that, let me give you benefit of the doubt here because I have a very nuanced like understanding of like sexual assault and stuff like that. And like I do admit to the fact that like there can be times in which there's an unwanted sexual advance that is happening, and because of the way that people's bodies respond to stuff like that, sometimes you go into the freeze, the fight, flight, freeze. You go into freeze. You don't do anything, and but again, that would be a he said. That is definitionally he said. Like you didn't do anything to prevent it, which I'm not blaming you for, but I'm just saying it is a he said. There's no definitive conclusion to this, and you cannot say that you have proof that he's a sexual assaulter when he lied about something to make himself look better. Is it rape? Absolutely, that he lied about something to make himself look better, but he maintains throughout that he had nonverbal consent from you. And under the pretext of the trip, that obviously yes, consent can be revoked anytime, but under the pretext of the trip, on top of the fact that you didn't say no or anything like that, I don't understand why it's so insane for him to think that he had nonverbal consent.
I have a question. How many sexual encounters did you have while they were there? Like, did this happen more than once, or was it just a singular instance?
Every incident that happened is laid out in the video in the document. I think it was.
Okay, I get it. You keep referring to it. I'm asking you just right now. How many times? Like, was there multiple?
Are we talking about like it happens and then minutes later there's nothing and then it happens again? Or are we talking about like?
I'm talking about when you flew him out. How many times did you guys have sexual intercourse or yada yada
yada? 3.
3 times, and in one of these times you were not comfortable with him, correct?
Yes.
So what order did this happen in? Just to.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I'm getting done to this, dude. It's in my document. Like you're asking questions already referenced.
It's not an unfair question to ask. It's not an unfair question to ask.
Okay. Let's phrase it in a different way so it's way easier to answer. Was the asshole fingering thing that you were like super uncomfortable with and claimed to be sexual assault? Was that the last one? Was that the last time?
Last time what?
Was that the last time that you guys engaged sexually?
If you watched, wait, no.
Just say yes or no. Please just say yes or no. Okay, no. So it wasn't the last time. So you did engage further sexually with him after this encounter, correct?
That was the shower situation. The shower situation happened after. That's why I technically count.
Guys, I'm gonna hop off.
All right, good night, Ruben. Thanks for joining me. Appreciate it.
Bro, I just want to say, like, I don't have anything against you as long as you don't like fuck with me and fuck with my friends and like throw accusations at them. Okay, like I literally do not care until you start pulling people I care about into stuff. Okay, that's all I want to say. All right, nothing against you personally until stuff like that starts. All right. All right, man. I wish you the best. Okay, take care.
The best as well. So.
Thanks for joining, Ruben.
Of course.
Ah.
So, if you watch
a truce. How beautiful.
Which was something that I never agreed to, by the way. He barged in. I count that as like a sexual situation.
Okay, we understand that.
Which is he said again. But...
The order this is in, this looks really fucking weird. You understand that, right?
Yes, it's a very weird situation to begin with.
So you're telling me this guy essentially raped you, but you still continue to engage with him sexually? Why?
I don't. What would you define as rape?
This is your definition. I'm going off of what you said.
Well, okay, we're going off of what he said, then let's just call it sexual assault, right? Just so that we don't get into
yeah.
I think I worded it a bit too strong. If a guy was sexually assaulting you, why would you still engage with him sexually, regardless after the fact? That doesn't.
I didn't.
But you just. Am I? Okay, are you worded it wrong?
No, I said the shower situation was something that like I deem as like a sexual situation, but I never like. We didn't do any. There's no.
But you continue to spend time with him, correct?
Yeah, you said you were uncomfortable.
You did continue to spend time with him. You spent time the same.
I don't know, bro. Showering with your homies pretty gay. I don't know. Unless you got the socks on, I would say showering with the homeboys pretty gay. That's my very nuanced take on it. So, yeah.
There's been times when I've been like essayed before, and I just keep it like silent.
Parlo, here's the point. Wait, hold on. So, and this is good information for you as well, Vic. So, the point is, you returned to the Airbnb to spend more time with him, correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm understanding.
Because you didn't even sleep at the Airbnb, did you?
Whoa! I didn't return after that incident.
After the asshole thing.
No, I didn't leave and come back. That was the same day as the shower.
Okay, so the shower. Okay, see that helps, Parlo. That's exactly why I'm asking this. Okay, so that was the same day.
And the thing that pisses me off is it's like, oh, why didn't you say no? Why didn't you say no? Well, with situations like that, I fucking freeze. I don't know what to say. I mentioned it in my document.
Well, then wait. No, didn't I just? No. Don't give me that. I just told you that is a valid way to respond, or like, you know what I mean? Like it's a way that human beings respond to that.
Yeah.
When I ask that question, I'm not trying to victim blame you. I'm just trying to understand. It's like, I don't know if I would react.
I don't know what to say when it happens because I'm scared what's gonna happen. It's gonna be so fucking.
Parlo, we all are saying that is fair, but what I'm telling you is for you to frame it as if this guy admitted to sexual assault is just not true, and it is a he said. That is my entire point of bringing that up in the first place. Is not to say that you deserved to be victimized in any way. It is not to say that your like interpretation of the way that happened is not valid, but what it is to say is that he maintained that he thought he had consent even when he admitted to lying about the affirmative verbal consent. He maintained that he thought that he had non-verbal consent from you, and like it is not him admitting to a sexual assault like you frame it in your video.
Can we play the Fergie clip again?
What?
I don't think you've reached that part of the video.
I think
there was another one where it was I actually do play at the start. Where he says about explicit consent. He acted in his own words on me without explicit consent. I do believe there is not much charitability you can give in a situation like that at all, especially with the fact that he's had these allegations before, and he should have absolutely had before. This is like me with the dupe situation. If I'm going to engage with someone, I'm going to make sure to ID verify and not make the same mistake again. He should have had like the absolute ability at his age of 21 to ensure that he has the whole consent of someone for engaging with him sexually, which he did not have. He did not have that at all.
No, Parlo.
Yeah, I want to make something. Hold on, I just want to say this. I don't think anyone's defending IA. I don't want to make that clear.
No.
It feels like you're trying to say that, like, especially Hamilton and I, of all fucking people, don't defend him at all. Like,
yeah, Parlo does have a tendency to go into defense mode.
I know he'll never produce it because I know he doesn't have it. It's not really the thing that I think Hamilton's trying to get at. It's more just like there are timeline issues. There's things like that. The clarification you're now giving, while great, isn't apparent in parts of your video. So like, I think Hamilton is trying to like give you, like, he's trying to give you an olive branch. It's the same thing here. I don't really hate you.
Yeah.
I have no feelings towards you. Hamilton is trying to give you an olive branch to show like where the holes lie.
Right.
No pun intended.
God damn it. But yes,
bro,
that's exactly right. Like, I mean, like,
evil.
my whole thing here is that, like, you know, again,
I get why people hang around their sexual abuser. You feel so gross and you internalize it, but you might not understand afterwards until you actually think about it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, I don't think anyone's actually, like, invalidating that. Wet socks? Fuck's sake, bro. Okay.
This, whatever way we put this, Parlo, like, and I'm not trying to invalidate your own experience here. That is not what I'm trying to do at all. But what I'm telling you is that by every metric and every matter, including the context in which the meetup happened, all of the previous messages, everything that we've talked about before, this is a clear he said, he said. It is not an admission of sexual assault. Like, and that is, like, I'm resting on that one, okay? Like, I mean, that is, like, and you frame it that way in your video. And, like, you're just opening yourself to be labeled a false accuser in that way, because, like, it's not that clear cut. It's not. It's just not that clear cut. And there, unfortunately, Parlo, there's a lot of times where it's not that clear cut. Like, and that's just something that happens. But that's why you can't be using this definitive language and like framing him as this definitive, like, you know, he admitted to it, he's the sexual assaulter, he admitted to it, blah blah blah. Like, no, he didn't.
And if I'm sorry, go for it. You first.
I mean, I just want to make like a closing statement, but you just go ahead first.
And I'm going to be honest with you, because I've been popping around the other live streams because people are reacting to Impleton right now. You come onto this call with Ruben, with this other gentleman that I don't know his name. Sorry, Vic, I believe.
Vic.
Yeah, Vic. And you start accusing them and friends around them and Schlepfer, for instance, of all of these improprieties that they have people. And then when pressed on evidence, there's a lack thereof, which I'm sorry.
Wait. I sent Himpleton DHT Discord logs and screenshots.
But hold up. But then there's this mystical magical what was it? The gender reassignment surgery there, which is happening in a call. Things like that. Let me finish. Right. There are instances where you do show evidence for some things, but then when the people in the call are saying, "Hey, what are you saying about me?" It's kind of nebulous. It's he said again. You do understand that you've now tied what you identify as your sexual assault story to these claims. Now you didn't make 3 separate videos. You made one together video and this follow-up. So now that you've wrapped it up in that, if people start poking holes in the other stories that you bring attention to, they're now going to start saying, well, maybe his assault story is false too. And I don't believe that. Again, I'm telling you that verbatim, but I don't believe that. But do you understand what I'm trying to tell you is that you have wrapped it and roped it up in personal vendettas. And if people just start saying, you know what, we have evidence to the contrary, or you can't show that evidence, now it's, well, maybe everything he says is a lie.
Can we play the Wolfgang admission clip again?
Can you send it to me?
Lol.
It's in my video. I can't be asked to get the timestamp.
Okay, then no.
Alright, I can't be fucked with that video.
What's that? Sorry. Hold on. The sad part for that is that Parlo has some reasonable feelings, but the way he goes around it in the worst way possible, like why would you smear someone as a groomer when you are also fucking the victim? Yeah. Also, ignore the Geometry Dash gameplay. I suck at that game. But yeah, no, I get your point, Carl. Muslim Carl specifically.
And then I'll get it when I get to it, because otherwise, for you asking me to like do something that's gonna help you, the impetus is on you to find the timestamp. 100%, buddy. I'm sorry to tell you. Okay.
Again, man, I don't think anyone like dislikes you. It's just like the biggest thing is like you're swinging at you're swinging everywhere all at once, and every single time is like, and when you tie it up like your assault story with allegations of, or trying to fight other allegations, or like today with the specific gender reassignment stuff. I'm going to reiterate this.
Yeah.
It's people are going to look at the totality of who you are and start disregarding you, which sucks.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you that right now. That sucks because you could still be a victim of things, but disregarding because you're swinging at every single person in existence in your space, in your orbit.
Nice.
Okay.
Very productive call.
All right, so for our closing statement, like you said.
You do your statement first. I just gotta formulate what the fuck has been going on for the past 2.5 hours.
Yeah, man.
Actually, in awe.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I'll go. Yeah, no, I'm in awe. This shit, pretty speechless. What an absolute fucking waste of time this has been for 2.5 hours. It's basically been a relapse on what I said that I wouldn't do, and I did it. Let's see what I do. The defender stuff, of course, I'm doing a video on that, but like, this drama is so fucking tiring. I genuinely absolutely fucking hate this drama. If I could have a time machine, all of this fucking started when Nats made that false police report on me. From what happened, it was a ricochet effect. And you know what? It actually started due to my mental retardation at the very start with the dupe situation. If that had never come into pass, all of this stuff would have never come from that, and it could have been so much better. And I only
the butterfly effect is crazy.
I was very hopeful that this video would give insight into like everything that happened, but you learn, and this is a learning experience. Certainly a wonderful learning experience. Yeah. I do appreciate Ruben's charitability. I can't say that other people share that same level of maturity, unfortunately, in this community. But yeah, we're going to have fundamental disagreements with how we perceive what Wolfgang did, and it's going to be hard to understand what my opinions are of that, considering how tarnished my credibility is. But I know fundamentally how he acts. I tried to go into deep into his psychology in that video. But if this proves anything, I got told not to dig myself another hole again. I did it. Fucked up. It's pretty humbling. It's a pretty humbling experience, but it is what it is. With the GoFundMe as well. Genuinely, I've been lectured more than you can ever know about it from like IRLs and people like that, close friends. I really don't know what to say, as you can tell. I really don't know what I can say. This has just been a very
cancerous past few fucking months, and I think I'm just gonna focus on game development after this fucking video and leave this.
Thank
absolute shit over
God.
here.
Um,
So, yeah.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No.
I was hoping you were taking my
I'm really gonna consult myself. I think I'm just gonna give my passwords to like other people, and they're just gonna fucking tell me what to do because I literally got told not to do this shit. I did it. I literally said to one of my friends, I think this will be a productive conversation and it won't go bad. And do you know what's been derived from it? Parlo is a groomer. He's a retard. He's a liar. He lied about SA. I'm not saying you guys made that definitive claim, but that's what's gonna be taken from that. It just blew up in my fucking face. I genuinely believe that there was a way I could cover the situation, but yeah, the thing was halfway into it, I kind of just wanted to go to sleep and just step away from this, but I was too deep into this conversation already. Too deep.
Yeah, listen, what I would just say is just like, you know me by now. You know that like I try to be as fair as I can be, and I don't have any like evil ill will towards you or anything like that. Like, you know, I just there's I get excited, I get a little hyped up and stuff. I tell you that I'm gonna like stick my dick in your mouth or whatever. But
lol.
I don't have like ill will towards you or anything like that.
No, I'm happy. No, I'm actually happy about everything that happened. I'm genuinely happy.
What?
I'm not doing a 3-hour long video again, that's for sure. But I do want to get like the Defender stuff out. But it's been a pretty embarrassing call. But yeah, I'm thankful that there's like level-headed people like you still.
Yeah.
And it's not been
Aw.
like, consistent shitting on.
This is
things,
so sweet.
I think this certainly is
Fuck.
the how would you say the most awkward and cancerous stream you've ever done? No one's lobotomized himself as much as I have in this stream. Not even Wolfgang, I don't think.
No,
Not
legitimately.
even Wolfgang.
No, listen, Parlo, I'll give you some good grace here. Legitimately, the snunk call is so much worse than this.
I've watched it. I'm gonna be honest. I think this takes the cake.
Well, it's shorter, but trust me, it's more severe. Okay, so don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think anybody like I have no reason to hate you, despise you. I think you may be stupid sometimes. I think you may be I think you may be pig-headed. But I don't think that you're like an evil person. That's fucking getting cringe. Listen, if you want to keep making content, make
Do you
it.
know
I
the
don't
thing that pisses me off? Do you know the thing that pisses me off so much? My friends told me not to do like these, not to release the document, not to talk about any of this shit. I fucking did it, and they told me what would happen if I did it. And I kept thinking, because of my pure impulsivity, I kept fucking thinking that I could genuinely have like a peaceful conversation and everything would be fine. And I get molested so fucking hard. And I spent 2.5
Awful
months on the video
phrasing.
thinking that people would actually understand what I have to say. And then I've taken one step forward, not even a step forward, a quarter of a step forward, 50 steps back.
Hey, Parlo, can I ask you like an honest question? Don't take this like negatively. Would you consider yourself a lol cow at this point?
I don't use that term. I think that's like middle ground. I would view myself like below that, like mentally retarded, just mentally retarded.
I'm not a lol cow, I'm just mentally retarded. Okay, buddy. See, this is the gameplay that Roblox YouTubers should be doing instead, okay? The offline dino game. That's what they should be doing, in my opinion. Way less drama to be taken from this, okay? The least problematic game in all of gaming history. The dinosaur game.
Like I shouldn't. The word lolcow does a disservice. I think I don't know. I really don't know.
Wait, so okay, you're lower than a lolcow or you're slightly higher?
I don't know.
Okay, so let me rephrase the question then. People like Christian, people like there's individuals that get covered on the internet, like Christian and others. Would you consider yourself among their rank? Not necessarily your mentality, but just the level of rake stepping that you kind of get into.
Yeah, I guess I exhibit the behavioral traits of lolcow. I don't deny that. Moving forward,
The diagnosis from Dr. Fauci.
Again, obviously. And regarding videos and stuff, I'm going to be very selective in the content I want to do. It's really just going to be talking about what Potama did, which was sending cease and desist to everyone because he's a disgusting pedophile. But like, I think I'm really done with like this entire thing.
I would just, honestly, Parlo, like you do this a lot when we have these calls. I would genuinely just highly encourage you to just like give it some thought. Don't even like say anything definitive here. Don't say that you're going to do something or not going to do something. Just like just give it a good amount of thought, okay? And like that's all you should be doing. Like you should just, after this, you should just, have a couple of days to just kind of think about this and self-reflect and stuff like that. And then you're going to be able to make a better, more informed decision of how you would like to move forward.
I really shouldn't have had my channel terminated. There was absolutely moving forward with that channel, but now that that's been completely lobotomized, like I'm completely clueless on what to do.
Well, and I would agree with that, man. Like I don't think that anybody deserves to have their channel falsely terminated. I
Yeah.
think that everyone in the call, Ruben and Vic included, would both agree to the fact that like even though they don't think that you probably should have a channel and they think it's probably bad for you and stuff like that, that you don't, and they even said this, they don't think that you deserve to be falsely terminated under the circumstances in which you were, right? Like I mean, like like I think you're gonna be hard pressed to find somebody who is okay with that. Right. I think you certainly were done an injustice in that way, and like I don't think that there's any ifs, ands, and buts about it, right? But unfortunately, that's the reality, right? And we're in a post Parlo main channel world, right? Yeah.
We'll see what I need to do. We'll see.
Yeah. And Parlo, one more thing before you go, can you say Tyrone W?
Tyrone W.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So much for having me, Parlo. Take
Hell
care of yourself.
yeah.
DMs are always open, buddy. Templeton, always a pleasure.
Yes. Thank you, Dobby.
All right. See you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Evil.
All right, Vic. Any last words? Anything I should know or anything like that? Dude, Vic fucking died.
Lol.
Hello, Vic.
I think I guess we could bring up some strange key points in like the stream. I think what was really odd when I think when it was
Okay, I think that's it for now. Okay, that was the Parlo coverage. Is there anything else I wanted to cover today? Because I got the time. Let me have a look. Should I have a look, see what anyone else is doing? Is there any other updates that I need to worry about? Let's see. They made any sort of updates? Nope. I'm actually curious. Is this doc still up? The document for KP's thing is still down. We live to see another day. Oh, you guys are gonna not be able to see this, are you? This is. I have that up on the dinosaur thing, don't I? Fuck. Okay. Okay. Let me get rid of that. But yeah. I think yeah, I think the conclusion for that is I think Parlo needs to really have a break from the internet, genuinely. I genuinely would care so less if Parlo just decides to do gaming or decides to do, like, video game creation. But yeah. I'm just trying to think, because, God, I still got the energy, I'm not gonna lie. Is there any more stuff? Has anyone got any stuff that they want to send me? I'll have a look. Himpy Goes Wild. Oh, thank you. Okay. Is there any more updates? Trying to think. I think that is it for the stuff with Himpleton and stuff. I might stream tonight as well, I'm not sure. I kind of want to get some recordings done. We'll see. But yeah. Definitely have to see what we're going to end up doing. I need to try and do some setting up stuff with, like, stream elements. But yeah. This has been a fun stream, okay? I've been having a lot more energy because, and I think I needed it given the topic. I might stream later today, who knows? I might be back, okay? I might be back, but who knows? But yeah. Let me see if anyone's actually live. I wonder if anyone is. I hardly doubt it. Let's have a look. Is anyone live? Nope. Okay. I'm gonna go send you to watch some cats. But yeah. I'll see you guys later, okay? Bye-bye. Wait, sent me something? Wait, hold on. What have you sent me? What is this?
Fucked by a horse. Okay, dude, that's gonna get clipped. Fuck. Oh, I'm playing Battlefield 1 and I'm getting fucked by a horse. Okay.
Burns doing what? Anyway. Fucking hell. Okay. On that note, I'm gonna go ahead and send you guys to see some lovely cats, okay? It's a lovely little animal cat sanctuary, okay? They're very nice. They're a very nice channel. But yeah, let me do that. Okay. Have I done that? Have I reset the redirect? But yeah. Okay, guys. Speak to you later. Bye.